Never give up on you. 3. Sire, Her Highness also had us bring you a messenger. The shadow guard's tone was shaking hard to the point where he's sputtering. She said she will never forgive you in this life. She said. She will never forgive me in this life. Ha ha ha. Laughing wildly, Deetsong's very existence seems to be swelling up with power, forcing all of the people present to go silent with unease. I once said that while I am alive, I would always protect her. To think the ones to cause me to break that promise would be my own subordinates. Sorrow etched itself into every syllable there, showing how despairing and painfully hurt the man was inside. Brother, the princess stared foolishly at her older brother, unsure what to do after seeing the trickle of tears slowly coming down that cheek. Brother, is crying. My brother, the one who never wavers or stands down under any circumstances, is crying. The girl felt very uncomfortable over this scene. She's never seen her older brother in this form. For that, she now resents everyone involved regardless of their intent. If it weren't for them being so blinded, then none of this would have happened. But brother, sister-in-law and Xiaoqin is still alive. They are alive, brother. I'm sure the two are still waiting for you to go get them. You mustn't lose hope. She won't forgive me, she will never forgive me. Closing his eyes, that's red by this point, Deetsong deflates and hangs his head like a lost cause. That is not true. I know it. Once you find sister-in-law and explain everything, then I'm sure she would forgive you. Pursing those lips, Di Xiaowan lowers her tone into a soothing whisper. And, did you forget that she waited over 20 days for you despite hearing what the fake said? She must have been waiting to get an explanation. But since you never returned, that's why she left. It has to be said, though this sweet Dumbaklutz may be silly and foolish at times, her ability to say sweet and comforting things at the perfect timing was spot on. Looking up with hope in his face again, Deetsong grabs onto the last piece of straw laid before his eyes. Is that true? She really waited for me. She will believe in me. Of course, brother, I know sister-in-law would definitely come back to us if she learns the truth. Overjoyed at having her brother believe again, Di Xiaowan waited for the expected response. Then just as she's starting to worry after getting none, that's when Deetsong's complexion grew extremely pale. The man clutched that chest like he's suffering immense pain. What's wrong with you, brother? Why are you looking so terrible? Startled by the change, the demon princess hurried to step forward in order to help support the man's crumbling body. Poof! But before the girl could help, Deetsong had already blocked her off with his hand. Taking a step backwards, that mouth suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood. Brother! The girl exclaimed with extreme fright in that voice. She doesn't understand what's happening, so she's very flustered at the moment. What's happening? Brother was just fine a few seconds ago, why is he looking so weak all of a sudden? That's right, the girl could clearly sense the lifelessness in Deetsong's aura. The contract, it has been broken. The contract between me and Bai Yan has been broken. Painfully closing his eyes again, Deetsong knows his last hope in finding his wife was gone. If the contract remains, then he could have used the connection to locate his wife again after heading into the human world, but now... Never give up on you, brother. The princess quietly murmurs her word, for the lifeless look in her brother was something she didn't expect or thought possible. Ha! Struggling to support himself, Deetsong eventually reaffirms his back after a brief moment. Bai Yan, you think just because you broke the connection between us that it's enough to leave me behind? I will find you again even if I have to search the ends of the world. Brother, you... Seeing how her brother's about to head for the outside from out of the blue, Di Xiaowan hastily follows suit out of worry. However, she was stopped as soon as she took a few steps. Thankfully her speed wasn't that fast, otherwise she would have clashed directly into the man from behind with her clumsy nature. That woman from the snake family, and this substitute... Deetsong's mouth curved into a sinister grin. I leave them to you for handling. Until my return, I want you to make sure they suffer until they wish they were dead. Scratching her nose, the princess responds with a nod like a good girl this time. And those of my shadow guards, I never want to see them again either. That part about dismissing his shadow guards came as no surprise to the princess. Di Xiaowan knew from the start that's bound to happen. As for Fire Plume, second elder and state teacher. Di Zheng's voice now sounded gloomy and frustrated. When I come back with Bai Yan, she will handle them as she please. The one known as state teacher was a very special person in this place. Not only does he hold a superior position to all the rest within the demon realm, he's pretty much one of the few individuals who survived all the way back to the time where everything first began. Brother, are you going to search for sister-in-law now? Blinking her big curious eyes, Di Xiaowan didn't want to be left behind while things are a mess right now. Sadly, as usual, she's been left behind in the next, for that purplish and silvery figure was gone. Xiaowan, retracting his gaze from the direction where the king has left in, state teacher shifts his attention back to the one whom he cares for the most. I'm sorry, I know this incident is the result of my carelessness. Snorting at the one whom she has always been kind to, it's clear the princess still held a serious grudge by the way she ignores him and walked away. Xiaowan. Note, I don't know why, but something just clicked in my head and I realized Di Xiaowan means kings of the little clouds. I wonder why I never realized that. Too much translation opinions lately. Falling into a slight panic upon realizing he's in deep trouble this time, the charismatic man attempts to reach out and pull at the girl's sleeve. Though the act was immediately avoided with a quick step to the side, it did nevertheless stop the princess from further movement. What do you have to say? Despite having thousands of words in his throat in which he wants to say at this moment, he could not blurt anything out. In the end, all he could gather was a single sentence. I'm sorry, the one you wronged is not me, it's my sister-in-law and nephew. I know you meant well by creating a substitute, but why didn't you watch over that person and allowed him to cause havoc in the public? All watery in those big beautiful eyes, the flaring anger continues to burn. So, to punish you, I don't want to see you for the next 10 years. Dropping the explosive decision on her suitor, she then turns away without looking back for good this time. Oh, I'm so screwed, she is really angry at me this time. Why can't she just beat me instead of ignoring me? The poor man thought, feeling guilty all over. State teacher, the first elder spoke with a slight twitch in the corner of that mouth. The princess is only saying all this due to her momentary anger. I'm sure she would come around after everything calms down a bit and when the queen and prince return safely to us. Making a bittersweet shake of his head, the charismatic man thought otherwise. No, she is for real this time, she won't forgive me so easily. The first elder became speechless. After a good moment of silence, he eventually thought of something else to say. The princess always listens to the queen. If you can get Her Highness to speak on your behalf, then I'm sure it will turn out well. Towards this one who practically kept the demon realm in order after the king went into dormancy, first elder always held him in high regards, hence the reason for the suggestion. As for the second elder, this bastard actually kept such a big mess from me, that's his own doing, he can't blame anyone for the consequences. Never give up on you. 5. What should I do, first elder? Fire Plume asks with his legs shaking. You. The first elder casts an almost cold and reprimanding look. Didn't His Majesty say it already? When Her Highness the Queen returns, she will be the one to decide your fate. However, since you didn't mean for such outcome on your own, the fault can't be entirely on you, so at least your life is saved. Gnashing his teeth, the Birdman immediately shifts his gaze over to Qing Shui, who caused all this. Against that miserable look of the snake demoness, Firebird felt an abnormal satisfaction over the picture despite his own circumstances. He's never been much of a sadist, but this time he wants the other side to burn and suffer as far as one could take it. If not for this blasted woman trying to get above her class, then none of this would have happened. Damn this bitch and her accomplice. Outside Fairy City, the gates are strong and unbreakable as usual, making the job of these two individuals in charge of guarding it all the more god-awfully boring. But then that soon changed when they saw the amazing figures slowly coming over to their spot. First was the dashing red female and the silvery fox in her arms, then it was the little girl walking alongside with her hands holding the older woman. The two together could only be called the perfect image of an adorable daughter with a gorgeous mother. Queen, is it really such a good idea in not letting little Rice and Sister Xiaoying, Tigress, come along with us? Dragony asks with her big innocent eyes after seeing their destination. The little lass still hasn't forgotten the grieving face of the baby tiger when they left. There were plenty of crying and pleading. The only thing missing was the white tiger rolling on the floor throwing a tantrum. It's inconvenient to bring them along, that's why I had them stay behind. Besides, I have reasons for sending little Rice back to the Holy Land. Eyeing down at the little missy that's holding her own hand, Bai Yen sighs and spoke in a soft voice, "And, I'm no longer the queen of the demon realm, you must change the way you address me." Staring with unsurety, the dragon girl didn't know what to do next. But then what should I call you then, queen? Stumped at the question herself as well, Bai Yen had to take a good moment to contemplate a proper solution. Call me mother from now on. After we go inside Fairy City and the Misty Fairy House, your identity is no longer a member of the Dragon Clan, you are my daughter, the human girl. It's not anything out of the ordinary for one to bring along a demon beast, but it's definitely a big deal to have one that could talk and take on human form, especially when the one here was a dragon. Yes, mother, Dragony will listen to you. Giggling with joy in that voice, the little naive girl loved the new way she's addressing Bai Yen. Before they knew it, the girls have arrived outside the gateway where the guards are now getting a clear look at the new arrivals. You are Miss Bai Yen. The more experienced man recognizes her and spoke out. Nodding in return, I am looking for Wang Deqiu. The Wang family are the official gatekeepers for the Misty Fairy House, hence their exceptional status as the #1 household around these parts. However, instead of the solemn and grandeur expected of such a prestigious house, there's only racket and cries similar to a pig squealing. Oh damn it, Pops. I am your son, stop hitting before you actually kill me. Talk about having energy in that voice, even the air seems to ricochet from that cry for mercy. For the nosy bodies who were curious about the racket, they could see Wang Deqiu running around inside the estate chasing his son with a cane in hand, constantly whipping that butt. You stinking brat, how dare you tease a good unmarried woman? How old are you to play with women? If I don't whip some senses into you this time, then I won't be Wang Deqiu. After the roaring proclamation, the man once again ups the strength and speed in that hand. The pig squealing screams continues to rock the air, just that this time around the chubby somehow managed to find an abnormal level of strength to push his old man away when he took notice to the reddish-red female coming over. Never give up on you, 6, save me Sister Bai Yen, my old pops is trying to kill me. Bai Yen. Startled at first, Wang Deqiu had to take a long look over to the indicated direction before confirming the truth of his son's word. Miss Bai Yen, how come you are here? Twitching in the corner of his mouth over the boy's crying face and clingy appearance, the middle-aged man has had to hand it to his son for being so deviously sneaky at sucking up to the female sex. Making a mild smile of her own, I want to go to the Misty Fairy House, that's why I came. You want to go to the Misty Fairy House? That's easy to do, I will go talk to my father right away and send you over. All flattery in his tone, the middle-aged man completely transforms into a proper gentleman just like his boy. But before leaving though, Wang Deqiu made sure to cast a warning glare to the chubby. It's the face of it, you better behave yourself while I'm gone lest you want some more beating. Sister Bai Yen, after you and Xiachen stopped living next to our home, my pop's been beating me non-stop. Please take me away with you. Wiping that trickle of tear from his chubby face, Wang Xiaopeng puts on the appearance of a criminal trying to act innocent. Oh right, where is boss, how come I don't see him with you? At the mention of the little steam bun, Bayan's hand instinctively tightened a bit over the little fox in her arms. Despite the slightly awkward mood, she nevertheless continues to smile warmly. He went back home. Oh, so Xiaochen went home with his father. Wang Xiaopeng says it with realization. I wish boss was here though, I've been missing him a lot. Due to being so preoccupied with the new friend, the chubby actually didn't notice the slightly gloomy air around Bai Yan's body when he mentioned Ditsang. Sister Bai Yan, who is this little girl? Rubbing his hand together, the chubby smiles like a true pervert again. Of course, as any logical female, Dragony would feel disturbed by that monkey face. This is my daughter whom I just took in. He's Xiaochen's younger sister. Patting the girl's head, Bai Yan comforts the scared Missy with her gesture. Don't worry Dragony, he won't hurt you. Only at that did the Missy feel at ease to come forward. Even so, Dragony never dared to cast an extra glance at the chubby for she's afraid the extra attention would somehow attract the other side further. Then just as Wang Xiaopeng wanted to showcase his flirtatious ability at picking up girls, that's when a knock from above smacked him back to his senses. Stinking brat, you really are hopeless. Are you trying to tease the little Missy here when I was just beating your butt? Looming down with his threatening glare, Wang Dichio's appearance instantly shuts the boy up from furthermore trouble. Miss Bai Yan, shifting his attention to the woman now. My father is now waiting for you inside, please come with me inside and I will lead you to him. Okay, giving a gentle nod in return, Dragony, let's go inside. Holding on to Bai Yan's hand like a proper daughter, Dragony followed closely as they were led into the area where the teleportation altar lies. Because of how special the guests this time around was, the current chief of the Wang family had called in every elder he could within the near vicinity. Otherwise, the preparations alone would have taken days to complete. At the same time while this was all occurring, a man donning a white robe was currently watching this from above a mountain peak that's reached all the way up into the clouds. So she's gone to the Misty Fairy House. Clearer than the trickling water nearby, no discernible emotion could be sensed from that voice. Yes. The person behind him hesitated for a while before asking, Lord, why are you letting her go when you clearly can't forget her? It'd be easy to force that woman to stay instead of doing this. Those people will definitely. Humph, the godly-looking man huffs with displeasure. If it wasn't for those people then she never would have left me to begin with. Never give up on you, 7, Lord, the youth behind wanted to say something more but got snapped at. I have regretted it for so many years. Showing sadness in that perennially proud eye, the man's white robe sways heavily in accordance with that outburst. What does the world have to do with me? I made a terrible and irreparable mistake back then. I will never make the same again. I abandoned her once, for what? For the sake of the celestial realm. I abandoned her. Gently closing his eyes, Chui God reminisces the cheerful smile of that wondrous girl in his fading memory. Sadly, the image could only remain forever in his mind and never again see in reality. Returning to attention upon being stung by his own lost thought, go back, I won't return to the celestial realm with you. But you are, the youth sounded anxious. I will no longer meddle with the celestial realm. In this life, I only want her. The proud man rudely cuts in and made his statement, leaving no room for discussion. Yes, milord. The youth lowers his head in compliance, but lord, where do you intend to go next? I am going to see Ditsang. The last part greatly shocks the youth, it can't be. Lord is going to see Ditsang. They fought so hard back then. Are they planning to turn the human world upside down this time around in their fighting? Not waiting for the worried body to ask for further details, Chui God had already disappeared from the spot, leaving only a gusting brush of wind in his wake. Within a certain valley, a purplish figure had just materialized out of existence, allowing the man to firmly land on the ground. This smoothness immediately warrants a frown on Ditsang's face. Compared to the first time when he broke through the seal years ago, he's completely unharmed right now, whereas the last nearly crippled him for days on end. Is it because I now control the spell matrices pertaining to the barrier? Yen, the issue only lingered in that head for a brief while. He didn't want to keep fussing over the small details. This life, I will never give up on you. He makes this vow facing the sky, determined and unyielding in that sentence. Even if she stabs a knife in me, I will take it, so long she forgives me anything will do. But then just as the man's ready to depart in his search of his wife, something unexpected occurred. From within the void of blinding light in the sky, a handsome and unparalleled individual appears and confronts his long-time enemy, Deetsang. It's been a long time. Not to be intimidated, the demon lord openly sneered in return. When did we ever meet? Just because you forgot doesn't mean we haven't met. By this stage the white-robed man has already reached Deetsang's spot. Between the purplish figure and the white contrasting aura, their existences were like opposing powers, evenly matched without any room for leniency. This fact immediately causes the demon lord to turn serious inside. In all the years he's lived, Deetsang could for without doubt say this newcomer had the powers to match his own, a worthy opponent. I only came today in order to tell you this. If you can't protect her, then let her go, I will protect her instead. Regarding the she in that sentence, Deetsang naturally knew who the stranger was referring to. Therefore, he's not going to let another comment like slide. Releasing his powers in full blast, everything around the pair trembled in fear. From the pebbles on the floor, to the particles in the air, everything was shaking over their might. You have always been like this. As long as the matter concerns her, you will do anything. Never give up on you. 8. Someone came to rob me of my wife. If I still don't make a move, then I be giving you bastards extra thoughts. Smirking very dangerously, a coat of ominous energy now surrounds the demon lord in readiness for combat. I remember you were exactly like this as well. Back then you would do anything for her, even if it means acting as a beggar in order to win some pity points. I didn't pay you any heed because I thought that with my bond with her, our long-standing relationship of someone who grew up together, would be enough to stop her from going to anyone else. Letting his word pause there, a mild fluctuation of emotion finally takes hold in Chewy God's voice. But in the end, she chose you. Honestly, I envied you in the past. You were able to let go of your pride for her, abandon your dignity, and even forsake the world for her. If I could have done the same, then maybe she wouldn't have given you the chance at all. Based on the face Deetsang was making after hearing all that, he clearly thought otherwise. You think too highly of yourself. She is my wife. Even if I have to exhaust my everything, I would have won her over regardless of what you did. Despite the mockery, Chewy God didn't pay it any heed and instead continued to speak on his own. Then why are you hurting her? You went so far back then, even willing to forsake the world, so why did you chase her away now? In the ears of this demon lord, that interrogating tone only sounded hilarious. You got no right to question me. What I did or didn't do is none of your concern, nor his wife's business as well. Yen is my wife, the mother of my child. All that is related to her should only concern me. No, you are wrong. Chewy God shakes his head in disagreement. I'm merely late this time. I still have a chance to make her mine. That instantly infuriated Deetsang. In light of that irritable comment right there, more than enough to make him explode already, he somehow managed to suppress the urge to clobber the bastard in front of himself. His urgency to seek out Bai Yen apparently triumphant that jealous heart. Is that what you think? Clicking his tongue like he's holding the other side in contempt. Too bad for you. I won't give you that opportunity to steal my wife. Not in the past like you claim, and mostly importantly not now. This time around it was Chewy God who showed a face. Why is he not attacking? According to his usual demeanor, Deetsang should have attacked me by now. I will deal with you once I find my wife. Until then you just wait. A flicker of killing intent promptly beams out of those eyes and answered the expectation in the other side's mind. Done, and without anything more to be said, Deetsong moved swiftly and flew towards the general direction of Fairy City. He may not know the exact location of where his wife and child went, however, that doesn't mean he couldn't track by following the faint scent they left behind. He's changed somehow, but I can't tell what. Murmuring to himself, the unparalleled man in white watches on as the purplish figure disappears into the horizon. Chui God may have the will to take Bai Yen back, but that's only under the criteria that she wants to return. If she doesn't, then he's not going to force anything, for he's long lost that right ages ago. Within a hidden valley, Bai Yen now lays in a patch of grass with only a faint awareness to her surroundings. Wang Diqiu, that bastard, he did not tell me I would be teleported without warning. She wanted to pry open those tired eyes several times already. Unfortunately, despite her best effort, those eyelids just wouldn't listen, like it's been sealed shut with 1,000 weights. Even so, Bai Yen could still vaguely make out intermediate bursts of words between a conversation. Big brother, there is an unconscious little lass here. Che, I say, she does have one heck of a pretty face there. Hey, brother, aren't you a bit too old to be aiming for a young missy like this? I have to admit though, if I was a few decades younger, then I too would be wowed by that face. Anyways, her body is what I'm more interested in. She would be a great seed to be a cultivator like us. Never give up on you. 9. Under the insistence of her will, Bai Yen finally opened those eyes. Perhaps it's out of habit, but she wanted to reach down to rub her son's head that's supposed to be in her embrace. However, what came into touch was nothing but air. Turning pale at the realization, the last pang of sleepiness swiftly escapes that head, forcing her panicking heart to jerk that body up. Looking around, there's no sign of her son at all. Hello little lady, are you awake now? Just as Bai Yen was scanning left and right for Bai Shuchen's whereabout, that's when her ears picked up the elderly voice from the front. Startled slightly at knowing there's others around, she peers over to the source and discovered 2 seniors of considerable age standing there smiling at herself. Are you looking for this fox? One of the seniors in white readily picks up the little critter from his side and hands it over, sending a wave of relief over to the receiving end. Bai Yen didn't hesitate at all. She moved those hands so quick that it's as if she's getting the most precious treasure in this world. De Re Dragoni. While she did recover her son, it didn't take long for Bai Yen to realize she's still missing one other child. Panicking again inside, I'm sorry for being blunt, but have you seen a little girl that should be with me? Little girl. My dear, I only saw you and this little fox here. I didn't see any little girl when we found you. The old senior wearing the white robe answers, shaking his head to indicate he didn't. Biting those lips, if Dragony is not here, then where did she end up? Or did the teleportation process go awry and send her to another location? This isn't good. With her timid personality, she would definitely be very scared in a new and strange environment. A regret now grips the woman's heart. If she had known things would end up like this, then she wouldn't have gone soft-hearted and let the girl tag along. Lassie, you still haven't told me why you ended up in my backyard yet. The second elder in grey robe asks with a broad smile. Backyard? Bai Yen became dumbfounded. This vast forested valley is a backyard for these 2 elders? Working fast in her brain, she quickly came up with a workable story for the situation. I'm sorry, I didn't know this was someone's backyard. I only ended up here by mistake. Oh, don't worry about it, this is not an issue at all. Ha ha ha. The white-robed senior heartily laughs to suit the mood. This is my brother over there. We are elders of the Misty Fairy House. My name is Xiongnan and he is Xiongbai. I see that your constitution is quite excellent, so I like to ask you this question. Are you interested in becoming our disciple? Bai Yen didn't answer right away and began to weigh her options. First and foremost was to locate Dragony, of course. There's no way she could leave the little girl alone like this in unknown territory. But what's the best way to do that left a lot of room for debate. Smiling now, Her eyes wandered over to the two seniors. All right, I'm willing to become your disciple. I've already got 3 shifis anyway, adding another 2 won't hurt at this rate. It's just a little more extra work caring for them. However, her expression promptly turned stern. My daughter is missing right now. Can I bother both shifis to help me find her? Ha! Zhongnan, older, genuinely laughs with joy in that voice. As long as you recognize us as your shifu, then anything is fine. I say, lassie, I've already checked your body earlier. Your bone structure is absolutely amazing according to my examination. At most in another 20 years and you will reach the king rank, a level comparable to our own. Checked my body. Examined my bone structure. The woman's complexion was darker than the bottom of a burnt pot at this moment. This old fart actually touched my body while I was unconscious. If he wasn't so old, I would have called him a leech, a pervert. And 20 years to break through into the king rank. Didn't I already go way past that and into the monarch rank not so long ago? Oh right, what strength is your cultivation at? I've checked earlier but I couldn't get a good sense of your current level at all. Zhongnan's brow wrinkled into a knot over the strangeness. This girl is full of mystery. Never give up on you, 10, but as the old saying goes, wealth always lies in danger. This lassie's constitution is so strong, she will inevitably become the youngest king rank individual within the fairy Misty House. Ho ho, or maybe even a monarch rank. Bai Yen rubs her nosy shyly at the beaming gazes coming her way. I just reached the earth rank. There's no way she could bring herself to explain that she's already at the monarch rank, otherwise these two fellas would definitely blast her out in the next second. Earth rank. Zhongbei, younger, frowns and got angry. Who was your former shifu? How did he train you? To think you are only at the earth rank with your body structure. Don't worry, as long as you follow our tutelage then you will surely break into the sky rank in no time. When hearing this, Bai Yen could only silently apologize to her 3 silly shifis back at the Holy Land. This sort of pitfall could only be shouldered by them this time. While on the other side, the older brother Zhongnan was very pleased by his younger brother's reaction. All smiles in his face. Little girl, we still haven't gotten your name yet. Mind telling us since you've recognized us at your shifis? It's Bai Yen, and he is Bai Xiaochen. Bai Yen promptly raises her son up to show the 2 seniors, all the while making a proud and warm smile at the same time. Towards this demeanor, the elders definitely found it strange, for it's the look of a mother introducing their child. Ah! How can a fox be her child? That's just silly. Hurrying to sway their head to lose that idea, Zhongnan and Zhongbei didn't even want to go down that route. When Bai Yen eventually came out of the hidden valley under the guidance of her new shifis, she soon understood what they meant by this being their backyard. It's exactly like they claim, there's no lie or falseness that this vast stretch of forested land was their home. Fortunately, there are other ways to reach this valley, otherwise Bai Yen would have trouble explaining how she managed to get in without rousing suspicion. And since her arrival at the Misty Fairy House, the 2 elders have kept their promise in searching for Dragony. As for Bai Yen herself, she on the other hand was being forced to train day and night while under the scrutinizing eyes of them both. In the end, this poor woman could only hold back her urge to go out and do as they say. It's too obvious if she starts running around so early. Of course, when talking about training, Bai Yen wasn't really improving her cultivation. For an earth rank cultivator, the amount of energy fluctuation in the air was minuscule at best in comparison to her own level. That's why she could only pretend by sucking in a small amount into her body. Now that leaves the poor baby fox who's been bored out of his mind. After a few days of this, Bai Xiaochens finally had it and started moping to his mother on this day. You want to go out to play? Bai Yen arches her brow and asked. The little fox hurriedly nodded, for being bored to death wasn't out of the question at this point. Son, you must be patient for a while longer. Once I locate the blood vine, then I can restore you to your former self. Sighing helplessly, Bai Yen also felt frustrated at her current predicament. According to Chui God's information, the blood vine was considered a treasure to the Misty Fairy house. If she wants to get her hands on the herb, then the best course of action would be to win over the two seniors' trust. Hanging that head in disappointment, the little fox promptly pulled those ears down like a dejected child. If he was still in his human form, it would definitely be the look of a puppy-eyed crying boy. But, Bai Yen suddenly made a mischievous smile. Today, your two grandchefs are out for a trip. We can take this chance to go out and look for Dragony, how about that? The news immediately brought delight to her son's face. Raising that head, Bai Xiaochen now shined with sparkles in those eyes. Fake Goddess, 1, within a luxurious mansion, a loud beast-like roar suddenly rocks the place, sending everyone inside into a state of urgency. Chief, the young lord's condition is acting up again. Among the crowd of people gathered presently here was an old man wearing a linen-colored robe. I suggest we go seek out Bai Chong Feng, the leader of the medicine sect. Perhaps he would have a cure for the young lord's condition. The one called Chief and current Lord of the Misty Fairy only wrinkled his temple before eventually issuing out a sigh of frustration. I've already went to him not long after his birthday. Sadly, after I listed all the symptoms of my son to him, I was told he couldn't do anything to help and didn't know of any cure. An uproar promptly burst out among the crowd. If Bai Chong Feng couldn't do it, then who else in this world could? It can't be. The young lord is going to have to spend the rest of his life like this. However, Bai Chong Feng did leave me a message. The chief of the Misty Fairy house allows his high-standing gaze to loom over the group, signaling he's quite serious in what he's about to say next. A sickness of the heart must be cured using the cause. I remember my son Yun Feng met a girl after leaving home back then. Pity, fate likes to toy with the males of the Misty Fairy house. Because we are unable to choose our own marriages here, I could only task some of you to bring him back. After that, Yun Feng has been in this state ever since. Now, according to the instructions I got, as long as we find that woman, then the demon in Yun Feng's heart will unravel. The chief's hand had clutched into a tight ball by then. Elder Muzhin, you were one of the main people I sent out that year to bring back my son. Do you know where that woman went or who she is? The female known as Elder Muzhin was a woman who maintained her appearance very well. In fact, due to that young-looking face, it's very hard to detect the traces of aging there if not for the long strands of white hair exposing her true seniority. One could easily mistake her for a fair maiden like all the rest. Slightly lowering those eyes to hide the flicker of darkness in there, the female elder stepped forward and spoke, reporting to Chief, that woman is not worthy of being a member of our fairy Misty house. If she does come, then she would surely stir up a wave of trouble for everyone. Why is that the case? The chief's expression turned heavy and grim. Back then years ago when his son got into a fling with the unknown girl, he himself couldn't leave due to a certain matter at hand. Therefore, whether it be the girl's face or her family background, he knew nothing aside from words of mouth. Now to be informed of this unfortunate news by Muzhin, the idea that emerged in his head just now was again strained. But if Yu Feng can be healed and return to his old self, what does it matter? Likely able to see the hesitant and struggling indecision within the chief, the objective female elder promptly sneered in a shady manner, "Chief, that girl is nothing more than a daughter of an average family. If not for that face, she could never have seduced the young lord." Yun Feng wouldn't be such a superficial person. The chief's face now grew ugly at having his son being called out for being superficial. I refuse to believe my son is a bastard who only knows how to take in one's look. Of course that's not the case, Chief. That woman isn't only born proficient in seducing the opposite sex, she's also highly skilled with musical instruments and understands how to string men along, hence the reason for the young lord's fall for her. Muzhin's heart immediately grew venomous and could be heard in the undertone of that voice. Furthermore, the girl isn't a chaste woman either. When I went to retrieve the young lord that year, I personally saw her hooking up with multiple males. The chief's heart promptly sank at the last bit. It's one thing to be born ordinary, but to think she would be like that as well. In truth, this father never wanted to do what he did back then, even if the girl was so terrible. However, if he didn't, then the Misty Fairy House would surely offend that person. By then none would be facing a favorable fate. Chief, I also want to add, the main reason that girl left on her own is because a secular family of the main world tempted her with gold and treasure. And since the young lord never revealed his background or influence, the girl chose to go her separate ways after failing to resist the temptation. Fake goddess, 2, bang. The chief slams his fist against the nearest table and allowed the burning flame in his eyes to seethe forward. How dare she abandon my son for a mere mundane? Under that violent appearance of their lord, the audiences were all too scared to utter a single word in protest. However, there was one individual who didn't falter in fear, and that's Elder Mujan. The woman was secretly snickering inside over her own success. Want to let that woman enter the Misty Fairy House? Quit dreaming. I've killed that girl years ago, so how can she ever show herself again? Forget it, the chief tiredly closes his eyes in acceptance. Leaning against the chair he found behind himself, I want to rest. All of you retreat for now until my summoning. Yes, chief. Arching their fists, the crowd promptly left for the outside. Throughout the whole process, both Zhongnan and Zhongbei brothers were keeping to themselves on the sideline without uttering anything. They knew under such circumstances their opinions are going to be ignored regardless of what they said. As such, the attendance today was nothing more than for show. Now that it's done and over with, it's normal for the two to leave and return to their home where their new disciple should be waiting. Wu Wei, chief. Just as everyone has finished departing this place, leaving only the lonely father in this luxurious mansion, that's when an impressive-looking woman waltzed in through the door. In comparison to Elder Mujan, who kept up a fine appearance despite the old age, this newcomer in the light blue dress could only be considered a true beauty. How come you came? The chief hurried to greet his wife after hearing her voice. Didn't I say I will handle Yunfeng's matter? Handle? Jun Tianyu, wife, only sneered in return after hearing that. You've been saying you will handle our son's matter for how many years now? Do you have a solution? If those alchemists can't cure my son, then why are you hesitating and looking for that girl? But, Mujan, I don't care what she says or what she claims about that girl, I only know I want to save my son from his current state. The motherly instinct in Jun Tianyu was now fully coming out, causing her very existence to exude an aura of pain and sadness. Regardless of her character, I will take her into our home so long as she can turn things around with our son. Seeing his precious wife quickly devolving into a sobbing state, Chief Wei Wei could no longer contain his emotions. Hurrying to pat the woman on the back to help soothe that mood, don't worry, I will definitely find a way. Bai Chang Feng may not be able to cure our son, but that doesn't mean other alchemists out there couldn't. I'm sure there are others who could. Fine. Jun Tianyu suddenly stared straight into her husband's eye and said, I will give you 3 months. In that time, if you can't do something about our son's condition or find an alchemist who could cure him, then I'm leaving on my own in search of that girl. 3 months. Now it was Chief Wu Wei's turn to make a frown. He only said those stuff in order to get his wife to stop crying. Who could have guessed the smart woman would use it against himself like so? Oh my goodness, where am I supposed to find an alchemist who could rival Bai Chang Feng of the medicine sect? But then a flash of light sparked within the man's eye, like he just remembered something. I remember now. Wife, Bai Chang Feng mentioned High Granddaughter is also an alchemist and a very good one at that. Maybe she can cure Yunfeng's illness. I went there before after the man's birthday, but sadly my timing was off and the girl was gone already. Really? Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and send some of our people out to search for that girl. The mother's face now glistened with hope. Even if the possibility was slim, she's not going to give up, not when it involves her son's future. Making a bittersweet smile, Chief Wu Wei could only shake his head over the woman's quick change in mood. As negative as he was over the chance of success regarding his own idea, he couldn't exactly go back on his words now. At the same time, while things were moving at the other end, Elder Muzhin had just finished returning to her own manor. Taking a sip of tea from the cup handed to her by the maid, the woman coldly snapped at the poor girl for no reason. "Go call Tianling over for me." "Yes, Elder." The maid swiftly retreated, too afraid to meet eyes with the mistress of the house. Not long after, a senior old man quickly walked over and respectfully arched his fist. "Greetings, Elder. Did you summon me?" "Fake Goddess, 3, Tianling. Did things go as I instructed back then? Is the woman really dead?" Muzhin slightly narrows her eye as she asked the man. "Please be assured, Elder, I've done exactly as you instructed. Not only is she seriously injured while I confronted her, she also fell off the cliff during the final moment. There's no way she could have survived from that height." "That's good to hear." Heaving a long sigh of relief, the woman turned cheeky like she's done something to be proud of. "And to think the chief would want to bring such a girl into our misty fairy house. Based on what can someone like that join our ranks? Moreover, the young lord is the one fancied by the goddess." A spark promptly flashed within the Tianling's eye at the mention. "Elder, it's been many years since then, I'm sure the goddess has long given up on the young lord." "Why don't you?" "Outrageous!" the woman snapped, roaring out at the implication of those words. "I am an elder of the young master, how dare you imply I would have ulterior motives against him? Those words must never be mentioned again. It's true this elderly old woman has fanciful ideas about Yun Feng, young lord, however, that's something she could never bring to the surface. Forget about the chief or his wife, even the other elders in the Misty Fairy House would gun for her life if they ever learn of this. But logic has never been a strong point when it came to the female sex, especially regarding the affairs of love. This Muzhin understand everything. From how much of a taboo her interests are, to the need to keep her emotions in check. Nevertheless, the grudge of not being able to show or win the man's heart just because she's older by a whole generation still nudges at her inner heart. "You retreat first. Remember, one can freely eat to their heart's content, but words can never be spoken without forethought." Clenching her fist over the warning, Elder Muzhin hides the flicker of killing intent swimming through her eye. "Tianling knows too much about me. I must remove him before anything leaks now that the chief is becoming increasingly more wary of the past event. No one must know what I did." At the same time over in the celestial realm, a group of young men and women was currently holding a gathering. Of course, what good would a party be if there's no maids around to service them? Though most of the service ladies are hardly worthy to be called beauties, they are perfectly adequate to be called dainty in their appearance. However, there was one wearing a green maid dress who did stand out among the crowd with her superb smile. "Sir, allow me to pour the tea for you." In order to show herself, the woman wearing the green dress went ahead to ready the teapot. Unfortunately for the lady though, perhaps it's just bad luck or carelessness, a droplet of the fluid inside the pot ended up spilling over during the process and landed on the young man's hand. Hiss! Without surprise, the young man promptly slapped the woman's face after being tinged, causing the unsuspecting female to jerk backwards in painful fright. "Useless thing, you can't even pour tea properly. Scram, I don't want to see you around here." The young man roars. "Yes sir, right away." The woman in green hurries to do as told, all the while trying hard to keep those tears from trickling down. But then as soon as she's walked out the door, that's when her true character showed itself. No longer innocent or sad, there's only a cold stern look. These bastards, only knowing how to bully us who have no status in the celestial realm. No matter, I may be a lowly maid here in the realm of gods, but in the world below, I am the supreme being. Smirking proudly now, it's been a while since I went down there, guess it's time I made a visit to accept their worship. The ability to transfer her avatar into the human world was something this maid accidentally came across. Aside from the bosses in the celestial realm, it's likely only she knows the method to transverse between worlds. That's why she would go from time to harass the mortals. It gives her a sense of existence and a way to comfort that injured heart. To think, the one whom the members of the Misty Fairy House treated as a deity all these years would turn out to be nothing more than a maid. If they ever learn of this truth, what would they think? Fate Goddess 4. At this time the members of the Misty Fairy House are currently gathered in wait by the altar, their eyes filled with worshipping light as they waited. Suddenly, a beam of green light materializes from above and descends to the ground, revealing the fairy-like woman in green. Greetings to the goddess. Aside from Jun Tianyu, mother, who did not come to pay her worship, everyone else has now taken to their knees in a squatting position. The fairy in green makes a faint nod in return before arching her inspecting brow. I've come today with only one goal in mind. Has Yunfeng recovered yet? If so, I want to take him away with me this time. Chief Wu Wei grew hesitant and didn't answer for a while. Yunfeng hasn't recovered yet. Please goddess, have mercy on him. What do you mean by have mercy? The woman in green grew furious and snapped back. Are you implying my kind act of taking him with me is an evil deed? This is an act of goodwill from my part, do you hear me? Or are you deliberately trying to hide him from my eyes by pretending he's unwell? I've recently heard Yunfeng was in a relationship with some woman out there, is that true? Shocked by the last comment, Chief Wu Wei didn't know where the goddess got that information from and was now starting to show a pang of panic in his demeanor. I don't know what kind of magic she used to seduce Yunfeng, but know this, a mere mortal can never compare to a goddess. The maid continues to put on a facade of a high-standing deity despite being a lowly servant herself. Goddess, Chief Wu Wei was now openly frowning. In all the years you've come to us, we've been nothing but respectful out of you being a goddess. However, Yunfeng is my son, can't you spare him? When recalling about the horrid state his son was in due to this so-called goddess, this father would immediately get riled up inside. If not for this woman, then my son would never have turned into his current miserable state. Impudence. The maid glares fire over the implied offense. Nothing but ants, how dare you bunch resist me? I, a goddess, is doing all of you a favor by merely being in your presence. Even those lord deities in the celestial realm must bow down to me when meeting me, and what are you? Despite the bead of sweat coming off of Chief Wu Wei's forehead, the man didn't waver and refused to give in. Do you know about the great war between demons and gods a millennium ago? The maid suddenly starts yapping on with her mouth and brought up a story of old. The demon and god war happened only because of a single woman. She's the mistress of the 4 great sacred beasts, and I am that very woman. Now do you all get it? Whether it be the demon realm or celestial realm, all must surrender under my feet. As for you all, nothing but lowly existences that can't even be worthy to lick my feet. Perhaps it's due to her own arrogance and assumption that none from the celestial realm would descend upon the mortal world, plus the demon realm has been sealed off for ages already, therefore she had no reason to believe her lies would be found even if she exaggerated things to unrealistic level. Sure enough, the hearts of those present were all shaken by the proclamation. They didn't dare to doubt the woman's word at all and just wholeheartedly believed the story. But I had no interest in any of them from the start. It's they who kept entangling around me. Now be grateful that I'm interested in Yunfeng, otherwise none of you could even kneel before me. If one's nose were to suddenly grow longer over every lie they made, then this deceitful maid would surely have a nose longer than any being in existence. However, I'm a kind-hearted goddess, so I will give you all a second chance. In half a month, that's my limit. Afterwards I will return again for him. After saying this, the figure of the woman promptly disappeared like she's never there to begin with. Of course, the main reason this deceitful wench left wasn't because she's done spouting her nonsense, rather it's because her real body back in the celestial realm had just been beaten silly by those young lords and misses. As such, she had no choice but to retract her avatar lest she's discovered by the sharp-witted ones. Youth Exchange 1. Isn't today's Youth Exchange event being held on the dragon boat nearby? Let's go have a look. I'm sure it will be very exciting and fun to watch. Oh yes, let's go. I heard this time the precious disciple of Elder Mujin is also attending. From the rumors I've heard, her alchemic skills are top-notch and is very likely to become the next Bai Chang Feng from the medicine sect. Youth Exchange. In the middle of the main street, Bai Yan's footsteps had just stopped after overhearing the passerby's conversation. Stroking the little fox's fur, she curves the corner of her mouth upwards. Do you also want to go? Naturally, the little critter nodded vehemently. Showing water in his puppy eyes, the kid looks up hopefully and easily won the battle. Alright, we will go take a look then. Perhaps Dragony would like such events too and we could find her there. At the end of the day, Bai Yan only wanted to try her luck to see if the missing lass would wind up at such a place. If she's going to aimlessly wander the streets, then it's better to try at a big event where plenty are gathered at once. Then all of a sudden, the mother felt a slight tingle in her hand. It was her son licking the palm of her hand. For a moment, Bai Yan actually fell into a trance and remembered back to the first days of her son being born. Back then the boy was still in his fox form as well. Don't worry my son, I will definitely help you recover. Bai Yan's embrace tightens a notch as she brought the fox up to her cheek for a calming hug. No one can separate us. I won't let them. Dragon River, the prescribed location where the dragon boat was moored. According to legends, it said that the river was once home to a dragon, hence its name. Just that it's been many centuries since there's been a sighting. At the moment, 2 guards were busy inspecting the visitors with careful scrutiny as the guests boarded the luxurious-looking river boat. If one didn't have a slip, then they wouldn't be able to get on, it seems. Son, why don't I take you to some other places to look around? The event requires an invitation before being allowed inside. There's not much to see anyways. What's more, there's no way Dragony could be aboard if it's a closed-off event, thus making her visit moot. Unfortunately, her thoughts were soon interrupted by a sly-sounding voice from the side. Selling dragon boat invitation, only needs 10,000 gold for it. If you don't buy, then it's your loss. 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold for an entry slip. Talk about worst timing. Going dark in her face, Bai Yan turns to the owner of that voice where a sly-looking fatty was holding several invitations in the air with his sloppy hand. The guy was calling out to the coming crowds of people in order to sell his product like those in the market. Then, as if the ominous feeling in her mind was destined to come to light, Bai Yan suddenly felt a tug at her sleeve. It was Bai Shuchen using his puppy eyes and paw to indicate he wanted one of those from the fatty. As much as she detested being scammed by those heartless merchants, Bai Yan couldn't exactly say no to her son when the solution was being placed before her eyes. Walking towards the man, are your invitations real? Seeing how he's finally got some business going, the fatty hurries to put on an iconic smile of a merchant. Of course, lady. My passes here are all real with the name and family of others, so they're genuine for sure. Look at the top, you can check for yourself about their authenticity. A humph, Bai Yan gives an awkward cough after shooting the names there a glance. Wouldn't someone find out if I use someone else's name and pass? Oh, don't worry about that. Every year during the youth exchange, there are plenty of new participants, so seeing some new faces aren't all that uncommon. You can be at ease if you are worried about being recognized. In other words, whether or not you are discovered by the authority would depend entirely on your own luck. However, based on the crowd's gossiping conversations nearby, plus the words of this fatty, Bai Yan did confirm one point. Youth Exchange, too. In short, despite the event being called Youth Exchange, it's no more than a gathering for the wealthy and influential to flaunt their younger talents to the world. 10,000 gold for one slip is too expensive. If you lower it to 2,000, then I will take it. The fatty nearly cried at the outrageous proposal. Sister, can I call you sister? I need 5,000 just to source these invite slips. If I sell them to you for 2,000 each, then I'm making a loss on every sale. Although 5,000 wasn't a small number by any means, nevertheless, this was the annual youth exchange. He only needs a couple of wealthy young masters who didn't get an invite to make back the original cost. Afterwards, everything else would be pure profit. Seeing Bai Yan did not give him a clear answer yet, the fatty knew he must sweeten the deal. Gritting his teeth, 8,000, that's as low as I'm willing to go. No answer still. While the fatty wanted to pour some more persuading words right then and there, it appears the time of their dealing must come to an end because the sound of their voices had caught onto the authorities in charge. Jumping into a panic upon seeing the two guards walking their way, the fatty hurried to dump one of his products onto Bai Yan's hand and said, 6,000, 6,000, and it's yours. Understand she's not going to get a better deal at this point. Bai Yan decides it's best to stop bullying this fatty. Taking out 6 banknotes, she hands it over without problem and immediately hid among the crowd. Thankfully the deal went smoothly because in the next second the two guards had arrived at their spot after breaking through the crowded venue. Damn that fatty, he sure knows how to run, one of the guards grumpily states his displeasure. Forget it, the guy runs faster than a rabbit. Oh yes, I remember there was a girl who was trading with that bastard. Where did she go? Looking around to scan for signs of the mentioned female, the other guard quickly wrinkles his brow after not finding anyone remotely close to the figure he saw earlier. It wouldn't be so hard if he had gotten a good look at Bai Yan's face. Sadly, he only caught a glimpse of her back and nothing more. Meanwhile, in a less crowded corner of an alleyway, Bai Yan was in the middle of disguising herself with a facial veil from the storage bag. This wasn't the mainland after all. It doesn't hurt to be on the careful side. After doing all this, the following procedure to enter the dragon boat went as smoothly as one could imagine. No question, no examination, just a simple glance at the invite slip before being let through the boarding plank. Quick, look, Miss Muleng is coming. Oh my, the one standing with her is the second son of the chief, Sun Huan. Coming down from the stairs leading up to the second floor was an exquisite-looking girl that wore a deep blue dress. Her looks were definitely extraordinary. Clear and haughty in the eyes, the level of arrogance she portrayed were just right, neither too high nor too low, just the perfect level to allow the males to have some fanciful thoughts while not daring to try anything perverted. It's just that. After seeing the man coming behind her, the only reaction left for the crowds were gasps and astonishment. For one thing, the female could be considered the shining jewel of the new generation in the Misty Fairy House. As for the male, he's a well-known womanizer who only knows how to fool around day in and day out. It's hard to imagine how these two opposing characters could come together. A flower planted atop of a cow dung. That's the sort of wording everyone thought of upon witnessing this image. Of course, none would dare yell out this description in the public. They're not crazy enough to bash on the chief's second son no matter how much of a dastardly man he was. Youth Exchange 3, Miss Muleng, I have some questions with alchemy I would like to ask you, mind helping me with the solution? A young man scampers over to the lady's side and looked on with expectant eyes. When the others saw how the youngster was able to brave the pressure and go on over like so, it's normal for them to be annoyed. However, it also gave them courage to join the fray. In no time at all, this Muleng has become surrounded by excited individuals of various backgrounds. Miss Muleng, your alchemic skills are truly admirable. Forget about being first within the Misty Fairy House, you should be first even among the medicine sect and Holy Land. Isn't that right? When I left a couple of days ago to take a short travel in the outside world, I actually heard the medicine sect's leader saying he's found his long-lost granddaughter. It said the girl is more capable than her own grandfather in the art of alchemy, but I say it's nothing more than bluffs in air. How can that person be more skilled than Miss Muleng? Faced with the worshipping looks and flattering compliments of the crowd, this lady actually managed to keep her ego in check. That's something not everyone could do, especially under such circumstances. This goes to show the level of maturity and intellect this girl has, which was clearly above the rest of her peers. I'm sorry everyone, Muleng scans the crowd around herself and spoke in an apologetic tone. Today is the youth exchange, so I can only answer a couple of questions. I fear any more than that would be beyond the time frame allowed in today's event. Also, words of degrading matters like today mustn't be spoken again in public. I hope everyone can remember my advice. The relationship between the Misty Fairy House and the Medicine Sect has never been the best to begin with. This could be seen in the disputes that's constantly occurring between the disciples of both powers. Now if word were to be spread of her name in such manner, then it could only cause trouble for herself. Look at that. Miss Muleng's alchemic skill is not only high, she's also not an arrogant woman like the one from the Medicine Sect. What a wondrous woman who cares for others. Thoughts like these were running rampant among the naive youngsters. It's simply too easy to sway a mind that's not fully matured or experienced the harshness of the world. Meanwhile, at one corner of the boat, Bai Yen was listening in on everything with her brows arched. It can't be right. I still got hit when lying on the floor. What's this all about? I'm just attending some random event and things still ended up on my head. Understanding his mother's woe, the little fox licks the back of her hand in a soothing gesture. With that done, the faithful son then shifts his gaze over to Muleng. Just that instead of the warmth look he shows to Bai Yen, the boy's eye gradually turned into a bloodthirsty red like his old man's when irked. The lecherous man standing next to the shining girl didn't care for all the attention. He's used to this sort of fan craze in his life even if it was the negative version. Instead, he's now focused on Bai Yen who's standing in the corner. What's wrong? Muleng asks, her brow furrowing after noticing the oddity. Did something happen? It's nothing. That said, the womanizer known as Sun Huan then retracted his gaze before being caught. For some strange reason, he's getting a familiar vibe from the unknown woman wearing that veil like he's seen her somewhere. I must be imagining things. Although Muleng didn't raise a comment over this, she did however turn her head over to the same direction as her partner. Almost immediately, her forehead had wrinkled into a knot before eventually loosening them again with a smile on that face. It getting late everyone, let's go inside first. During the exchange, I'm sorry, but I will have to limit it to 10 questions. The crowd got quiet and turned to their seats as instructed. Thankfully the dragon boat was a huge vessel and could accommodate this many. Otherwise, some poor saps would have to standing during the entire occasion. Miss Muleng, I have a question to ask you. Youth exchange 4. A young maiden had taken off from her seat to be the first to ask a question. Though Muleng's answer was nothing but a half-heeded attempt, it's nevertheless still good enough in the eyes of these youngsters who listened intently to those words. In their eyes, even if the advice resulted in failure or doesn't hold substantive help to themselves, it's still coming from the numbered genius of the younger generation. Just that fact alone was enough to sway them to believe the high-standing lady. Of course, not everyone would react the same way. Bai Yan's heard everything from her location, including the answers to the rest of the questions, and her only response was a shake of her head in disappointment. Among the 8 questions answered thus far, Muleng managed to answer 5 of them correctly. However, due to the lady's lack of insight, her answer ended making the question more complicated than it should be when easier explanations could be had. As for the remaining 3 that came out of her mouth, they're bound to result in failure when those people go back to try the method mentioned today. But it's not her business and ways, so Bai Yen didn't want to get involved. Sadly, as the old saying goes, trouble comes knocking even if you don't look for it. Due to Sun Huan's extra attention from earlier, Muleng herself had also taken extra care to pay a closer look at Bai Yen whenever she could. So, when the woman unintentionally shook her head in disappointment after hearing the 8th answer, it immediately fell into the eyes of the shining girl on the stage. Pausing in her speech, "You there, why are you shaking your head after my answering? Could it be, miss, are you disagreeing with my findings?" If so, please enlighten us here today. I'm a very open person and is fine with criticism. In actual fact, Muling does hold a lot of confidence in her own knowledge regarding matters of alchemy. Therefore, this was her form of retaliating against the mockery of others. Well, mockery in her eyes anyways. For a moment, everyone's eyes were now focused on the indicated woman who's wearing the facial veil. Which family are you from? How can you be so rude? It's not every day a famed alchemist is willing to answer our dilemmas. If you are here, then you should just quietly listen. Why shake your head? That's right. Muling is the #1 person in the Misty Fairy House, so her advices couldn't be wrong. Even if you envy her, you should still try to hide it and not make your thoughts so obvious. Otherwise you will just be left behind and tossed overboard, you know. Everyone's clearly disgruntled by Bai Yan's interruption, so their gazes are now cold and angry, like the fault lies entirely on her. Seriously. I just got hit for the second time even though I'm lying down. Pausing in her fingers that's caressing the little fox, Bai Yan curves the corner of her mouth into a smirk. #1 person. According to my memories, I thought the #1 person is Yunfeng, the eldest son of the current chief. Ha! The young man who spoke out first with the taunts began to laugh humorously. Yunfeng. That's from the older generation. For our generation, the #1 spot unquestionably lies with Miss Muling. In actual fact, everyone present understood the only reason Muling could be called the #1 genius of the Misty Fairy House was due to her Shifu being elder Muzhin. Couple this fact with the lack of a third-generational heir thus far, it's normal for everyone to recognize this lady as the strongest contender right now. What's more, even if the current chief's son had a child, that's for the next generation, so it's no threat to them who are now mostly in their teens or coming close to adulthood. Oh. Bai Yan continues to smile meaningfully. Then what if the second young master of the Misty Fairy House had an illegitimate child from the outside? Would her position as the #1 person still stand? A humph. Hearing the topic being diverted to himself now, the womanizer hurried to cut unless some bad rumor starts spreading. Holding up his hand to gain everyone's attention, I know I can be quite the womanizer and definitely spend a lot of nights with various women. However, I must make one point clear, I do not have any children of my own yet. Had many women, but no children. Bai Yan cocked one of her brows in an inspecting fashion. Then shouldn't you go have yourself checked out by now? There's an alchemic master right beside you, why not have her take a look to give you some treatment? Since others are deliberately throwing the fault above her head, then it's only normal for Bai Yan to turn things around and shift it back to someone else. She's never been a person who takes bullcrap without retaliation. Youth Exchange 5. Originally the womanizer had wanted to take a sip of water then to help soothe some of the pressure off his back, but to suddenly hear that dastardly comment from out of the blue, he just couldn't take it anymore and splurged the liquid right out of his mouth. Do we have a grudge or something? Why is she getting for me at every turn? The man eyes the veiled woman with a blaming look. Unbeknownst to Xian Huan, they really do have a grudge between them both, and a heavy one at that. Unfortunately for this man though, no matter what he did to think back to the past, he just couldn't recall who this strange woman was or if he knew her for that matter. All of a sudden, a single face popped into his head after working it so hard. It's a peerless contour of a gorgeous young lady who causes his balls to hurt upon thinking about her. The incident happened years ago when he made a trip to the outside world. He incidentally met a young lady who definitely had quite the look. That's why he went up to her in hopes of teasing her a few words and even took the opportunity to give a slight touch of the face. For that mistake, he paid a dear price of having his balls kicked out by one full sweep of the leg. As a result of that incident, this womanizer never dared to leave the Misty Fairy House again. He's still having traumatic nightmares because of the brutality he faced that day. Compared to the mean and cruel world out there, he would rather enjoy his life in the warm embraces of the kind and gentle ladies of his home. It's just that. In comparison to the woman in front of himself right now, the lassie from back then was very frail and thin while this one here had the assets of a fine beauty. They couldn't possibly be the same person in his view. But the major giveaway was the lack of a child. The lassie may be young back then, but she already had a baby son that's inseparable from her side. Miss Mulang's face may be frowning, but her voice remains polite despite the fact. I never claimed to be the number one person of my generation, that's merely a title others gave me. In my opinion, strength speaks for everything. Whoever is more capable should have the right to speak. Now please keep quiet while I speak and not interrupt me again. While the audience continued to give Bai Yen the stink eye, their gazes are now gleaming with admiration towards the proud lady who kept insisting the fault lied on others. What an amazing woman Miss Mulang is. Someone is clearly coming to provoke her at the doorstep, yet she can still treat them with courtesy. How many people out there can do something so gracious? Excuse me. Interrupting you. I like to ask you this then. Allowing her body to lean backwards against the chair in a lazy manner, Bai Yan's attitude grew sharper. Did I speak out just now? Cold in her tone, Mulang unwilling answers, you didn't. Then did I make any noises? No, you didn't. If I didn't speak out or make a noise, then why are you able to claim I'm bothering you? Or are you implying that I can't even move my own body while attending the youth exchange? Now Mulang's complexion had turned sour and ugly. She honestly couldn't give a retort to that lest she makes herself out to be a villain. Thankfully she didn't need to give a retort, she just needs to shift the topic back to the main objective of this event. Miss, since you are here today, then it must mean you are also an alchemist. There's still a question left to be answered. Why don't you enlighten everyone with your knowledge then? Grinning now, the high-standing lady believes she's now back on the offensive. Sorry, I have no interest in answering your questions, I only like to do them. Understanding her son's mood was quickly deteriorating into a foul state, Bai Yan takes this moment to caress his fur in order to stabilize the growling fox. However, turning to confront the provoking party, my fees are usually quite high, I fear none of you would be able to afford it. She's already masked her face with the veil, plus she also hid her aura with a pill she took earlier, so there's no reason for Bai Yan to remain on the defensive if others want to fight. A humph. Seeing the ever-increasingly ugly expression on Mulang's face, the womanizer knew he must step in at this stage to settle down the friction. Miss, I've been stuck on the lower level of the king rank for a while now. Would you be so generous as to help me in making a breakthrough with your skills? If you succeed, I can offer you a generous reward in return. I am an alchemist, not a person who guides you through a breakthrough. Bai Yan's retort was quite blunt and rude. As an alchemist, you should be able to refine some sort of medicine to help one's cultivation, am I right? Let's do this then. If you can help me make a breakthrough, then I will give you a 10,000-year-old blood ginseng, how about that? I am not interested in that blood ginseng. 10,000-year-old blood ginseng. There's already 3 back at the medicine sect, more than enough for me to squander when needed. In comparison, the try-reaching Soul Dan pill is far more valuable. Youth exchange, 6, but I could treat other diseases, like your kidney deficiency for example. Oomph. Blurting out the water in his mouth for the second time, the womanizer was now absolutely certain the other party must have something against him. Otherwise, why else would she keep doing this over and over again? If you don't want me to treat it, then forget what I said. Bai Yan shrugs and shifted her attention to a certain lady that's been hiding among the crowd. This female didn't really stand out by any means, just a quiet average-looking miss who didn't speak a word since the beginning of the event. However, one thing did catch Bai Yan's attention, and that's this person didn't show any fluctuation of spiritual energy around her body. Smiling and intrigued, Miss, are you unable to cultivate? Likely able to understand the question was being directed at herself, the young lady in question only sent a glance over to Voice's direction before turning back to Mulang's way. There's almost no light in her eyes, like the topic brought on some sort of great traumatic scar. And it's true, there's a story behind that reaction. Hey man, isn't that the young miss from the Mirage family? A member of the crowd asks his friend. Yes, that's her all right. What a shame she is. As the daughter of one of the 4 major families in the Misty Fairy House, she should have been a shining jewel among our age. Too bad she's born deficient and couldn't cultivate. Fortunately her other talents in alchemy are able to make up for that fact, otherwise she'd be facing a fate far worse than a servant at her home. Don't tell me, is this woman intending to help cure the young miss from the Mirage family? Oh, this is getting ridiculous. I bet even Bai Chong Feng of the medicine sect wouldn't be able to do it, let alone this unknown person. Compared to the cynicism of the crowd, the womanizer on the other hand was now getting very interested. Standing up, his peachy eyes now glowed with intrigue. Lady, mind explaining to us how you intend to treat this girl with your alchemy? Bai Yan just shook her head and said, there's no reason to bring a knife out to kill a chicken. I do not need to make any pill with my alchemy. What's more, refining a Dan pill for this occasion would be too expensive and time-consuming. Therefore, she never intended to do anything so laborious from the beginning. Mu Ling's smile now got frosty and intimidating after hearing those arrogant words. Oh, then please wow us with your ability then, Mississippi. It would be a real eye-opener to witness someone curing a patient without using any pill or medicine. If this woman wants to shame herself, then why should I stop her? She can go ahead and try. Have Sister Huan Yin be able to cultivate. Ha! You come and help me. Bai Yan didn't care for the high-standing woman's provoking words, instead she now turns to Sun Huan, who readily came over to offer his aid. What do you need me to help with? Her problem is that her meridians are blocked, resulting in unbearable pain when trying to cultivate. I want you to infuse your spiritual energy into her body to unclog the veins under my guidance. I don't think this would work. Rubbing his head, the womanizer holds his doubt. I know the old relics up there have already tried to help Huan Yin using this method before, but it was all useless because the effects were unsubstantial. The explanation there instantly brought on a wave of laughter among the onlookers. Is she thinking herself a miracle healer or something? Talk about having no self-awareness. Ignoring those ignorant comments, Bai Yan continues, you just need to do as I say, the rest I will complete on my own. Rubbing his nose at the persistence, the womanizer shrugs and figured he's not going to lose anything. Alright, I will help you this time under one condition. What do I get out of this? Youth exchange. 7. What benefits do you want? Why not this then? You take off that veil and let me have a look at your face, how about that? A flash sparkles within Sun Huan's eye as he states his wish. He really wants to know what kind of face hides behind that cover. I am afraid I can't do that, but I can cure your kidney deficiency though. Making a faint smirk in return, Bai Yan refutes the request and counters with her own snarky proposal. Twitching in the corner of his mouth, the womanizer has got to hand it to this woman. Can she stop aiming at my kidney for once? In order to not let her go on, he quickly sucks in a deep breath and accepts the deal. All right, I will help you. After saying that, he slowly came before the patient that's known as Huan Yin. Placing his hand on the girl's backhand, he does as instructed and pushes his own energy inside. The pain was sharp and fierce. In no time at all, the patient was shaking all over as her lips turned a bleak dead white due to the pain. If you want to step into the path of cultivation, then endure it, this is only your first step. Jerking to attention over that sentence, Huan Yin immediately turned up to look. She didn't know exactly who Bai Yan was, but that pair of beautiful deep black eyes were powerful forms of support. Biting her lip, the girl presses on and grew firm this time around. Bang! Suddenly, Bai Yan's palm materializes a cluster of flame that emulated strength and control. In a flick of her finger, the spark of heat was shot into the patient's body, allowing the burning sensation to course through the veins at every turn. This treatment lasted for over half an hour. During the entire duration, Huan Yin could swear to the heavens that she would have died many times over due to the torturing pain. Nevertheless, at every moment when her consciousness was about to turn dark, the stern yet supportive voice kept coming over and reinvigorating her spirit and soul. Now, finally finished and without need to keep going, the patient collapses at the closest opportunity. Huan Yin, the womanizer asks with a frown after catching the girl. Is she going to be alright? No matter what, Huan Yin was still his niece, so the man must hold some responsibility here. Otherwise, he won't have a good excuse to explain to his mother, who's also from the Mirage household originally. Restore her blood with a Vitality Dan pill. Here, feed her this and then have her try absorbing some of the energy particles in the air. Taking the beady little thing from the woman's hand, the womanizer hurried to stuff it into his niece's mouth. Sure enough, that pale complexion on the girl's face swiftly changed back to a pinkish red of good color. But the best part came afterwards. Though Huan Yin had lost most of her consciousness at the beginning when she fainted, she did however gain enough of her senses after being caught to pick up the last remark from Bai Yan. Without any need for persuasion, after coming to, the patient herself promptly got into a meditative pose upon awakening and discovered the truth. The spiritual energies in the air were swimming into her body through the skin before eventually reaching her meridian through the veins. There were no sharp pain like usual, in fact it was smooth and unimpeded. Did she do it? Is she able to cultivate now? Is the one recognized as a useless trash from the Mirage family finally able to cultivate? Questions like these were rampant among the guests aboard the riverboat, but the inquiring gazes soon changed to shock and dismay after what they witnessed. There's a very clear level of energy fluctuating around Huan Yin's body. How did you do this? Due to the emotional moment, Sun Huan's first reflex was to make a grab for Bai Yan's shoulder to get a better answer. Unfortunately for the man, Bai Yan had no intent of letting anyone touch her, especially from someone who's known as a player. Sliding to one side, she easily dodges the hug with careful finesse. Merely relying on others to infuse their energy into her body is not enough. It also needs the help of someone's flame to help burn away the filth clogging up her veins and meridian. Only by cleaning out those wastes will she be able to be like a normal person. Pausing for a moment to think on her next part of the explanation, Bai Yan didn't want to blow it out of proportion. It's just that no one would dare to perform this kind of experiment because they would very likely burn away her meridian in the process. It's true the procedure is risky to most, but if the controller has a firm grasp of his powers, then the risks are superficial at most. Youth exchange, 8, an uproar explodes out of the crowd. Thank you so much. Huan Yin's voice was filled with emotion as she reached for Bai Yan's hand to give her gratitude. There's so much things she wanted to say right now but didn't know how to express herself. I don't know what more to say. Without you, I would never have been able to cultivate in this lifetime. Eventually that heartfelt voice had devolved into a whimpering cry, indicating how much this truly meant for the girl who's been mocked numerous times behind her back. Sure, Huan Yin's ability in alchemy may be very high, much thanks to her own effort, but make no mistake, being unable to cultivate remains a huge regret that she couldn't shirk off. But now, Bai Yan has saved her. So how could she not be excited? You don't have to thank me. If you want to thank someone, then thank Sir Xian Huan here. It's he who used a blood ginseng to save you. At first the womanizer still didn't process what she meant by that due to the suddenness of the claim, but that soon changed to an exploding jump into the air. Hey. When did I promise to give you the ginseng? Just now, she smiles like a fox in return. I promised you a blood ginseng only if you could help me make a breakthrough. You didn't do that, so why should I give you it? Rubbing her chin like she's musing the logic in that. A blood ginseng is too cheap for me to help you make a breakthrough. However, it's more than enough to help Miss Huan Yin here. For someone who claims to be a friend of all women, aren't you being a bit petty? Grinding his teeth at being put in the spotlight, the womanizer never thought he'd be taken advantage of like this, not after spending the last 20 years having his way in life. Fine, I can give you the ginseng if you like, but you must let me have a look at your face." Without giving any time for the other side to refuse, Sunwon wanted to take the chance to jump the gun. Unfortunately for this man though, Bai Yan has never been one to let her guards down, especially in some public event filled with strangers. Cold to the glare, she eyes that hand like she's going to chop it off if it inches another step closer. Try and you can lose that hand. Flinching right at the last second, the womanizer normally wouldn't fear any threat from the opposite. After all, he wouldn't be a womanizer if he couldn't handle a few threats from the opposite sex. However, Bai Yan's threatening gaze just rubbed him the wrong way, like there's something creepy to it. "Fine, fine, fine, I won't look if you won't let me." Geez, scared baby eye to death there. Retracting his hand to pat his own chest, the man looks like he's still not quite back to normal due to the sudden fright. Now it's Bai Yan's turn to feel creeped out. Getting goosebumps all over, she didn't expect something so corny and hair-raising to come out of someone so old. At least don't act like a child when you're one of the oldest here. Against the picture of the two fluttering around her opponent's side, the high-standing woman who started all of this didn't look so good. In particular was the fact that her pursuer had just pretty much ditched her for this nobody. Sure, she doesn't like the guy to begin with, but that doesn't mean it's alright to let others take what's supposed to be hers. Then just as Muleng was ready to open that mouth in order to attract attention, a loud rocking suddenly shook the boat and cut her off. What happened? Why do I feel like something is hitting the boat from underneath? A random person from the crowd exclaims. Don't scare me, what could be in the water? It must be your illusion. Another man voices his fear and looked like he's about to faint. The rocking and swaying only got worse and worse, following every second to the point where those on shore could now visibly see the distress. Everyone starting to panic and hurried to spread away as a result, afraid they might get caught up in the mess somehow. Calm down everyone. Muling puts on a strong face after seeing the crumbling situation. I speculate it's just a big fish in the water. It will leave soon enough. Remember, this is the Dragon River, there's no monsters here. But I heard there's supposed to be a dragon living in the river. The young man who cried out earlier in terrible fright calls out this fact. Please be assured everyone, Muling's palm was also getting sweaty despite the strong front. Nevertheless, she persists and doesn't falter in the face. I've been here for many years already, never once have I seen a dragon. If there is one though, be at ease, I would love to tame such a wondrous creature as my own pet. She's a good person, one. It's unsure if it's the reassuring words there, or just her confidence under the stressful situation, but's definitely helping in calming everyone down. That's right. With Miss Muleng by our side, there's no problem. Everyone can stop worrying. There's no way the creature that's rocking the boat is a dragon. If anything, it's probably just some dumb fish who didn't know its place. Various murmurs have started to grow stronger until it eventually formed a wave of support. Taking this opportunity to ride the tide, the high-standing woman points her attention to Bai Yan's party again. Sister Huan-yin, hurry and come to me. If you stay by my side then I can protect you. As for the womanizer. Although he's a self-centered individual who only likes to play with women, Muleng has no illusion about the man's strength. A king rank at the age of 30 was in every right a powerhouse who's only second to his older brother Yunfeng. Definitely a target to win over when trouble's around the corner. Huan Yin naturally refused the offer by shaking her head profusely. She's not so ungrateful as to abandon her savior, so she's clinging hard onto Bai Yan's hand right now. If so, then I can't do anything about that anymore. Those who wish to follow me should come to my side now. If anything happens in a bit, I will use all my power to protect them from whatever happens. Putting on a helpless face, the high-standing woman makes it sound like she's their own savior and option. And sure enough, everyone moved to her side like cattle being herded into a pen. Only by being beside her did they feel any sense of security. After seeing the choices of these people, Muleng's lip had inexplicably curled into an open grin as she confronted the man to join her. Brother Sun Huan, since these people were invited here by us, then it's our duty to protect them together. The miss over there isn't willing to come to me, so I can't do anything about that. However, we have a responsibility to help these who does wish for our help. Even in the face of the second young lord of the Misty Fairy House, the woman's air still carried a level of arrogance, like she's just as superior. So what if he's a king rank? I'm only 26 this year, so it's just a matter of time before I exceed him. I bet I can even become a monarch rank in just a few years at this rate. The womanizer didn't answer right away as expected. Instead, he's now shooting his supposed partner for the event a glance before shifting it back to Bai Yan's body. Those eyes were peachy when landing on the latter. You alone should be enough to protect those around you. I will stay and keep this lady company since she is still a guest after all. The river boat was mainly divided into two compartments here. Since Muling wanted to play the dividing faction card now of all times, it has come into a situation where two underlying parties made up the entirety of the guest list. And since the compartments were closed off by a wall, it would be difficult to lend a hand when one side faces trouble. Against the open opposition and refusal to do as she wished, the high-standing woman immediately took this as a form of insult to her ego. Clenching that fist, she was just ready to say some more swaying words when the boat got rocked again by some sort of impact. Now things were becoming increasingly distressful to the point where the crowds have started to lose their balance. Look out! Suddenly, the womanizer noticed a huge tail that's covered in scales shooting into the cabin to make a grab for a person. Hold it! Muling actually grew furious and snapped after seeing a monster appearing. This was tantamount to being slapped in the face because she did proclaim there couldn't possibly be a monster in the river. Perhaps aware of the oncoming attack from the third party, the creature swimming underneath the water actually surfaced its head to reveal its true face. There are two horns on the head, with scaly skin that glistened under the sunlight. This creature looked downright ferocious with its sharp canine teeth baring at the impudent wench. Dare dragon. She's a good person, too. There really lives a dragon in this river. It's a dragon, it really is a dragon. I have seen the pictures in the old texts, it's exactly as described like that. And it doesn't look like there's only just one here either. The banging is still happening beneath the boat. But we have Miss Muling here, there's no need to fear everyone, she will keep her promise and protect us. While various remarks were being thrown in the air, the high-standing woman herself didn't feel so high and mighty now. The promises she made earlier were no more than boastful bluffs. There's no way she could take on a real living dragon with her meager skills. Save me! Someone please save me! The one being swept away by the dragon tail screamed for help. In her moment of panic, the girl's first instinct was to seek the assistance of Muling because she's the one who stood out the most and was at the forefront of the deck. Unfortunately for the desperate victim, her supposed savior didn't move an inch, only standing there without action like a hesitant bat. This reaction didn't go unnoticed by the girl herself, of course, which gradually caused the flailing and crying to quiet down due to despair. The victim may not want to die or be kidnapped away by some unknown serpent, but she's not so done in the head to not realize Muling had no requirement to save herself. After all, they're not family or friend, merely guests of the same event. Eventually someone did make a move though. For a womanizer, Sun Huan doesn't disappoint in his title because he couldn't stand the idleness showed by everyone and rushed forward with his fists blaring power. The man may not be the best character around, but he sure knows how to show off his heroic side when it counts. Sadly, a dragon would remain a dragon. In one sweep of its tail after noticing the approaching assailant, the attacker was sent flying from the impact. Sun Huan was sent flying. But he's a lower-level king rank cultivator. If he can't do anything, then who else is going to stop them? Numerous gasps and hisses could be heard from the onlookers who were too afraid to do anything, both from ashore and on the boat. Scram male, I only want girls. The dragon doesn't even flinch and showed a disdainful glare at the womanizer before diving straight into the river. Meanwhile, at the same time, The dragon that's been banging at the boat from beneath the water was also done with its deed. There's now a big hole in the side, allowing the river water to gush into the lower cabins. Ah! The cold water poured into Huan Yin's mouth after she was suddenly caught by another tail that came sweeping in through the hole. She wanted to struggle and break free. Unfortunately, her strength was nowhere being strong enough to resist as the lack of oxygen quickly left her sight blurring away. Am I going to die today? It was so hard for me to be able to cultivate too, but now I'm going to die. Frustration and sadness plagued that pitiful smile as she closed those eyes in acceptance. But fate has kindness. Just as she's about to hit rock bottom, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed her by the wrist. Before Huan Yin knew it, air, fresh and powerful air filled her lungs, refreshing her already muddled consciousness with life again. I didn't die. In that moment of her life, the girl could not believe her luck. She had already given up and stopped struggling underneath, but now her face was above water and gazing up at the sky. Then all of a sudden, a bolt of electricity zapped her brain upon remembering what had happened and the hand who helped herself. Before Huan Yin could ask those around where her savior was, the other girl who was also dragged into the water was thrown into the air and landed back on deck like herself. By this point the deck of the boat had been filled with people, they're all making apologetic looks as they watched the bottomless river. Who? Regaining some strength after collecting herself, Huan Yin hurries to search around. What happened just now? Who saved me? The faces coming back were very complicated. In the end it was the womanizer who decides to explain the details. It was the girl who cured you earlier. Up till now none had even bothered to ask the lady her name, so Yunhuan, womanizer, couldn't even state Bai Yan's name. What? The soaked girl anxiously grabbed onto the man's arm and scanned the area. But where is she? I don't see her. She's a good person. 3. She didn't come out. With a bang, Huan Yin's girl leg crumbled as she felt her body falling to the ground. There's so much pain in her eyes that she felt distraught at being the cause of someone's death. I owe her my life, twice at that too. I will go have the Elder Council come look for her. This river is far too deep to search with only us here. Clenching his fist hard, the womanizer Sun Huan still couldn't forget the brave image of Bai Yan jumping into the water at a moment's notice. He never thought someone would be so self-denying that they would sacrifice themselves for others. Brother Huan Yin, this wouldn't be appropriate. Mu Leng's wrinkled brow showed she didn't approve of the plan. Your brother's condition isn't very stable recently and the Elder Council is busy with their own matters. How can they come and save a single person? And she already entered the bottom of the river. There's no way she could be alive. The implication of those words were too obvious. Quit wasting time and effort because the person's dead. You shut up. The womanizer shoots a harsh glare at the impudent girl with his bloodshot eyes. He's fuming and easily provoked at the moment. At first Muleng still didn't know how to react, but that shocked look soon turned to disbelief because it's the first time the man yelled at her. And it's for a stranger. Muleng, I thought you were only a proud-natured person, so I didn't mind that part about you. At least you weren't conceited in my view. But now I've seen the truth. You cowered in fear. I can't fault you for wanting to keep yourself safe. After all, being self-protective is human nature. What I can't accept is you lying to these people who believed in you. If you weren't going to protect them, then why did you promise what you did? Muleng's complexion had turned pale at the accusation. She didn't know how to respond to the man's interrogation. Oh Muleng, I'm such a fool. To think I had wanted to pursue a woman like you. You're not a proud woman at all, you're nothing but a self-centered fake who knows nothing of kindness and promise. Trembling in the corner of her lips at the last part, the woman wanted to defend herself. Unfortunately for her, she didn't even get to chip in a single word before the conversation was cut off by the first girl who got swept into the water. I saw it clearly. The one who saved me is the lady from before. She's a kind person. To think she would go so far for strangers like us. That whimpering voice was crystal clear, so pretty much everyone on deck could hear her. Guilt could be seen across the board in everyone's eye right now. They didn't forget their ridiculing words from earlier despite having no reason to do so. Sir Sun Huan, if the elders aren't willing to take action, then I'm willing to send my family's elites to come help in the search. Me too. We can't sit back and watch when someone like that is in need of help. Meanwhile, all of this was occurring above water. Bai Yan, on the other hand, was busy confronting the two big lizards who caused this whole mess to begin with. In truth, she could have released her son to deal with them using the bloodline pressure at the start. In that case, none of this mess would have occurred. However, this was after all not the mainland. If she leaked her son's identity, then it wouldn't be good and might even bring danger along their way. So, here they are, out of sight and without anyone to pry into their business. Imagine the two dragons discovering the one they dragged away weren't some pretty damsel in distress. Rather, it's a ferocious beast that carried an even scarier beast that could make them tremble in great fear. She's a good person, Fourth, High Highness. The dragon struggles to speak under that pressuring aura. We really didn't know you were here. Please forgive us for being uninformed. Don't be fooled by that cute little appearance of the fox there wagging its tail. The amount of pressure the kids exuding towards the two were crushing, downright torturing. Furthermore, there's also another unknown source of energy that the dragons couldn't quite get right somewhere. I'm going to only ask you one question. Bai Yan arches her brow. Why are you pulling those human women into the water? The lizards didn't answer right away. Exchanging a look with each other, they seemed to be conflicted on whether to answer or not. Son, seeing the unwillingness of the two, the woman makes a faint smirk and urged her boy to go forward. It seems they won't talk, so you can go ahead and do it. Rubbing that paw together like a devious and sly fox that he was, Bai Xiaochen readily walked towards the dragons like a predator facing its prey. Every step he took, the two would feel the pressure increasing twofold, leaving their heads unable to even get off the ground at this stage. I will speak. The gold dragon was the first to give in from the pressure. Shaking with great fear, it's because of our family's mistress. She's injured and needs the blood of human women to stabilize her condition. But because of her unwillingness to harm a human, her injury's been getting worse over the years till it's become life-threatening at this stage. Talk about poor planning and pure bad luck. If they knew by simply coming out for a trip would send them bumping heads into the royal family, then they would never do something this stupid. I beg you, please let us go. Mistress only has us around her, there's no other dragons living here. We can't die, or at least until our mistress meets the one whom she's waiting for. Pleading here was the other silver dragon. He's also the one who swept the girl called Huan Yin from underneath the boat after breaking a hole in the ship. Take me to see that mistress of yours. After a minute of contemplation, Bai Yan orders after finishing her decision. In truth, she's been sensing a familiar vibe around here ever since she stepped onto the riverbed. It's just that she couldn't quite pinpoint where it's coming from. The silver dragon grew hesitant due to being taken aback by the demand. However, his brother the gold dragon didn't have any issue with this and easily nodded that head. Okay, I will take you to see my mistress. As members of the demon race, these two shouldn't have any enmity against the mistress. Following from behind, Bai Yan eventually found herself coming before a luxurious-looking palace underneath the water. As the two lizards stated, there doesn't seem to be any other dragons living around these parts or inside the structure for that matter. So, their trip was rather uneventful without any resistance or interference. Bang! But just when they're about to reach a certain bedroom that's clearly reserved for the owner, the door was suddenly blown right open. Immediately, a beautiful woman wearing a long green dress had rushed out of there and turned to scan her surroundings with anxious light. Seconds later, her eyes eventually fell upon Bai Yan's face, who had long removed the veil during their trip over. There's the initial confusion at first, then that soon changed to excitement and overflowing joy. You are the one I'm waiting for. Bai Yan's heart shuddered with shock at the question. Staring right back at the woman who seemed oddly familiar, she asked with uncertainty, "You were waiting for me?" "Yes, I have been dreaming of this day since my birth." Not being polite, the dragon lady strode forward in careful delight as her happiness melted away the sickly color on that face. That dream had a voice. It always told me she would come for me. Whether it be 1 year or a decade, she would come back for me. She's a good person. 5. So, I have been waiting all this time. I never lost hope that the one I'm waiting for would join me eventually. The woman with the green dress stumbles to a halt, her face showing hope and surprise when reaching out with that hand to touch Bai Yan's face. "I could sense it when you approached the palace. You are the one, the person I've been waiting all this time in the past century. What is your name?" Bai Yan's hands were slightly shaking when reaching up to meet the other side's. There's so much emotion flowing in those pupils that words are in no way enough to describe them. "Tsing Yi, my name is Tsing Yi. I thought I wouldn't make it with my injuries, but now I could finally meet you." Upon thinking of how close she came to not meeting Bai Yan, a trickle of tear would come rolling down the corner of the dragoness's eye. "Tsing Yi." Hugging the woman, Bai Yan could feel her heart pumping with pain over what she's heard. "I'm here now, don't worry. From now on no one can hurt you again because I won't let them." Tsing Yi has the blood of the azure dragon in her veins, so the woman's identity speaks for itself. However, Suzaku, Vermilion Bird, did mention azure dragon was a man. Well, a change of sex during a reincarnation couldn't be ruled out here, right? "I believe in you." The woman's voice sounded very nice to the ear, like the flowing water of a mountain creek. "Tsing Yi, let me see your body right now." Letting go of her hug, Bai Yan inserts her spiritual feelers through the skin in order to examine the dragoness. Almost immediately, her expression had turned grim. "Who caused you to become like this?" The current azure dragon could hardly be considered the great sacred beast that's been described in those stories. In fact, her life force was on the edge of flickering out. If Bai Yan came even a day later, it's very likely the dragoness would have died on her own. Casting that face down to the ground, Tsing Yi's aura turned weak and gloomy. The misty fairy house is home to a clan of dragons. Because of how well we are hidden from the world, the humans have never bothered us. Without interruption, Bai Yan quietly listens in on the story. 100 years ago, my clan had an infighting and my father was imprisoned as a result of the traitors among our ranks. They not only stole my father's position as chief, they also framed me, claiming I colluded with a human man and kidnapped my own father. It's funny they would say that honestly. How could I have colluded with a human to harm my own father? If the other clan members had just investigated a bit, then they would have known the man was merely my friend that I met on a trip. In the end, the rest of the clan members were swayed into hunting me and nearly took my life in the following pursuit. Originally I wouldn't have lasted long after the injuries I sustained, but I just couldn't accept my fate ending like that. From birth, I've been waiting for you, so I couldn't bring myself to die like they wished. Tsing Yi's expression looked lifeless and sad then, knowing full well about her own condition. "I'm sorry, I can't stay with you longer. At most I can only live for a few more days." As for rescuing her father and reclaiming the clan, that's nothing but a pipe dream at this point. "I will find a way to heal you." Bai Yan's complexion was seething with rage. "Don't give up, Tsing Yi. I will definitely save you. I just need to find the right ingredients. Once I do, your injuries will immediately be cured with my help." Shooting up her eyes in surprise, the dragoness's voice became emotionally excited. I can really live." Giving a heavy nod in confirmation, "I won't let you die." Also, going silent for a moment, Bai Yan then rummages through her storage bag before pulling out a bottle. "This here will help you keep going for another 3 months. I will use this period to gather what I need. Do not give up until I return." "Yes, mistress." Overjoyed in her smile, Tsing Yi collects the gift with careful precision. "But please don't leave yet, there's something I want to do first." Can we form a contract? She's a good person. 6. Contract. Blinking her eyes, Bai Yan was rather taken aback by the suddenness of it all. Even so, she didn't refuse after recalling back to the events which took place when she contracted little Rice back at the bedside. Closing her eyes, let's begin then. At the permission, the dragoness quickly pointed her finger over to Bai Yan's temple and allowed the stream of connection to bond together between mistress and familiar. And sure enough, the vivid scenes of the battlefield had once again emerged within the mind of the latter. This is my past life. No, this is my memory from 2 lives ago. It was then while Bai Yan remains busy fussing over which life this was, a loud chaotic ruckus of metal and explosions had pulled her attention. Hurrying to seek the source, Bai Yan could see there are 2 opposing forces at a standoff. Almost immediately, she could recognize one of them. It's a young man wearing a deep blue gown with a very handsome contour of a proud general. There are a lot of similarities between this youth and Xing Yi's face, though they're different sexes though. Why do you submit to a mere human woman when you are the great dragon general of the demon realm? Tell me where she is and I will let you live. The enemy frowns and attempts to sway the unyielding youngster. In return to that proposed deal, a wild laugh was all that came out of the general's mouth. If none is willing to take on this daunting task in hell, then I shall do it. But before I head off into hell, I will take all of you with me first. So what if I have to go to hell after I die? If I can attack the gods themselves, then a simple place like hell is nothing to fear. Attack! The enemy forces were outraged by the youth's arrogant proclamation. In a wave of the leading man's hand, find that woman, she is likely at the brink of making a breakthrough. We must use this golden opportunity to slay her during her weakest. After the orders were given, both sides immediately charged into each other and blood soon stained the sky and ground. Though the youth's side came out with a victory in the end, he's nevertheless severely injured with blood soaking into his gown. There are a few survivors on his end left, but they're so far and in between that it's not even worth mentioning anymore. And fate has a tendency to toy with those who are living as always. Just as the youth's about to pull up the very sword in which he's using to support himself, another blade had abruptly came down from the sky and pierced into his chest. Puff! Losing pretty much most of his motor skills after the sneak attack, the youth finally turned his head around and met the assailant's gaze. There were numerous emotions after he recognizes who it was, but most of it were disbelief and sadness. Why are you, sadly, the final sentence there could never be completed. Crashing to the ground as all life left him, a cloud of dust scatters into the air over the impact. Outside the battlefield, Bai Yan desperately wanted to see the face of the assailant for herself. Unfortunately for her though, the layer of fog over that face remains regardless of how she moved around. Even so, there was one point she's certain of now: the assailant must be acquainted to the youth if he could get a hit in so easily from behind. Boom! The scene exploded and shatters into a million pieces, causing Bai Yan to return to reality and collapsing onto the cold hard floor. Tears quickly came trickling down as the wave of emotion hit her in full. Mistress, what's wrong? Xing Yi didn't understand the huge change in her mistress's demeanor, so she's starting to get worried. It's nothing. Shaking her head in return, Bai Yan didn't want to make a big deal out of this. After all, she knew the scenes from her memory were powerful images to begin with. For the sake of getting an answer, she's not going to stop. She's a good person. 7. Xing Yi, you are seriously injured now, so stay here and care for yourself until I finish refining the medicine. I will come back for you. Let Goldie and Silvery follow you then. The dragoness offers the help after a moment of silence. No, they are better suited to protect you. Besides, I already have a little guardian with me, there's no need for another too. Bai Yan then proceeded to pat the little fox in her arms to indicate her son would be the little protector. It getting late, I should leave now. As adamant as Xing Yi was of this idea, she knew her mistress wouldn't stay forever in the Dragon River. Then let them escort you at least. She purses her lip and offered again. This time Bai Yen didn't refuse and answered with a nod. When I have time, I will come see you. Oh. The whimpering from the little fox meant that he's also of that idea because he could come play with the new friend whenever he's bored. Goldie and Silvery were now both standing in attendance on both sides as they prepared to leave. The two are quite fast-witted actually. Since their mistress has become this lady's familiar, their attitude got extremely respectful with a lot of flattery tones in there during the trip back. Unfortunately for them though, Bai Yen has never been one to take bootlickers very well, so it only became a bother. Once at the described exit, she shooed the both of them away like they're contagious or something. Back over in the surface, Huan Yin, girl, had just returned to her home after everything exploded into a rescue effort for Bai Yen. The poor lady was dreadfully moody for the lack of result and hanged her head as she walked past her own father. Hold it! Huan Lifang hollers out to his daughter after getting no eye contact. Coming back to attention, the young lady turns without energy. Father, did you call me? What happened to you today? Why are you so dejected? Speaking like it's nothing, I can cultivate now. This news literally smashed the old man into startling amazement. Nearly screaming in that voice due to the joyous news. What do you mean? Daughter, you can cultivate now. If she can cultivate, then why is she acting so dejected? Biting that lip, the girl couldn't hold it in anymore and allowed the tears to come forward. That lady who cured me is in danger and is now missing. Father, please help, please send someone to save her. What? Huan Lifang was furious and exploded with rage. Since the lady was the one who cured you, then of course we will go save her. She is the benefactor of our family. Just tell father who it is, I will send my people to crush them right away. And she not only healed me, she also saved my life. The girl's voice started to stammer as she's about to openly cry. At the time the boat was being attacked by a dragon. The creature dragged me into the water and I thought I was about to die when no one came to help me. That's when she dived in without any care for her own life to save me. Dragon. This. The father's eye now showed absolute shock over the stunning news. He's heard of there being dragons within the Dragon River, but never has he seen or heard of one being sighted. It can't be, there really are dragons living in that river. Daughter, you go inside and rest first. I will call the higher-ups of the family and hold a meeting. Don't worry, we will definitely find her even if it's just a corpse. The girl only fell into danger for the sake of Huan Yin. We mustn't be ungrateful and just stand by to watch. Despite the promise from her old man, the dejected girl's mood remains as moody as ever. She knows, by this point the likelihood of survival was thin. Even if they do locate Bai Yen, then it would be as a dead body and nothing more. Meanwhile, at the same time over at the chief's residence, the womanizer Sun Huan had just arrived at his own home too when he started screaming out for help. Mother, father, hurry and come help. Someone needs saving. Hypocritical Mulang, 1. In this usually quiet estate, the eager voice of this womanizer was no different from an injection of adrenaline, sending all of the occupants inside to rush out in search of the commotion. What happened, Sun Huan? Jun Tianyu, wife, asks her son after seeing that urgent demeanor. Mother, he firmly grabs onto that arm. Hurry and go call everyone. Just now my friend's been dragged away by a dragon living under the Dragon River. Wah! The group of elders who followed from behind the lady of the house were all aghast by the shocking news. Their faces were either showing incredulous or disbelief. Dragon. The Dragon River is really home to a dragon. For a while there, everyone was exchanging silent looks because they knew there's just no way for survival after being towed away for so long. Son, the mother remains to be the calmest here and wanted some more details. Tell me what exactly happened first. Giving a slight nod in return, the womanizer knew he must do as told in this situation. Bit by bit, He went over the story of how Bai Yan cured Huan Yin's condition, then of how she dived into the water despite the danger in order to save the two girls who were dragged under the water. Jun Tianyu and her husband Wu Wei were both quite shocked in the face afterwards. One for learning there's such a selfless person under them, the second being the incredible ability the lady portrayed on the boat. You mean that lady really cured Huan Yin's condition? Chief Wu Wei asks with a tinge of anxiousness in his voice. The man held a very clear picture of the lass's physical condition, so the fact that someone could cure her left a lot of questions to be answered. Yes, father, you must save her. Even at this point the womanizer still doesn't know why he's acting so heartbroken over the scene of Bai Yan being dragged into the bottom of the river. It's definitely not love or adoration, that much he's certain. So, what could this feeling be that's constantly stinging at his heart? Okay, the mother's gaze looked grim. I will have our people go search for the lady. Perhaps she might be alive still if we are quick. With the guarantee of the lady of the house, Sun Huan's expression also lightened up. Thank you, mother. As long as you can save her, then I will be good in the future too. Making a helpless smile over her son's promise, this mother didn't know whether to be happy or sad that it took so long for her second son to reach this level maturity. Compared to her first son, Sun Huan definitely left a lot to be desired of. You go and rest first. If there's any news, then I will come inform you. Giving a nod at that, the man then turns away for his own room. Madam. The elders were dissatisfied with the rash promise and quickly objected. The first master is already terminally ill. We don't have time to waste on searching for some stranger. Please reconsider the decision. Growing heavy in the complexion, the woman got stern in the voice almost immediately. This is my decision. No one is allowed to have any objection. Chief. The elders then shift their eyes over to Chief Wu Wei instead. Coughing twice at the added attention, the chief knew he must take a side. Everything is to be done according to my wife's will. Since Wu Wei has spoken, the rest of the elders could do nothing but carry out the command. Arching their fist, they quickly retreated away. Are you trying to take a chance with that lady after hearing Sun Huan's claim? Alone now, the husband turns to his wife and asks inquisitively. Hypocritical Mulang, too? Jun Tianyu, wife, gives a faint nod. Yes, if she can cure Huan Yin, girl, then her ability must be quite good. I want to invite her to come look at Yunfang's condition. But she's been dragged down to the bottom of the river by the dragon already. I fear her likelihood of survival is slim at this rate. Unable to hold in his frustration over this sad predicament, Chief Wu Wei felt a sense of bitterness in the mouth and sighed heavily. This may not be the case. As long as we don't see the body, then it's very possible that she's alive still somehow. Even if the hope was slim, or just a flicker, this mother wasn't going to give up for the ask of her son. Inside the Misty Fairy House, all four major powers are ablaze with activity, causing the Dragon River to be entrenched with heavy security as a result of their search. And due to Bai Yan's need to hurry back, the girl was oblivious to the commotion her presence has caused for everyone. Nevertheless, her goal was achieved, and the brother Shifis she newly recognized didn't realize she had snuck out. Shifis, did something happen today? Bai Yan asks after seeing the gloomy expression on the two that night. It's not a big deal or anything, you only need to focus on your training. Delighted now, the older Zhongnan spoke first. Oh yes, what is your level? We want to test and see your results. I think, my breakthrough will happen very soon. There were flashes of light in both brothers' iris after hearing that. This is wonderful news. The girl's talent is indeed great, to think her breakthrough would happen so soon. Ahumph, the younger Zhongbei makes an embarrassed cough over his brother's lack of control. Patting the woman's shoulder, Lassie, I didn't misread you at all. Your talent is by far the best we've come across in years. Aside from the young lord of our Misty Fairy House, there is only one other by the name of Mulang who could be called an absolute genius like you. Pausing at this point, he seems to be contemplating on what to say next. It's a shame that you started late. Don't worry though. With our help and the pace you're going now, it's not out of expectation for you to break into the higher level of king rank before 30. Towards that claim, the little fox in Bai Yan's arm immediately made a furrowed face like he's looking down at Zhongbei. Mother is already at the monarch rank yet he's saying king rank. Humph, that is so 3 years ago. Bai Shuchen murmurs this in the head, holding the old grandpa in contempt for the blindness. Though Zhongbei himself doesn't speak fox, he's still quite taken aback by the demeanor of that little rascal's attitude when he glanced down. Why do I feel like this baby fox looking at me funny? Disciple, Zhongnan, older, suddenly remembers something and made a frown. In the coming days I don't want you going out. Why? I just heard that in the river not far from here appeared a dragon and that someone's been hurt as a result of their attack. If you must go out then you must bring someone with you at least. Zhongnan's tone was very serious in there. It wasn't easy for him to take in such a satisfactory disciple after so many years. So, if the dragons hurt her then where would he complain to? Freezing in the hand, Bai Yan ended up twitching in the corner of her mouth. I understand. It seems that Goldie and Silvery caused quite the commotion today. I must remind Xing Yi after this so they don't butt heads during this period. Hypocritical Mulang, 3. It's good that you understand. Despite sighing in relief, Zhongnan doesn't let this go lightly. I will need to send a couple of people to shadow this lassie in secret. I can't let her be harmed because we're careless. Mu Manor. Clutching her sweaty palm as she paced back and forth between the big hall, Muling felt extremely uncomfortable inside as she waited. But that changed as soon as her eyes fell upon the beautiful lady that walked in the door, Shifu. Smiling at her disciple, Elder Muzhin didn't hesitate to ask for why the girl's acting so strange. Are you waiting for me? Why are you looking so nervous? Yes, Shifu, pursing that lip, Muling drops that head before speaking. Shifu, I think I've failed in getting close to Sun Huan. The proud woman never favored someone like Sun Huan to begin with, even if he was the second in line to the position as chief in the Misty Fairy House. So why did she go and seduce that womanizer? There were several reasons but it mainly surrounded the fact that she had a desire for power and her Shifu instructed her to do so. Give the specifics, I want to know the details. Stern and dark, Elder Muzhin orders. Bit by bit, the story of what happened on the dragon boat was listed in clear detail. Regarding the event that afternoon, the white-haired beauty has long heard of it before returning home, just that she didn't know her disciple had made such a huge blunder where not only does her reputation would take a huge hit and plummet, she also lost the favor of the second young lord in the Misty Fairy House. Langer, do you know where you went wrong? Muzhin sighs at her disciple's carelessness. It's your boasting. Even if you didn't want to save those people, you shouldn't have promised anything. With Sun Huan's personality, he will definitely be dissatisfied you after learning the truth. Getting on her knees now, the proud girl now started to weep. Shifu, please help me, I can't fall like this after working so hard. Going silent, the old beauty didn't speak for the longest time. Go to the Mirage family's place and apologies to them. Though Huan Yin is only a relative of the chief's wife, the girl is highly favored by her aunt. In addition, Muzhin's gaze now turned sharp and fierce, you must marry Sun Huan at all cost. Now Muleng was absolutely shaking in her body after hearing her Shifu's final order, I understand. She only intended to string the man along at first when she originally got the order to seduce the person, now it's obvious her Shifu intends to marry her off for real this time. So, how could she accept this ending? First of all, her own talent far exceeds that womanizer. Though their level still doesn't stand on the same level yet, but the age difference says it all. It's just a matter of time before she surpasses everyone. If nothing else, go back to your room for now. Muzhin waves her hand, signaling her student to leave. Yes, Shifu. Closing those eyes, the girl hides the unwillingness in there and retreated as told. Leaving the main hall, Muleng begrudgingly bypassed several of the long corridors before eventually reaching a familiar courtyard. But before she could reach the doorway for her own room, a guard had walked in from the side to make a report. "Miss, I have uncovered the matters you ordered us to investigate." Well, her brow arching into a glare, she sounded cold and intimidating. "Who was it? Who was that woman who stole my limelight?" "She is the Ho family's daughter called Ho Chui Chui, but, when I went to confront the lady, she informed us that she didn't attend the event for various reasons and sold the invite slip to someone else." "Who did she sell to?" Muleng's expression was now getting hard and dangerous. "We were able to locate the dealer very easily and even managed to get a portrait of the woman according to the description he gave." "Miss, please have a look." Hypocritical Muleng. 4. The guard in question hurries to present the portrait in front of the lady. After careful scrutiny, Muleng's expression soon changed from smug to enraged anger. The woman on the portrait was almost surreal in how beautiful it was, far surpassing her own image in every way. In particular were those eyes. It's deeply attractive and the key factor in confirming it's indeed the same person she met on the boat. "She is the woman who bought the invitation?" Biting her lip, she asks with a frosty tone. "Go deal with that dealer first, then go tell that Ho Chui Chui that if she wants to be a prominent figure around here then she is to do as I say." From this point forward Ho Chui Chui is the woman in this portrait, the very same person who saved Huan Yin. If her people could follow the trail and investigate up to this point then it's a surety that Sun Huan and everyone else would as well. By using Ho Chui Chui to impersonate this unknown woman, Muleng could use this to her advantage. After all, no one saw Bai Yan's true face thanks to the facial veil she wore. As for the air and temperament, that's easily solvable with time and training. "Yes, milady." Getting the order, the guard promptly retreated away to carry out his task. Heaving a long sigh after seeing she's alone finally, Muleng was just about to put the portrait away when the door to her place was pushed open again. In a panic, she hurried to hide the scroll behind her back and away from the newcomer's prying eye. "Shifu, are you looking for me?" Wrinkling that temple, the old beauty arches her brow inquisitively. "What is that hidden behind you?" The girl's demeanor appeared somewhat edgy. It's not that she doesn't believe her Shifu or anything. It's just that there are some things better left untold whenever possible. Darkening in the face upon getting no answer from her disciple, the old beauty decides to take matter into her own hands. In a wave, the portrait being hidden was promptly snatched away. "Shifu!" Muleng exclaims in great fright at seeing the scroll being unfolded. While the young girl herself only wanted to hide the picture, Muzhin on the other hand showed a much bigger reaction than expected. It's as if a ghost had just appeared from the depths of hell and wanted to strangle this old lady. That's how pale the woman looked at this moment. "Langer, where did you get this portrait from?" Muzhin's lip trembles as she spoke. It was actually so bad that even her hands were having a hard time keeping the scroll in check and almost dropped it on several occasions. Though Muleng herself doesn't know what's gotten into her Shifu right now, it doesn't stop her from giving the details. "You mean, the woman in this picture is that very same lady?" Muzhin's eye flashed meaningfully. "Yes Shifu, that's her right there." "Good, very good. Remember, do not let anyone else see this portrait again." Returning the scroll to her disciple, Muzhin herself felt relieved for some unknown reason. Yes, that woman is dead, she couldn't possibly be alive. Thinking of this, the old beauty's mood immediately let up. Evoking a snarling smirk, since that woman is the one who saved Huan Yin then she mustn't be allowed to live. From now on forward, I will try to muddle the search effort. As to Huan Yin's side, Langer, you will need to count on yourself to do your half. I understand Shifu. Although Muleng didn't know the specifics yet regarding the search effort, she did understand enough that there's no possible way the woman could have survived after being eaten by a dragon. Oh yes, Muzhin's gaze narrowed into a slit, your plan will need to be adjusted to the situation. Even if the temperament is similar, it's useless. What's really important is the body shape, after all, that Sun Huan is no fool when it comes to the opposite sex. He's sharper than anyone in the Misty Fairy House when recognizing a female's body. Hypocritical Mulang, 5, Shifu, I know what to do. Glowing a frosty tint in those eyes, Mulang confirms she's got the idea in her demeanor. This time I will not let my plan fail. The whole family was a small to middle-ranked household in the Misty Fairy House. As such, even if the disciples under them would have to survive with their tails behind their butt. But that's all changed in the past couple of days thanks to the people sent over by Mulang. Not only did Ho Chui Chui herself readily accept the proposal to impersonate Bai Yan when the idea was brought up, she also willingly joined the plan to become Huan Yin's benefactor in light of the deceit involved. It's simply too tempting, being a person of superior status. However, there's just one minor issue, she must lose that buttload of weight from her figure. Sadly, Ho Chui Chui has always been a glutton. Forcing her to go on a diet was excruciatingly painful. Therefore, it only took a few days before the girl couldn't handle the restriction anymore and secretly snuck out of her home to visit the best restaurant around. Oh ho ho! Bai Shuchen tugs at his mother's sleeve, those eyes shooting straight over to the restaurant that's giving off a salivating smell in the air. Are you hungry? Halting in her step, she asks with an affectionate gaze. Giving a desperate nod at that question, the baby fox looked absolutely adorable in that appearance. It's no different from a baby pleading for food to his mother. In actual truth, the boy didn't really want the restaurant's food, rather it's his own mother's cooking. Sadly, he's too afraid of them being snatched away by those two new shifis when they get a whiff of the smell. As such, he could only endure for now and turn to this restaurant. If you are hungry then let's go inside and rest. Bai Yan's naturally aware of the two shadows tailing her since the day of the conversation, therefore she's not in the position to go inform Tsing Yi of what she knew right now. But no matter, passing on a message could be left solely to Goldie and Silvery since they are under no restriction. The main urgency still remains with locating Dragony and the Bloodvine seeds. Bai Shuchen didn't have that much problems compared to his mother though. He only has food in mind at the moment. Blinking like stars in his eyes, the little fox licks that cheek like a good little son that he was and got a good rub on the head in return. Unbeknownst to the boy though, Bai Yan was rather worried about her son's current state for it's been a long time since she's heard him call out to her in that cuddly voice. The business around this Longjing restaurant was very good based on the fullness of their lobby. Maybe it's just luck at play today but Bai Yan and her son were able to get a table as soon as they entered thanks to a couple leaving at the same time. But good fortune doesn't always last. As soon as she's finished picking out a few dishes and was in the middle of playing with her son, that's when it happened. Ho Chui Chui, I obviously came first so based on what can you take my seat? The voice sounded angry. Sneering in return, Lu Yu, you've snatched my stuff on more than one occasion before so what does it matter if I return the favor just this once? You, the other person stares wide-eyed there. The idea of Ho Chui Chui talking back to him simply never crossed his mind. What's going on here? This girl always run like a cat as soon as she sees me, why is she acting so rudely all of a sudden? You are crazy. In the end, he snaps and shot this over to the instigator of the drama. You only dare to pick on me before because of your brother working in the chief's manor. From now on I, Ho Chui Chui, will no longer put up with your affronts. If you don't scram before I get mad then I will show you what it means to cross me. After giving this threat, the chubby girl then picks up the leftover dishes and threw it all over in Lu Yu's direction. Hypocritical Mulang, 6, at the same time while this was occurring to one side, the waiter in charge of serving Bai Yan's table had finished bringing over their food by then. As the little glutton that he was, Bai Shuchen's little paw naturally wanted to make a grab for the delicious things placed before his eyes. Sadly, the flying leftovers from the troubling fight had come splashing over and ruining all of the dishes in their spot. Bai Yan's first reaction was a dark face of disbelief while her son just froze there with his paw still reaching out. It's simply too ridiculous and out of the blue that both were unable to react aside from the kid leaking out a bead of tear from having his much-anticipated food being squandered away by someone else. It's unsure when, but a large crowd of people had gathered around the middle of the lobby of this restaurant by now, all of them attracted by the commotion. You want to splash me with the leftovers? Lu Yu grinds his molar over the insult. Not backing down, Ho Chui Chui completely flips the table this time and sent every dish nearby flying into the air. As a result of this, Bai Yan and her son were now fully in range of the oncoming splatters of meat and vegetables. If not for the woman herself moving fast and dodging in time, it's very likely the mother and son duo would be covered in food from the second shower. Enraged at this point, Bai Xiaochen completely puffs up his fur over the utter destruction of his meal and made a direct dash for the chubby girl's stomach. No forgiveness. Ah! Ho Chui Chui never expected an attack from another assailant, let alone a tiny critter from some random direction. Therefore, she immediately faltered to the ground after taking several steps backward from the impact. Her eyes were furious upon noticing it's nothing but a baby fox who assaulted herself. You damn beast, how dare you charge at me? I will skin you this instant and make a coat out of you. But before the chubby girl could carry out her wretched plan, a pair of delicate hands had reached over to pull the still fuming fox into a protective embrace. What did you just say about skinning whose fox? The voice and glare was dreadfully cold, sending a wave of frost down anyone's spine upon contact. In this moment, Ho Chui Chui actually found herself in a state of panic under that threatening gaze. She didn't know why, but it's just very frightening, like it's coming from within and not from over there. Nevertheless, the arrogance within this one seems to be bigger than anything else, even fear itself. In no time at all, her pompous attitude had returned. Is this little fox yours? The chubby girl purses her lip, flustered still despite having the courage to speak. Indifferent in the face, Bai Yan didn't answer the person. I won't ask you to apologize to me, but you will have to sell me that fox. Regardless of how stupid this chubby wench was, she's not blind to the fact that she's alone here. Against so many pairs of witnessing eyes, the only outcome would be her loss at this rate, hence the compromise. Now Bai Yan's gaze was getting extremely intimidating after hearing someone's outrageous demand of trying to buy her own son. In an instant, an oppressive and domineering aura had swelled out of her body like Di Tsang usually does, making her the female version of a demon lord. Why don't I use a copper coin and buy you instead? It just so happens that my baby fox here needs a waist cleaner. That instantly warranted a protest from Bai Xiaochen at his mother. But I don't leave dung at random, mother. And I most certainly don't need a waist cleaner like that ugly one there. Compared to the protesting chirps of the baby fox, Ho Chui Chui on the other hand was obviously stunned beyond belief. How dare this woman try to buy me for his fox as a waist cleaner? What's more, only for a copper coin. Do you know who I am? A thin layer of anger now covers the chubby girl's face as she spoke. In the future I will be someone who enters the chief's manor. You actually have the nerve to compare me with a fox. Do you think that beast is worthy of me? Not going to waste time arguing with the fool across from herself, Bai Yan had already come before the foe. Indeed, you are not worthy of being my fox's cleaner. Can't let her live. Ho Chui Chui was so shocked that her eyes were literally popping. Against that murderous intent, even her breathing had become difficult. Pang! Bypassing whatever guard or defense the chubby girl had, Bai Yan uses her toe to kick the other side's kneecap, causing the foe to fall to the ground in a kneeling position as a result of the pressure. Enraged by the humiliation, Ho Chui Chui swings her head up to be only confronted by those deathly glares. Whatever she wanted to say in retaliation in that split second, it's completely gone and replaced by an involuntary gulp. The whole restaurant was deathly quiet as a result of the sudden move. This woman, she's too brutal. A slight disagreement and she's already beating someone. Do you still want to buy my fox? The heel of her shoe now firmly pressing down against the chubby girl's back, causing a not-so-obvious pain in the victim's bone in the process. Or do you plan to skin him instead for his fur? With every question and word given there, Ho Chui Chui's complexion would grow paler by the second because of the increasing pressure on her bone. In no time at all, a squirt of blood had seeped out of that trembling mouth and brought her back to reality. She's hit a brick wall this time, a cue for trouble beyond her rank. If only I can reveal my identity, then this woman would never dare to do this to me. But Mulang's message continues to linger in that head. If they want to successfully impersonate that woman, then the public mustn't be allowed to know about the matter. Gritting those teeth, Ho Chui Chui ends up holding back her anger. In the girl's mind, there would be other chances in the future for payback. Outrageous. It was just then a loud hollering voice had drifted over from the restaurant's doorway. Following the source of that sound, what came into view of Bai Yan's eye was an elegant face of someone she's met before. Muling also noticed the inquisitive gaze coming her way right at that moment, but unlike the flat reaction from the former, she herself was absolutely shocked by what came into her view. The very sight of Bai Yan's face was enough to make her go green until it eventually fell into a state of panic. Not missing this, a pang of suspicion promptly sprouted within Bai Yan's head. It seems this person recognizes me. Hold it. Forcing down the unsettling mood inside, the usually high-standing girl slowly strode into the restaurant to confront the other side. Miss, this girl is my friend. I hope you can let this slide out of consideration for my name and face. The plea for mercy immediately warranted a look of gratitude from the chubby Ho Chui Chui. She didn't expect someone as important as Mulang to personally come save herself, let alone claim they are friends. The rest of the occupants inside the restaurant were nominally shocked, of course. There's plenty of envious looks shooting their way now, to the point where Lu Yu, who's the other participant in this fight, had also backed down. The boy's practically trying to hide in order to avoid eye contact. The message today was too obvious. As long as they're not brain dead, there's only one meaning: the whole family of the Misty Fairy House will no longer be a third-rate family anymore. Give you face. Bai Yan's gaze squints into a frosty stare. Do I know you? That last part of questioning definitely brought on a new wave of unease within Mulang's heart. She's very much afraid this woman would remember their last encounter and ruin everything she's had planned for the future. Nevertheless, the will to continue with this farce wins out in the end. We are not acquainted. If we are not acquainted, then why should I give you face? Sneering with contempt at this point, Bai Yan cocks a smirk. Is your face worth a lot of money? Now Mulang could no longer keep up her facade and actually showed a crack in the face. She simply never expected there to be an individual who would dare go against herself in the Misty Fairy House. If you are unwilling to give me face, miss, then I can only apologize ahead of time. Uncle Mu, please restrain this lady for me. Putting on an indifferent air of someone of superior status, this girl acts like she's above everyone else despite willingly joining in on the fight. But in truth, Mulang wanted this outcome from the very start. She only needs an excuse to have her people make a move. Then when it comes time, they could just make up some lie about it being an accident when they harm or kill off the woman. Yes, miss. Upon giving the confirming word, an old figure suddenly snakes out from behind the crowd and shot for Bai Yan's neck, using his hand as an arching arrow, reaching to pierce through the skin and the main arteries. Can't let her live, too. Seeing that the old man had already come before her very eyes, Bai Yan was now stuck in a predicament of whether or not to release her true strength. Issue was, if she did so, her secret would be revealed. But on the other hand, it's very unlikely she would be able to leave if things continued like so. Heaving out a long sigh, Bai Yan knew there's no other choice. Just when she's about to lift her hand to counter, something unexpected occurred and two figures from outside the restaurant had come before her and blocked off the path between herself and that Uncle Mu. They are two middle-aged men, each stern-looking and giving off a strong vibe like mountains that they were. It's you two. Retracting his strike, Uncle Mu looks on in shock at the newcomers. Why are the two of you here? Truth was, it's not just the old senior who's in utter shock. Even Mu Leng, who's standing in the back, were filled with disbelief, like she's seen some horrific scene. What is Tai Long and Tai Hai doing here? Aren't they supposed to be Elder Zhongnan's subordinate? Miss Bai Yan here is the apprentice of both Elder Zhongnan and Zhongbei, hence our presence. We've been tasked to protect the lady. If you insist on attacking her, then it would be considered an act of war against the two elder manors. Uncle Mu's expression promptly changed for the worse over the threat. Even among the elders, there are differing ranks based on their experience and contribution. Though Zhongnan and Zanbai's aren't very high up the ladder, they're still elders of the council. What's more, the chief himself has ordered before that in order to avoid conflict between various factions and elders, the one who makes the first move would automatically be at fault regardless of the reasoning. We've offended the two of you then. Cupping his hand at the two guardians, Uncle Mu swiftly turns around to the lady. Milady, we should go back first, it's getting late. In other words, this matter needs to be reconsidered until further discussion, and that it's not urgent to slay the woman today. Nodding in return, knowing full well what the senior meant, all right, we will leave for today. Ho Chui Chui, you come with me. But before the chubby lady could finish climbing up from the floor, the struggling body abruptly froze there in mid-struggle. Who said you are allowed to go? The sudden voice from behind was devilishly scary to the level where she's now instinctively obeying to save her life. Sweating right down to her palm, the pale-faced girl rigidly answered back, then what do you want me to do? Not bothering to reply to that question, Bai Yan decides to use action to tell everyone what she wanted. In a smooth grab for the other's collar, she directly picks up the flailing girl who's downright screaming now and throws her right out of the restaurant and onto the main street. This will be the one and only lesson to you. If you try to hit on my family's fox again, then I won't just throw you out of a restaurant. Patting her hands together to remove some of the dust, Bai Yan then returns her attention back to her son, who's still quite irritated by the whole mess. Since today's lunch is already ruined, why don't we go home and I will cook you some dishes instead? Lighting up in the eyes as expected, Bai Xiachen nodded his head profusely in agreement. Honestly, that licking tongue was all the answer he needed to give to show his mother he's very happy with the suggestion. Let's go then. Under the astonishing gazes of everyone, Bai Yan ignores the looks and proudly walked out of the restaurant with her son in arm. And it's unsure if it's intentional or not, but when she came out of the doorway, her feet had ended stepping over Ho Chui Chui's body, who was still sprawled all over the ground from the painful toss. The foolish girl was spinning in the head to begin with, now to be trampled again in her injured state. It's almost enough to completely knock her out for good after she sprayed out a mouthful of blood. But the angriest person here wasn't the beaten victim though, it's Mu Leng, who's been completely ignored to the sideline. In light of the silence she's showing off to the public, those shaking fists were the biggest giveaway of how irritated she truly was inside. This woman must die. I will never let her live. Thinking up to here, Mu Leng's dark personality promptly takes over and returns her back to the old self of deceit and pretense. Slowly coming before the chubby girl, if you can still move then get up, I have something to say to you. Can't let her live. 3. Still in her dizzying state, Ho Chui Chui originally wanted to get some help in climbing up. Unfortunately for this chubby lady though, Mu Leng outright ignored her reaching hand and bypassed herself. In the end, she could only grit those teeth and get up by herself after much struggling and chased after that moving back. Mu Manor, inside the study room. Mu Leng's gaze was dreadfully cold as she eyed the ignorant wench who disobeyed her orders. Did you forget the things I said to you before? Cowering with her head hanging low, Ho Chui Chui makes a heavy gulp before defending herself. I've been starving myself for the past few days, I really can't hold myself back any longer. Pang! Slamming the table with her hand, Mu Leng snaps at the fool. Do you want to be a person of status or what? Do you want to be that Huan Yin's benefactor? Do you want to get payback on that woman from today? Following the re-emergence of Bai Yan's face in her mind, Ho Chui Chui's face promptly turned ugly like a witch's. IDO. Since you do, then take this and eat it. Rummaging through her sleeve pocket, Muleng slowly pulls out a certain little pill to hand to the other side. A pang of unease swiftly takes hold after seeing the strange beady little thing. Please. I didn't do anything to deserve poison, please don't. Getting irked by the sudden outburst, the usually high-standing lady was quickly reaching her limit with this idiot. This is not poison, it's a fitness Dan pill. Fitness Dan pill. Showing a startling light in her eyes, Ho Chui Chui didn't understand the meaning for this. Yes, that's right. Unlike a facial Dan pill that can only change a person's face, this fitness Dan pill will change a person's body shape to their liking once consumed. Giving a good moment to let her words sink in, as for the new look you should take, I think that woman from today is good choice. Eat the pill and think of that person's body while doing so. In light of the doubt regarding the plausibility of said effect, Ho Chui Chui wouldn't deny such an opportunity like most girls out there would. Now I won't have to starve myself anymore. Miss Muleng, why don't you give me a facial Dan pill as well? This way I can completely become like that woman, how about it? Just remembering the stunning appearance of Bai Yan's existence was enough to make the chubby wench smirk with glee. If I can have such a sexy body and face, then what man couldn't I get? Even the young lords would fall under my skirt if I willed it. I don't have a facial Dan pill. One could even make out the veins on Muleng's forehead at this point. Humph, even if I did have one I would never give it to such a person like this. Oh. Replying with a look of disappointment, Ho Chui Chui nevertheless composes herself to get back on track. In a flick, she shoves the thing into her mouth and allows the image of Bai Yan's perfect body to manifest in her head after closing her eyes. Then by the time she opened them again, it was exactly as foretold. That chubby body figure was nowhere to be found anymore, only the thin dainty figure of a fine model that had the perfect assets in the much-needed places. This will only last for 3 months at a time. By then you will need to retake the fitness Dan pill in order to maintain this shape, you understand? Raising a smirk, Muleng allows the foolish wench to bask in the glory of her new body before bringing up the bad news. And I also need to tell you one thing. This pill also has a side effect. After taking it, you can no longer have children. What? Shooting up her head in terrible fright, Ho Chui Chui became ghastly. Please don't bluff me. As a woman, if I can't have a child, then how am I supposed to marry in the future? You don't have to worry about that. Don't forget, I'm the most talented alchemist within the Misty Fairy House. Over time, I will inevitably become a 7th grade alchemist, and then I can make all the cure you need to regain that ability. Though the statement was a bit over the top in terms of arrogance, this high-standing lady was indeed a 4th grade alchemist at the tender age of 20-something. As she ages, it's not out of the question for her to reach that amazing feat after a few decades. Can't let her live, for, really. Ho Chui Chui sounded hesitant nevertheless. But upon recognition of how talented Muleng was, she stuffed her doubt back inside at the end. Miss Muleng, I hope you won't forget me when you reach the 7th grade. Rest assured, I'm a person who keeps my promises and would never go back on my words. Now I'm going to first send you to the Dragon River for our plans to work, and do not ever forget the words I said to you. The appearance of Ho Chui Chui naturally couldn't be introduced by herself, otherwise that womanizer Sun Huan would definitely begin suspecting of something. Inside the study room of the Mu Manor. Elder Muzhin was just in the middle of going through her books when a voice from the outside interrupted her work. Though a bit annoyed, the old beauty summoned the individual anyways. Come in. Elder. The person was Uncle Mu, who was charged with following Muleng today to the restaurant. I inadvertently discovered something today while protecting the young miss. What's the matter? She frowns and paid closer attention. I've learned of Zhongnan and Zhongbei taking in a new disciple. A shocked look instantly takes over the old beauty's eye. Growing stern and cold now, those two old-timers actually took in a disciple. I thought after all these years they would be disheartened and have given up on life. Elder, should I send our people to assassinate the girl? A gleam of murderous intent twinkles within the old man's eye, indicating he's not beyond such dirty methods. The Misty Fairy House may not allow confrontation between its members, but that doesn't mean there aren't other methods under the table where they could take charge. For example, the slaying of the two brothers' first disciple was exactly such a case. In the end, Zhongnan and Zhongbei didn't even know their precious apprentice was murdered by someone else and only assumed it was an accident. But that's not the best part. As a result of that order from way back, the once leading figures, Zhongnan and Zhongbei, of the Elder Council has now fallen from grace and could only stand at the bottom of the ladder, unable to move forward again because of their idle cultivation. Humph. Muzhin huffs with displeasure. It was precisely these two old farts who supported the young lord when he mingled with a mundane woman from the outside. I wanted to use forceful means to break off their relationship, but they kept insisting on going against my plan, sending my opinion to deaf ears. But what of it? If I can't beat them in the open, then I can beat them in the shadows. If they weren't so stupid to begin with, then they never would have fallen into their current decrepit state. Just thinking of the past would be enough to make Muzhin's eye flare up with fire. Furthermore, simply killing their first disciple and freezing their cultivation is nowhere close to being enough to dispel my hatred for them both. Senior, I will leave this matter to you. I don't want to see anyone related to those two alive again. If one dead disciple is not enough, then I will see to it their second one is dead as well. Be assured, Elder, I won't let that lassie live for long. There won't be any evidences to point the incident back to us either. Giving a satisfied nod over her subordinate's smart wording, they owe me. Even if I kill their disciple, it's their fault and theirs to bear. That girl from back then is nothing but a mundane. How can she deserve the young lord's love? And if those two brothers are going to side with that bitch, then they will owe me for life. If going by the inhabitants of the Misty Fairy House, the residences here could not compete with the mainland in terms of number, of course. However, the amount of land they controlled and occupied definitely matches up on that end. It's just that. For any family with a certain level of status, they would most certainly control a mountain range that connects to the main mansion regardless of it being thousands of meters long. Can't let her live. 5. At this moment atop of Back Mountain to the Zhong Manor, Bai Yan was just in the middle of meditating to absorb in the surrounding energy. Where did Xiaochen go? Opening her eyes, she was a tad surprised to find her son missing from the area and with no sign of his whereabouts. As a mother, Bai Yan's naturally worried and was quick on the uptake to look for the boy, especially in his current fox form when he's at his weakest. Just that when she did so, a fierce killing intent had caught her attention from behind and caused that moving leg to stop. Die! Towards the unmoving image of his target there, Uncle Mu's confidence promptly swelled and reinforces his will to attack. However, it's unsure if it's just coincidence or intentionally, but at the last moment when the strike's about to land, the woman's footstep had swung around to one side and allowed that body to escape the hit. Though slightly startled at having missed there, the senior didn't back down and wanted to press on with his efforts. That was until he felt that unfluctuating gaze coming right back at himself. Did you lure away the two guardians my two shifis assigned to me? Bai Yan asks with a mild tone. That's right, Senior Mu answers with a deep wrinkle on his temple. I did lure them away, but don't worry, they're very safe because my target is only you. He has a very high standard when doing things. Unless they're part of his list, he won't touch anyone else uninvolved. Then where's my fox? Bai Yan continues to ask. What fox? I don't know what you're talking about. Now Senior Mu's frown had become very deep, as was his patience over the incessant questioning. Bai Yan on the other hand showed a look of relief after confirming her son's safety. It looks like Xiaochen only went out on his own to play and not because he's been kidnapped by someone else. Speaking about it, I should be thanking you. Smirking openly now, Bai Yan's gaze was full of laughter like a cat playing with a toy. What? The old man seemed shocked, unsure of what to make of the other side's meaning. I'm thanking you for removing everyone away that could be a hindrance, this way I can act without worry. Now that smile on her face didn't seem so friendly anymore, it's downright dangerous and threatening as she firmly strode towards the assassin. Meanwhile at the same time, her true strength as a monarch-ranked cultivator was in full bloom, leveling the ground with her pressuring aura and turning the sky gray. You're a monarch rank. Utterly shocked by this quick turn of events, Senior Mu could feel his heart pounding. Though the Misty Fairy House was considered to be one of the three major powers of this world, they are still within the realms of reason. As such, any monarch rank would be considered a powerhouse here regardless of their nature and would most certainly warrant an invite from the acting chief to join the Elder Council. Run! Pumping with adrenaline, that's the first thought that came to this old-timer's mind as he made a hard dash for the mountains. You know too many things already, so don't even think about leaving. The voice was like the devil's, drifting into Senior Mu's ear and reinforcing the fear inside his heart. But if you tell me who ordered you to come kill me, then I might just leave your body intact afterwards. For those who want her life, Bai Yan has never been one to hold back. I would never tell you. The elder viciously yells back the reply while still fleeing for his life. Is that so? Not minding this at all, Bai Yan's hand casually raises up to take aim at her target. Next second a burst of flame ignites out of the blue and enshrouds the elder's body, causing immense pain in the process. Can't let her live. 6. Even if you burn me to death, I won't say it. Bloodshot in his eyes, Senior Mu refuses to budge despite imminent death. Then so be it. Not minding this at all, Bai Yan carries out her words by following through with the threat. Bang! Turning her fist in a mountainous wave of energy, the crushing blow instantly turns the stubborn old fool into mush, killing him with no chance at life in doing so. Oops, I think I just went overboard there. Rubbing that nose of hers in embarrassment, Bai Yan shamefully strode towards the remaining corpse of the foe in order to salvage the situation. Senior Mu's last moment before death definitely didn't feel good, the pain was sharp and crushing. Even so, at least the process was quick and left him free to move on to the afterworld. Or that's what he thought until he felt a sharp intense pain ripping at his soul. And sure enough, by the time he's managed to adapt to the sunlight in front of himself again, the man was horrified to discover the terrible truth. Bai Yan was indeed tearing at his soul and ripping it from his corpse. This could no longer be considered a simple act of fear, it's downright torture. He's always thought that after a person's death, their soul would automatically break away from the flesh, but now he's being grabbed and ripped away by a human hand. Now are you going to tell me who instructed you, or do I have to take further measures to make you talk? Gripping the soul firmly in place with one hand, Bai Yan slowly moves a ball of blue flame with the other to reaffirm her threat. Monster. This was the only description he could use to describe Bai Yan's existence at the moment. This woman is a monster. No, she's more frightening than a monster, she's a devil. I will speak. When the soul's about to make contact with that eerie-looking flame, the senior's last ounce of stubbornness had finally crumbled. I will tell you everything, just keep that fire away from me. If it was just material pain then he could still bear it, but it's one soul, his soul. It's not common knowledge, but as someone who's from the Misty Fairy House, Senior Mu understands that damaging a soul meant the pain would manifest by several folds and more depending on the method. If you had obeyed from the beginning then none of this would need to happen, you know. All smiles there, Bai Yan squints those foxy eyes to show her mischievous side. In light of the mesmerizing face in front of himself, Senior Mu only found the woman's appearance all the more frightening. In fact, the more she smiled, the more his heart trembled. If I had known her strength would be like this then I would never have resisted. The one who sent me to kill you wasn't Mulang. It's her Shifu Elder Muzhin. Muzhin. Slightly wrinkling her brow over the name, Do we have a grudge or something? Why would she send an assassin after me? No, you and her do not have a grudge, it's Zhongnan and Zhongbei. She has a grudge against the two brothers, that's why she sent me to kill you in order to get back at them. Pausing a bit, Senior Mu had to take a short moment to come to terms with revealing the biggest secret. Muzhin admires the young lord, that's why she's jealous of that mundane girl who could get the young lord's love. Now this came as quite the surprise for Bai Yan after hearing this explosive news. But isn't Muzhin older than the young lord? If I remember correctly, that woman could even be the guy's mother based on her age group. She's never been much of a discriminatory when it came to one's age difference. After all, there are plenty of couples out there who are dozens of years apart. However, the issue here lies in the fact that Muzhin has a one-sided crush on the poor man, and even went out of her way to go after anyone whom she's jealous of. Yes, it's a shame that our young lord doesn't have the right to choose his own love interest. What, are you implying Muzhin could force Yunfeng to marry her or something? Bai Yan asks, intrigued by the old man's odd sentence right there. It's not Elder Muzhin who can force the young lord, it's a goddess from the celestial realm who is forcing him. Speaking of this goddess, Senior Mu's attitude immediately took a turn for the better. His eyes were full of admiration and worship when speaking. That goddess is not only from the celestial realm, her position is extremely high as well. Do you know about the war between gods and demons from a millennium ago? They say it's all because of her after she captivated the leaders of both sides. Can't let her live. 7. Bai Yan's complexion had gone dark over the claim. The demon lord. Does he mean Ditsang? But then who would be the leader of the gods? All of a sudden, her mind remembers back to the battlefield where she dreamed of an encounter with that white dashing figure. Can it be, the white figure from there is their leader? But what does this goddess have to do with the great war between gods and demons? Now that's something you don't know. This goddess isn't only the mistress of the 4 sacred beasts, she's also the woman whom the demon lord and celestial lord fancied. But unlike the two men, the goddess herself only wanted an ordinary life with a regular man. That's how she encountered our young lord and fancied him. Bai Yan became stupefied on the spot. Immediately, a chill spreads across her body and causing that gaze to grow sharp. The mistress of the 4 sacred beasts. How funny, according to Suzaku's telling, the 4 sacred beasts have always been my people. Did I just get someone impersonating me? And the reason for all this nonsense is to rob a man. Perhaps able to sense the frosty air exuding out of Bai Yan's dreaded face too, Senior Mu's soul shrank into a tight ball out of fear right then. Did I say something wrong? Go on, keep speaking. Pursing her lip, she urges the old man to continue. Seeing his captor having no intention of instilling her fury upon him, the senior issues an immediate sigh of relief. Because of that reasoning, the chief wanted to bring the young lord back from his travels. To complete the task, Elder Muzhin was then ordered with the mission to go in place of the chief. That's where she learned of the mundane female getting into a relationship with the young lord. Naturally Muzhin wanted to break the relationship off by proposing drastic means to everyone, but Zhongnan and Zhongbei objected to the idea and blocked it off along with the chief's consent. So that's the reason why Muzhin is filled with hatred for my two shifis? Drooping her eyes, a lamenting light flickers within Bai Yan's pupil over the silly reason for the enmity. Of course that's not the only reason, it's what came afterwards that enraged her. The chief knew his son well, so he grew suspicious of Muzhin's story. To confirm the truth, he sent Zhongnan afterwards to bring back the young lord. The act alone was considered to be an insult, hence the bitter resentment. When the story reached up to this part, Bai Yan's lip had undoubtedly curved into a smirk, for she could already guess what's to come, and according to Muzhin's personality and character, she didn't stop, did she? Of course not. The elder sent her own people in secret and assassinated the girl in question. Afterwards she just coined up a fake story saying the girl ran off to marry another mundane due to her falling into temptation. The only reason the lie even worked in the first place was because that person didn't reveal her background, so Zhongnans had no way to locate the mentioned female in the story. Senior Mu's seen firsthand how cruel Bai Yan could be, so he didn't leave anything out from the incident from years ago. Though the old man himself didn't participate in the mission, he's still a close confidant, so many details are privy to his ear. But it's also because of this reason that he didn't realize something was very wrong. For example, the woman in front of himself right now had a very strong resemblance to the girl from back then. Then what about my Shifu's injury? Is it her doing as well? Musing for a moment, Bai Yan asks again. Considering her own ability and insight, there's no way she couldn't see through to the hidden injuries suffered by Zhongnan and Zhongbei. It's very likely the reason why the two elders are stuck at their current level and unable to progress. Yes, that's exactly it. Before that incident, the two brothers are both the first to enter into the middle level of the monarch rank and are both leading figures of the Elder Council. But since they're not the type to be suspicious of others, Muzhen was able to secretly plot against them and cause their progress to stall without further advances. Squinting her eyes, Bai Yan's gaze now carried a gleam, wanting to kill. Then why does she want to kill me? Is it just because I took them both as my Shifu? In Elder Muzhen's mind, the two brothers owed her way too much and could never atone for their sins. To repay them back for this fact, she murdered their first disciple. Inhaling deeply at the last bit, Bai Yan finally got it and didn't need any more information. Fine then, out of consideration for the honesty you showed, I won't destroy your soul. Can't let her live. 8. Senior Mu's mood had just lightened up after hearing this, but just when he's about to give his thanks, Bai Yan had already flicked her finger to send the soul flying. By the time he's returned to his sense after being thrown away, the man's soul had found himself trapped within his own body again. What have you done to me? In his fit of rage, the old man wanted to question the woman to only discover he's unable to speak. Under normal circumstances, a person's soul would automatically leave the body and head off to the afterlife for reincarnation. But now, he's found his soul unable to escape and stuck within his own body. I only promise not to destroy your soul. I never mentioned anything about letting you go. You've done so many bad things in this life and you still want to reincarnate. Snarling, Bai Yan sarcastically ridicules the old fool who still thinks he deserves another life. She couldn't deny the original intent of getting close to the two brothers didn't have the best interest in mind, mainly to locate Dragony and the blood vines. However, she's not made of stone inside either. Bai Yan has emotions too. When one truly cares for her, she too would return the kindness. So, whether it be the group who harmed the two elders back then or those who does it now, the only outcome would be death. Sensing the approaching presence from afar, Bai Yan knew her time was up and moved quickly to lie down in order to pretend she fainted. Not long after, two familiar figures had come into sight. Zhongnan, older, could care less who the extra corpse belonged to right now, he only had his precious disciple in mind. Therefore, when he noticed the unconscious girl lying on the floor, he exclaimed and ran over in haste, "My student." Zhongbei, younger, reacted similarly, but instead of exclaiming, his first reaction was to scan the area with the most intense killing intent he could muster. How dare an intruder come into our home and hurt my student? Ugh! Seeing it's about right, Bai Yan slowly rolled around and pretends to have just regained her consciousness. Shifu, what's going on? Oh, it's wonderful that you are all right, my student. Me and your second Shifu was worried sick after sensing you were unprotected. We thought you might be in danger, so we hurried over to check. Tell me, what happened before you passed out? Zhongnan asks with a relieved expression. I don't know either, Shifu. I was just training when this person suddenly attacked me from out of the blue. Next thing I knew was being knocked out and losing consciousness. Drooping her eyes to avoid contact, she felt very guilty about lying, so she could only apologize inwardly. It's not like Bai Yan wanted to deceive her two new Shifus, but it's just not the right timing yet. When things are ripe, then she swears, she would definitely explain everything. After hearing the brief explanation, the older brother's attention immediately switched to the corpse nearby. Making the coldest eye ever, Senior Moo. Damn this bastard, I recognize this dog anywhere. It was precisely this bunch of thugs who murdered my disciple. While Mujin and her goons assumed the two brothers were naive and incapable of perceiving internal politics, it's not entirely true. They're just not the type to stoop to using dirty means and wanted to openly bring the criminals to justice. Issue was, they never managed to figure out how or find a clue, hence their disheartened state. I can feel the lingering energy of a monarch rank cultivator around here. I suspect a powerful master must have been passing by and managed to save our Yener. The younger brother Zhongbei deduces after collecting the clues around the scene. The news didn't fare well with the older Zhongnan at all though. Tensing up in the heart, his hands had formed a crunching ball. If we weren't so lucky, then wouldn't my disciple be? Big brother, Zhongbei turns to his older brother with a confronting air, we can't let this go on any longer. Regardless of us having proof or not, it's clear that Old Witch is going to continue to attack us regardless of the rules. The time for waiting and enduring is over. Can't let her live. 9. Zhongnan remained silent for the longest time before eventually answering his brother's call for war. Mujin has already broken through to the higher level of the monarch rank while we are still stuck at the mid-level. One level of difference may not seem like much, however, when one's at their caliber, even an inch of improvement could mean a lifetime of effort. While they're stuck in their current level for all these years, the rest of the Elder Council has either reached their level or even surpassed them. I don't care. Zhongbei grew vicious in his voice. Back then I didn't rush off to kill that old witch because I couldn't bear to see the young lord stand alone without support. But now I can't take it anymore. It's either she dies or I die today. After nearly 20 years of suppression, this old fella obviously couldn't take it anymore and would do anything to get even. Regardless of that being giving up his own life in exchange. Shifu, Bai Yan's voice suddenly interjects itself into the conversation. I just picked up a strange bottle while I was training. Minding having a look at what it is? Making a look of surprise on their faces, Zhongnan and Zhongbei immediately turns to the indicated object. What did you find? Displayed before the two brothers were a white porcelain bottle of odd design. This is. As soon the cork was twisted open and allowed the fragrance to waft out, the two nearly fainted from the overwhelming smell. Though they didn't know exactly what the 3 pills were inside, their experience told them it's something amazing because their bodies were taking in the surrounding energy like a vacuum. That's something they haven't felt in years ever since they fell victim to Mujin's scheme. Exchanging a glance of astonishment with each other, both brothers suspected the pills might just be able to cure their injuries. Yener, where did you get this medicine? Did you really pick it up by accident? Downright shaking in his hand now, Zhongnan asks with a stern expression. Putting on a doubtful and confused face in return, Bai Yan had a lot of trouble keeping up her act. Yeah, I found it inside a cave up in the mountains. Is there a problem? I really did find it by accident. Of course there's a problem. Although I don't know what exactly these 3 pills are, but it's very likely able to cure our injuries. The two of you are hurt. Hurrying to get up from the floor now, Bai Yan makes the most awkward and fake look of someone being shocked by a hidden secret. Are you both okay? Where are you hurt? If it was any other person out there, they would surely call out the woman's horrible act. However, since these 2 brothers are putting all their trust into the lying fox over there, they didn't suspect a thing. Maybe. Yener is fated to be our savior, that's why she was able to pick up this medicine. Hesitating for a good moment, the younger Zhongbei offers his suggestion in a puzzled tone. After all, this really was too coincidental even for him. In truth, this was no coincidence at all. Bai Yan's been preparing these damn pills for some time now during the past few days. And as a precaution, she even went the extra mile to make 3 pills instead of 2 just so it doesn't rouse suspicion. Well, not that it would help when her acting was so poorly done that even an idiot would notice something was fishy. Disciple, you should rest for today since you just went through something so extreme. Don't worry, your two shifis here would definitely get revenge for you. A gleam of killing intent instantly takes hold of Zhongnan's iris after saying that. Mujin. If she had stopped causing trouble then that's that, but now she's having the nerve to harm my newly acquired apprentice. She's asking for it. We will make her pay for everything. Blood for blood, death for death. Chapter 686, Can't Let Her Live. 9. Zhongnan remained silent for the longest time before eventually answering his brother's call for war. Mujin has already broken through to the higher level of the monarch rank while we are still stuck at the mid-level. One level of difference may not seem like much, however, when one's at their caliber, even an inch of improvement could mean a lifetime of effort. While they're stuck in their current level for all these years, the rest of the Elder Council has either reached their level or even surpassed them. I don't care. Zhongbei grew vicious in his voice. Back then I didn't rush off to kill that old witch because I couldn't bear to see the young lord stand alone without support. But now I can't take it anymore. It's either she dies or I die today. After nearly 20 years of suppression, this old fella obviously couldn't take it anymore and would do anything to get even. Regardless of that being giving up his own life in exchange. Shifu, Bai Yan's voice suddenly interjects itself into the conversation. I just picked up a strange bottle while I was training. Minding having a look at what it is? Making a look of surprise on their faces, Zhongnan and Zhongbei immediately turns to the indicated object. What did you find? Displayed before the two brothers were a white porcelain bottle of odd design. This is. As soon the cork was twisted open and allowed the fragrance to waft out, the two nearly fainted from the overwhelming smell. Though they didn't know exactly what the 3 pills were inside, their experience told them it's something amazing because their bodies were taking in the surrounding energy like a vacuum. That's something they haven't felt in years ever since they fell victim to Mujin's scheme. Exchanging a glance of astonishment with each other, both brothers suspected the pills might just be able to cure their injuries. Yenner, where did you get this medicine? Did you really pick it up by accident? Downright shaking in his hand now, Zhongnan asks with a stern expression. Putting on a doubtful and confused face in return, Bai Yan had a lot of trouble keeping up her act. Yeah, I found it inside a cave up in the mountains. Is there a problem? I really did find it by accident. Of course there's a problem. Although I don't know what exactly these 3 pills are, but it's very likely able to cure our injuries. The two of you are hurt. Hurrying to get up from the floor now, Bai Yan makes the most awkward and fake look of someone being shocked by a hidden secret. Are you both okay? Where are you hurt? If it was any other person out there, they would surely call out the woman's horrible act. However, since these two brothers are putting all their trust into the lying fox over there, they didn't suspect a thing. Maybe. Yenner is fated to be our savior, that's why she was able to pick up this medicine. Hesitating for a good moment, the younger Zhongbei offers his suggestion in a puzzled tone. After all, this really was too coincidental even for him. In truth, this was no coincidence at all. Bai Yan's been preparing these damn pills for some time now during the past few days. And as a precaution, she even went the extra mile to make 3 pills instead of 2 just so it doesn't rouse suspicion. Well, not that it would help when her acting was so poorly done that even an idiot would notice something was fishy. Disciple, you should rest for today since you just went through something so extreme. Don't worry, your 2 shifis here would definitely get revenge for you. A gleam of killing intent instantly takes hold of Zhongnan's iris after saying that. Mujin. If she had stopped causing trouble then that's that, but now she's having the nerve to harm my newly acquired apprentice. She's asking for it. We will make her pay for everything. Blood for blood, death for death. Can't let her live. 10. Patting that hand to remove the dust from her hand, Bai Yan watches from behind as her 2 shifis carried off the assassin and pill in order to conduct their own business. I should go look for Xiaochen too. It's getting late and the little rascal must be getting into so much trouble right now. She murmurs this to herself, afraid what might become of the city if she doesn't retrieve her son soon. The whole household. Currently standing in front of a full-length mirror was Ho Chui Chui. The girl's currently measuring up her newfound figure with satisfaction and glee. Who? Suddenly, a movement near the doorway had caught the girl's attention, causing her to swing herself around to peer over in the direction. To her surprise, it was a small little fox that instantly won her heart over under the glistening sun. Though she could easily recognize it as being the very same one who harmed herself at the restaurant, no female could possibly endure this level of cuddliness. Fine, I won't blame you since you are so cute. Now you just need to be my pet. Oh little fox, I didn't even go looking for you and now you're knocking at my door on your own. Smiling right up to her eyes, Ho Chui Chui's existence exuded an aura of deviousness as she got closer to the little guy. Be happy, I am a kind-hearted person, as long as you become my pet then I can ignore the fact that you hurt me. Just bringing such a cute fox out as a pet is enough to make others jealous of me. But just as the girl's hand was about to touch the fox's face, that's when Bai Xiaochen did the unexpected and bit her fingers hard. Ah! Screaming out in pain, the former chubby girl hurries to retract that hand. Infuriated in her voice, damn fox, how dare you ignore my goodwill? I'm telling you now, I am the benefactor of that Huan Yin so you better not go against me. In order to not let Ho Chui Chui be exposed, Muleng had more than once instilled the idea into her brain that she's the one who jumped into the river. Over time, the lie had become a fact in this delusionary girl's head. To be clear, though Huan Yin herself wasn't capable of cultivating due to her body at birth, it still doesn't change the fact that the Mirage household was one of the 4 major families within the Misty Fairy house. And to be able to reach such height meant they aren't to be trifled with, even for the leading family. For Bai Xiaochen, who witnessed everything on the boat that day, he naturally showed a dubious face over the claim. Huan Yin. Isn't she the woman who Mother saved that day in the river? But isn't the benefactor supposed to be Mother? How did it become this person here instead? Not waiting for the little fox to understand, Ho Chui Chui has already taken a bag from the side in order to sack the kid. But that's not going to work against an agile and flexible fox, would it? Swinging to the side in a smooth dodging motion, Bai Xiaochen retaliates with a razor-sharp slash with his claw, leaving behind 5 bloody marks in the process. Can't let her live. 11. Aw. Ho Chui Chui once again exclaims. Filled with burning rage in those eyes this time, she makes a pounce for the tiny critter in hopes of catching it. Sadly, she couldn't even catch a strand of hair, let alone the sly-moving fox. In hindsight, Bai Xiaochen was able to nimbly dodge the girl with ease as they ran around the room. For this reason, the once tidy place was now a mess due to Ho Chui Chui bumping into everything. The chairs were scattered, the table knocked and the vases shattered. Because of the loud commotion coming from this wing, it didn't take long for the rest of the whole family members to come running in order to investigate. Knowing this wouldn't be good if there's more people around, Bai Xiaochen figured it's time he made himself scarce and bolted for the outside. In the crowded streets of the market, a little fox was scurrying off at top speed for the Zhong Manor's direction. I've been away for over half an hour already, Mother must be really worried. Just as the image of Bai Yan's grumpy face was all that's in the kid's head, a pair of feet had suddenly come in front of him and blocked his path. Naturally, the boy was annoyed by the interruption and looked up questioningly. In that instant, his eyes instantly turned into a raging red after seeing the purplish robe and silvery hair. Meanwhile, on the receiving end, the majestic man only showed surprise and joy before it devolved into a stinging pain over the fox's appearance. This was his son who's been harmed, and his wife was nowhere to be seen. Where's your mother? The man's voice sounded hoarse and dry as he asked. No one knows but himself how hard it was without his family. If not for the faith inside that it would be alright, Di Tsang might have given up already. Issue was, state teacher only managed to predict Bai Yan's approximate whereabout of being at the Misty Fairy house. As to the exact location, he hasn't had a clue. Take me to her. Full of bitter sadness inside, the once proud demon lord was now a pleading father who only wants his family back. This of course didn't go unnoticed by the little fox and nearly won him over even. However, the pain caused by the fraud and the lies were too deep. Eventually the boy dismisses his own wavering self. I can't go soft, I can't betray mother, and I can't let anyone bring harm to mother again. Xiachen, the man picks the boy up before it's too late. I can give you an explanation for what happened before. Despite the desperateness in his voice, the toddler didn't want to hear any of it. He kept his ears covered with those paws to show he had no intent of listening. I won't listen. I won't listen. This baddie hurt mother so much, I will never forgive him. Seeing his old man wasn't going to let him go at this rate, Bai Xiachen did what any child would do, and that was to bite down harshly at those hands. In the next second blood began to flow out of the palm from the bite wounds. Di Tsang didn't relent and simply made a frown in light of this. He knows this was his only chance. If he misses this opportunity to right things, then it's likely his wife and son would never show themselves again. Fortunately his perseverance seems to have worked because the kid eventually relented. Why did baddie father not stop me? Considering his strength he could easily stop me from making him bleed, so why? Impersonate. 1. Where's your mother? The man asks again with a deeper sound signature. Against that constant pleading, the baby fox unconsciously softens up once more. However, whenever he does so, the image of Bai Yan's bloodied-up body from that day instantly re-emerges and strengthens his resolve. Huffing a snort, he deliberately swings his head to the side in order to ignore the pain from the man's eye. Xiachen, the man from that day wasn't me. Really? Suspiciously sneaking a peek, the baby fox didn't know whether to believe that explanation or not. What if he's here to pursue mother in order to finish the job? Flickering with light over that possibility, those sneaky blue eyes grew cunning, like he's just thought up a plan. And since Di Tsang only had the thought of reuniting with his wife again, the demon lord naturally couldn't catch onto the boy's inner thought. Under those pleading eyes of this father, Bai Xiachen eventually nodded. You agree. Trembling in his hand, the man had to take a good moment to take in this reality, for it's too much for his heart. Unfortunately for him though, instead of heading for the Zhong Manor's location like they should, the baby fox went in the complete opposite way and intends to lead the man astray. Di Tsang could doubt anyone, but not his son. As such, he followed with a sense of ecstasy at the eventual reunion of his wife. Zhong Manor. Bai Yan had searched every nook and cranny she could think of already. Whether it be the back mountain or the nearby city streets, she couldn't locate her son at all. After a long while of musing, she figured there's only one other location she didn't look yet, and that was the Dragon River. Xiachen must have went to look for Tsing Yi at the bottom of the river. No matter, I will go have a look over there regardless. Out of her own urgency, the woman didn't leave any word behind for her two shifis and headed directly for the river. To her surprise, there were a lot, and by a lot she meant a ton of people scouring the river bank at the moment when she arrives. What going on here? Why is there so many people around? Furrowing that tightly knotted brow, she asks one of the bystanders. You don't know yet? The one being asked was a teenager who appeared quite taken aback by the strange question. Aren't you also a member of our Misty Fairy house? How could you not know when something this big happened? Bai Yan's face showed a look of embarrassment. I haven't been out for a long time, so I'm kind of out of the loop. My two shifis only told me to keep away from the Dragon River, never did they mention about anything else like the place being a huge attraction. What if they discovered Tsing Yi's location? Just as Bai Yan's contemplating the risks of this continuing, the youth speaks up again and kept going. It is said that a few days ago there appeared a genius young lady during the youth convention. Not only did this person cure the Mirage family's Huan of her physical condition, she also saved the girl and another from the dragons that attacked the boat. For that reason, everyone's now out and about in search of that missing lady. Making a face of disbelief and shock, did my actions that day raise such a huge sensation? And, I didn't know until now. We've found her. Suddenly, a wave of joy interrupts her train of thought and instantly attracted the attention of all from the front. Looking over, she herself could see two young maids currently supporting a woman out of the Dragon River. Just like how she was that day, this individual had on a veil to cover up the better part of the blood-smeared face while the dress grew sticky to the body as a result of the water. What's going on here? Didn't I instruct Goldie and Silvery to not drag anyone into the water again? Why are there still people falling into the Dragon River? She frowns and became rather perplexed by the scene. Impersonate, too, it's just that. When Bai Yen saw the woman's figure, her initial reaction was a stupefied expression of someone seeing a ghost. Sure, she couldn't see the woman's face from her angle, but the fact that the figure looked so similar to her own was uncanny. Take the clothes for example, it's exactly as the one she wore that day on the boat. Just when Bai Yen was rather puzzled and didn't know what to make of this, another voice had cut in and pulled her attention away. Move aside please, everyone move aside please. Miss Mulang is coming through. Mulang. The name immediately caused her face to go heavy. To tell the truth, even if the girl did somewhat offend herself on the boat that day, Bai Yen didn't really take it to heart. After all, it's just some random person whom she met on a single outing. But Mulang's the student of Elder Muzhen, that makes her an enemy. Yes, this woman is the person who saved Huan that day. I remember her. Mulang mildly says this after coming up to the river bank. Phew. The people were all heaving a puff of relief after hearing this because the rescue efforts could finally come to an end. Though it did strike them as odd that a woman could survive for several days on end inside the water, it doesn't change the fact that the person has been found. Bai Yen on the other hand didn't feel so relaxed like the rest of them though. Her instincts are directing her to a certain theory. If all of this was only to save the woman that just fell into the water, then it could still be coincidence, but Mulang's involvement. That's just too ridiculous. This was clearly a ploy for something else. Squinting her eyes, a frosty gleam flashes within Bai Yan's iris. You up hoof. The rescued woman coughs twice as she threw up the water in her lungs. Showing confusion as she opened her eyes, where am I? Am I still alive? You needn't be afraid. You are safe now. Mulang's voice sounded incredibly soft and warm. Now first tell us what happened under the river. The woman's body shook like she's still frightened by the experience before going over the previously discussed story. I was dragged away by those two dragons and locked inside a palace. They didn't feed me for days and I was starving throughout the imprisonment. In the end I had to use a lot of energy before eventually finding an opening to escape from the palace. I didn't expect the location to be under the river, so I nearly drowned as soon as I got out. Understanding this was enough in their fake story, Mulang hurries to signal her men to take the person away. This lady is obviously very shook still from the experience. Take her back to the Mu Manor and have some of my maids cater to her needs. Having said that, the high-standing lady then straightens up to face the focused crowd, and I need to go report this to the chief. Yes, Miss Mulang. The guard respectfully complied and retreated away. From beginning to end, Bai Yen was watching this from behind the crowd and became rather amused by the blatant lie. When trouble befalls you from heaven, then there is still hope of avoidance, but when you ask for it, then there is no hope of escape. Since Mulang is courting her own death, then why should I stop her? Since entering the Mu Manor after being led here, Ho Chui Chui hadn't stopped exploring for even a minute. She's too excited inside knowing this might all be within her grasp soon, especially that back mountain which stretches for miles on end. Miss Ho, a maid hurriedly comes to report, Miss Huan is coming. This immediately warranted a hopeful look from the excited woman. Hurry, and let her in. Yes, Miss Ho. In no time at all, the maid had returned from the front with another person in tow. Impersonate. 3. Miss Huan Yin. Ho Chui Chui coughs awkwardly to clear her throat after seeing how quick the girl ran over. Saving you is something I should duly do, there's no need for you to bow to me. In the ignorant wench's mind, all those amazing people should have some level of air around there themselves to differentiate from the common folks. And since she herself had become Huan Yin's savior, she mustn't lose out and decides to act smart to put on the act. Unfortunately for the once chubby fool, that's a total miss on her end. Nearly coming to a stumbling halt, the hopeful guest known as Huan Yin now shows a wary look. When did I bow to her? How come I didn't know? Miss Ho, what's wrong with your voice? Why do I feel like your voice has changed? She asks, pursing her lip in the process. Thankfully Ho Chui Chui herself still had a veil on right now, otherwise the expression she made in that instant would have been a big giveaway. Oh, I'm just a little uncomfortable in the throat. It's normal for someone's voice to change after going through what I did. It will heal in due time. Nodding her head in understanding, Huan Yin immediately asked again with another idea. I have here some medicine to help heal your weakened body, would you like some? This. There's no need, Ho Chui Chui hurries to shake her head. With my ability and strength, a little injury like this is nothing. So Miss Huan Yin, is there anything you need in coming to see me? Now the wariness was quickly growing inside her. Huan Yin may not know why, but something iffy was up and she couldn't quite figure out why. Miss Ho, where is that fox of yours? Forcing a smile, she decides to go in a roundabout way to get some more information. Fox. Staring wide-eyed, Ho Chui Chui became puzzled. That was enough for the already suspicious girl to reaffirm there's something really wrong here. Huan Yin and Bai Yan may not be actual friends, but that doesn't mean she's blind. During the ride on the dragon boat, the girl could see how important that silvery fox was to the veiled female. You know, the silvery fox you were keeping by your arm's length at all times during the incident. Silvery fox. Getting anxious as well now knowing she's screwed up, the fake hurries to make up a lie using a soft tone. My poor fox was eaten by the dragons that day. So that's why, not going to start prying. Huan Yin knew she's overstepped her boundaries after seeing the fake sorrow in the other side's face. Taking a step back, Miss Ho, I came today in order to thank you for saving me. In addition, I'm also here to formally invite you to my home for a visit after your injuries are healed. My father would like to personally thank you for the deed. It's getting late and I should stop disturbing your rest. Eh? The first instinct Ho Chui Chui had there after hearing this was to reach out to stop this. Unfortunately for this deceiving wench, Huan Yin's legs were much faster than those fingers. Sighing over the departing figure, that Huan Yin is too kind to me, she's obviously only leaving so fast in order to let me rest. No matter, I will grace her with my presence once I'm in good health. Quit worrying, you fool. The impersonation worked. Otherwise she wouldn't have invited yourself to her home just now. She kept murmuring this to herself as if it's some kind of spell. Back outside the Mu Manor's doorway, Huan Yin was just about to board her carriage when the maid she brought along spoke up. Miss, weren't you really excited to meet Miss Ho? Why did you, back there? Halting in her step over that question, she turns and stared meaningfully into the general direction of the inside. This person, something's not quite right about her. What? The maid exclaims. I don't know why, but I just feel there's something very wrong about her. Though my interaction with the woman that day is short and brief, but the air and temperament this Ho Chui Chui gave me is completely different. Biting her lip, Huan Yin knew she couldn't let this slide. We're going back first. I need to let my father know about this so he can investigate the matter further. Impersonate. 4. After having the whole rescue effort coming to a close, Bai Yan didn't leave like the rest and spent a good amount of time searching the river bank for her son's whereabouts to no avail. Frowning now, can it be, something happened to him? It's then a slight rustling sound had caught her attention. From her angle, Bai Yan could see there's a heavily injured fatty that's leaning against the main trunk of a tree up ahead. The man was literally covered in blood as a result of the sword embedded into his chest, indicating how severe that wound was. She wanted to go get a closer look, but when she took a step forward, the noise from her footsteps had obviously scared the individual and roused him to make a run for it. Not going to let this slide, Bai Yan does a flash step and blocked the fatty's path. It looks like your body is quite special if you can still run in your current state. Oh great lady, please let me go, just pretend I'm a fart and toss me away. Kneeling as his first reaction, the fatty gets down on the floor and begs with all his might. Explain to me then, why did you run as soon as you saw me, and are you pleading for your life? Crossing her arms around the chest, Bai Yan smirks with confidence like she's not afraid. Let him know she's still unaware of what's going on. I've told Mulang's people about you buying the ticket from me and also gave them a portrait of your face. I was scared, that's why I did that when they threatened me. The fatty merchant thought this was a form of payback for outing her, hence the reason why he would be so frightened after seeing Bai Yan blocking his path. What's with your injury then? From the very beginning Bai Yan's been suspecting something was up when Mulang showed up so perfectly after the girl was salvaged from the water. Now it's beginning to make total sense. It's the Mu Manners people. The fatty puckers his lip to the side in discontent. Those people were afraid of me exposing this matter to others, that's why they sent assassins after me. Luckily my heart grew on the wrong side of my body and allowed me to avoid dying. Do you want revenge? Now Bai Yan's tone was getting cold and serious. Revenge? The fatty quickly waves hand in a panic, shaking his head to get the point through. Please don't make this joke with me. Mulang is Elder Muzhin's disciple. In the entire Elder Council, that old woman has more than enough power to crush a lowly grunt like me and cover it up without anyone knowing. Oh, is that so? Nodding at the man's insistence, if you are not interested in revenge then I won't force you. However, I am a woman of standard. Any debt must be paid in equal exchange. Regarding the part about you revealing me to Mulang, I expect you to repay me with your life as compensation. Originally the fatty merchant was already getting ready to issue a sigh of relief, but to hear this threatening statement from out of the blue, he could literally cry tears of foul. And you call that not forcing me? How do you expect me to refuse when you're threatening my life? All serious in return, of course I'm not forcing you, just that. I like equal exchanges. Who told you to expose me to those people? Crying in grievance now, the fat merchant knew he's now on the hook. Then what do you want me to do? Nothing much, only you coming out at the critical moment to act as a witness. And as an extra measure of safety, you will follow me from now on. Impersonate. 5. Why do I feel like following you is even more dangerous? Puckering his lip to the side, the fat merchant had an aching sensation this couldn't be good. Talk about bad karma. If he knew things would devolve into such a dangerous state then he would have never gotten greedy and sold the ticket to this devilish woman. What are you still standing there for? If you can still move then come with me now. Giving only a glance, Bai Yan turns for the Zhong Manor where her shiffies should still be busy doing their own thing. Xiaochen might have already went back by now since it is getting late. A grumbling tummy always gets the best of him. As much as the fatty merchant wanted to resist, he knew well enough that the woman in front of himself far exceeded his own strength. In the end he could only begrudgingly follow from behind until they arrived at their destination. You are Elder Zhongnan and Zhongbei's people? The man asks with astonishment in his eyes. They are my shifis, Bai Yan returns with a slight nod. If she is their disciple then why didn't she receive an invitation slip that day? Growing increasingly wary after thinking of that part, the fatty still knew he must get a clearer answer if he were to continue on with this plan. I didn't know the two elders had another disciple. From what I hear, they only had one from 20 years ago. After that person died in a freak accident, the two elders have been in a tumbling spiral downwards ever since. Halting in her step, Bai Yen swings around using a rather intimidating stance. I will get revenge for my Shifis. Don't tell me. While watching that fierce reaction, the fatty merchant suddenly came down with an ominous idea. The one who killed your senior, it's Elder Mujin's people, isn't it? If not for that reason, then why would she go through so much trouble to topple Mujin and Mulang? Turning that fierce face into a condescending one, Bai Yen stares down at the person like he's a dead man. You know, knowing too much is not good for the faint of heart. The more they know, the quicker they die. The threat nearly made the fatty pee himself right then and there. Whatever he wanted to say next, he's lost it, for he knows, he's now in a wolf's den and could no longer come back out. Miss, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. If everything fails, then retreat is always the best solution. I don't want to get caught up in between the power struggle of two elder factions. But before he could make it a single step out of the front door, two muscular men had blocked off his path. Gulping over this, he swings around again. Miss, what does it take for you to spare me? Smiling like a smug monster in human skin, Bai Yen makes a comforting pat on the man's shoulder, which only increased the already tense air. Don't worry, I promise to keep you safe, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. The two of them will be responsible for your protection, and if you want to be even safer, all you have to do is keep within 100 meters of me at all times. In light of that statement, the fatty only found his life increasingly shorter, like it won't be very long before he meets his end. Please, milady, I still have young ones and old ones to look after in my life, please have some mercy. One more word and I will let you meet your maker this instant. Squinting those eyes, her tone turned threatening. Sure enough, the other side immediately shuts that mouth and didn't utter another word. I have something to do still, so you can walk around the place on your own if you like. Remember though, do not leave the Zhong Manor's premise. Signaling the two muscular men in the back to take the person away to his quarter, she then turns to her own residence in search of the naughty little fox. Bai Yen thought the boy would have returned by now for sure, but after much searching and flipping, there were no signs of the little rascal. Now the mother's starting to truly worry and panic. Where exactly did my son go? If it was under normal circumstances, he would definitely come back and tell me first if he's staying out late. Just when this mother's struggling to decide on her next course of action, a guard from the front had come in to report, Miss, someone is seeking an audience with you. See me? Slightly frowning, let him inside. Yes, milady. Affirming with a nod, the guard quickly retreats for the task. Not long after, the supposed guest had arrived at her courtyard. It was a man wearing a golden-colored robe with eyes curiously scanning the surroundings. When he finally noticed Bai Yan's existence though, that curious face promptly lit up and he ran over like a overjoyed kid. Impersonate, 6, Ms. He had wanted to follow Tsing Yi's way of calling Bai Yan his mistress, but after thinking it through, when it's a public place, he decides to stuff the thought back down. I am Goldie. Goldie. Blinking in astonishment, Bai Yan hurries to signal the maids and guards nearby to go. All of you retreat first and leave us to ourselves. Yes, milady. Due to her being Zhongnan and Zhongbei's disciple, everyone within the estate now takes her as the third highest authority. Aside from the two elders themselves, the woman's words are law. Once they're alone again, Bai Yan got right to the point. Why did you come all of a sudden? It's the little master, he told me to bring you a message, mistress. He said he will return in a few days due to a matter at hand. Making a slight frown, my son needs to be away for a few days. Xiaochen is always so clingy, why would he suddenly want to leave for a few days? I don't know either, but the little master told me he is very safe and would return on his own. I see, exhaling a long sigh, you can go back first then. Although she doesn't know what her son intends to do during this period, it didn't matter because Bai Yan's trust in her son remained strong. As long as he's not in danger, then it's fine. Mistress, the human-formed Goldie suddenly starts to wiggle awkwardly like a shy little child. Lady Tsing-yi told me to stay with you for protection and that she's fine with only Silvery by her side. Musing over the idea, it didn't long for her to come to a conclusion. Fine then, you can stay. But tell me first, how did my son get in contact with you? Goldie scratches his head and puts on the broadest cheek-eating grin he's ever made. I gave him a transmission stone before you and the little master left last time. It was something I picked up by accident one day. But Xiaochen can't speak in his current state. How did you understand him? That's not an issue, mistress. As long as he speaks to me using his heart, then I can understand his message. The knowledge instantly causes the woman's eye to flicker with light. Do you remember where you found the transmission stone? It's over at the Dragon Clan's side. Dragon Clan. Rubbing her chin in contemplation, why not? I need to go there sooner or later anyways. I'll send someone to arrange a room for you later. You can stay here for now. Okay. Goldie was now giggling with glee, the polar opposite of what a huge ferocious dragon should look like. Meanwhile, at the same time in a not-so-far-away mountain, the little rascal of a fox had just finished tucking away the transmission stone in his possession. Goldie will bring my message to Mother, then Mother won't have to worry about me. But before Bai Xiaochen could enjoy his momentary victory, a tall shadow from behind had enveloped his tiny body, thus causing the poor kid to freeze right on the spot. Is your mother really in a place like this? The man's voice was hoarse and somber as he asked. The little fox nodded in quick succession. Against that innocent child look, it would be difficult for one to doubt his sincerity. Issue was, the one making the question was Ditsang, the demon lord and ruler of the demon realm. There's no way he would fall for his own son's trick. Arching his lip into a cheeky smirk, this rascal really think I can't hear his message just now, does he? There's nothing I can't intercept at this range. Whatever, as long as he can't overcome that hole in his heart, then he won't take me to his mother. I will need to think of something to fix this. Xiaochen, are you hungry? I just caught a pheasant, so why I don't make a roast for you, how about it? Normally Bai Xiaochen would never deny an offering of food, however, the image of Ditsang blowing up the kitchen from the last time he was inside their home still lingers vividly in his mind. Therefore, his first answer was to shake his head around like a rocking drum. But whether it be a yes or no, the demon lord didn't care. Ignoring the expression of his son's distraught face, he sweeps his sleeve and summoned up a pile of branches where he immediately shot out a fireball to light it up. Impersonate. 7. The little fox definitely lacked confidence in his old man's culinary skills, but that soon changed after he got his first whiff of the barbecue scent in the air. All of a sudden, there's now a drooling kid who kept trying to resist the temptation despite that constant peeking from the corner of his eye. After half an hour later, Ditsang readily tosses the roasted pheasant over to the boy's side where he immediately took a huge bite out of the flesh like a hungry animal. The flavor and aroma were overflowing, filling his jaws and taste bud to the brim of intoxication. Then realizing the fault in his manners, Bai Xiaochen at least had some consciousness left in his gluttonous self. Ripping one of the legs off, he tosses it back over to the watching demon lord like it's his form of kindness. Ditsang on the other hand honestly didn't expect this from the boy. The kid's always been quite resistant to his existence, that's why this act actually shook him somewhat and made him get a true sense of being a father. The one who hunted you and your mother really wasn't me before, and I've dealt with them already. Sadly, the boy only had the roast pheasant in mind right now, so none of those sincere words even reached his ears, let alone sway the kid's opinion. Truly, only a mother would know their son the best. Exactly like Bai Yan predicted, the grumbling stomach always comes out on top for this little glutton. What do I have to do to get you to take me to your mother? As long as you tell me, then I will promise anything. Ditsang once again pleads using his gentlest tone. Shaking his little head after a good moment of musing, nope, I mustn't bring Batty father to see mother, otherwise mother will surely beat him away. And I haven't even forgiven him yet. Xiaochen, if I'm not wrong, you fell into a frenzied state before, did you not? Frenzied. The little fox blinks and blinks, confused by the term. What's that? He knew only to protect his mother back then and to kill anyone who wants to bring her harm. As for everything else, he didn't have a clue remaining in his already hazy memory. From the very beginning I could tell there's a mysterious force contained within your blood. I had thought it would take several more years before that power breaks forward, but it seems it can longer wait. Bringing the fox into his arms, the man leisurely leans against the nearby tree like a magnificent sculpture. Naturally, Xiachen would struggle at the contact. After all, he's still quite upset at his old man. But a baby fox would remain a baby fox. There's no way he could overpower a fully grown man's binding hands. Don't move. Di Tsang's finger taps down at the boy's temple. In an instant, a cool stream of energy flows into that body, causing a wave of refreshing tension to take hold. Eventually a pleased groaning sound escaped the boy's mouth. His appearance was no different from a kitty cat being petted with its eyes closed. Then, just as the pleasurable massage was at its peak, the stream of energy suddenly stopped, causing him to wince and look up in puzzlement. At this moment Di Tsang's complexion didn't look good at all despite the smirk he held. In fact, the voice he's making carried a trace of weakness. Originally I wanted to wait a bit longer for my strength to restore itself, but it's clear that cannot wait anymore. Remember, what I did will only last for 2 years. Afterwards the rest is up to yourself, otherwise the mysterious power will return and cause havoc in your own body. Making a muffled howl at his old man's weakened state, the kid's big blue eyes were filled with water. I'm fine, I just need a bit of rest. After saying that, the demon lord then carefully placed his son down to take a proper posture. With his eyes closed, he's now in a meditative state under the setting sunset, giving him an almost holy and Buddhist look. Under normal situations, Xiachen would have made a bolt for home by this stage considering everything he's been through. However, against the fatigued appearance of the man here, he just couldn't move. Impersonate, 8, sprawling down to his old man, Xiachen would on occasion shoot up a glance up from time to time check the man's status. This act continued until the kid could hear the breathing growing more and more smoothly, which was a good sign and the signal for his unease to settle down. Xiachen, I am a little thirsty, can you get some water for me? After some time, Di Tsang awakes and smiles down at the boy who was still around resting. The kid didn't act up like usual, only giving a quick nod before hurrying off to the river not far away from their location. If only Xiachen had taken a moment to think this request through, then he would have remembered something crucial. For a powerful master, not eating or drinking for months on end wouldn't be an issue at all, so the fact that the great demon lord would ask him to get water should have been a huge red flag for something strange. Sure enough, as soon as that little figure finished disappearing from view, Di Tsang's complexion could no longer keep up the facade and instantly turned into an unhealthy shade of white where he ended up puking blood from his mouth. It looks like it's still too early to be using my strength like that, but if I didn't then he would be at constant danger of suffering a relapse from his own powers. Wiping the trail of blood smeared to his chin, this father didn't regret the fact. He's only annoyed that the effort and cost didn't quite match up to what his expectations wanted. After all, the original plan was to wait till they meet up with Bai Yan first before tackling the issue, but that thought went out the window after he noticed the urgency in his son's body. Thoughts aside, Di Tsang knew he must get his act together before the boy notices his condition. Hurrying to scatter the ground with dirt, he covers up the blood he made. Good timing too, because as soon as he was done, the little fox had returned with the water using a makeshift bowl using a bamboo leaf. Smiling at this, the man didn't hesitate and readily took a drink from his son's generosity. Why didn't you leave just now? He asks with a pleased undertone. Towards his old man's inquisitive question, Xiachen honestly didn't know what to make of it either aside from swinging his head repeatedly. It's true he wanted to leave as well and return to his mother's side, but those legs refused to budge for some reason. Maybe it's because I can't bear it. Hanging his head, the kid wanted to reprimand himself for getting soft. I won't betray mother still. Don't worry, I won't force you to take me to your mother for the coming days. Deetsang needed only a glance to understand what his son's thought patterns were, so he didn't press the matter. Really? Lighting up in joy, the little fox looks up at his old man happily. But you have to stay within my sight during this period while we are together. Catching the little guy into his grasp again, he dryly states his terms. There's no way he could let this fella go. If he does, then how is he supposed to find his wife again? The little fox desperately nodded in return. As long as he doesn't force me to go find mother, then anything can be negotiated. Come, I found a cave earlier, so we will go there to recuperate. While the father and son were having some bonding time together, Bai Yan on the other hand was busy training in her own residence, so none of the members in this family were able to learn of the major event taking place within the Dragon River. It's nothing much really, only that Silvery had been caught by the members of the Mishti Fairy House after the careless dragon went out for a stroll. Normally the slithering serpent could easily suppress a group of fighters merely by using his draconian aura, but this was one of the three major powers out there. One master couldn't do the task doesn't mean a dozen masters couldn't. Impersonate. 9. Elder Mujin. Upon seeing the arrival of this old beauty and her disciple, those who were already standing at the Dragon River promptly moved aside to create a path for them. Giving a confident nod, Mujin slowly strode towards the front where a heavily bruised-up dragon was lying there on the shore. Due to the large numbers of wounds and injuries, Silvery was now panting heavily despite the ferocious glare he's giving to the surrounding crowd. Is this the dragon that tried to attack the dragon boat that day? Coming up to the captive, Mujin stares down condescendingly at the dragon to express her own opinion. How come there's only one here? I remember in the reports there were two that day. Where's the last one? Shifu, we can have our people go down again to search the waterbed. The Dragon River is only so big, there's no room for the other one to hide at this point. Offering up the suggestion, Mulan grins maliciously at the impending treasure she's about to get. Dragons are full of precious materials, right down to its nucleus core. For example, the scales could be used to craft weapons or armors, which are invaluable to a cultivator who needs a personal gear in combat. Then there's the flesh of the serpent. Ignoring the delicious taste that's been spouted since tales of old, the benefits from digesting a slab of said meat would outweigh the danger of slaying one of these legendary creatures because of the great boost to one's bodily functions. You are right, my dear. Nodding at her student's suggestion, Mujin signals her people to dive. All of you go now, I want that second dragon captured and placed before my eyes. Silvery roared out at the humans as soon as he overheard their plan. Despite the heavy injuries and bruises he sustained, his huge body once again moves to take an aggressive stance. Lady Tsing-yi is still inside the river. I can't let any of these human down there. Furrowing her brow at the offensive display by the serpent, Mujin needed no further reason to attack. Forming a fist, she sends a direct blow against Silvery's main body. You dare to block me? You're asking for death. Bang! Swinging around and making a heavy thud against the shore, Silvery found his strength completely leaving him this time. He couldn't even raise his head anymore after that hit. No. If things continue like this, then Lady Tsing-yi will surely be in danger. I must notify Goldie. In between the blurring haziness that's swiftly overtaking the poor dragon's consciousness, he could see the humans are quickly moving towards the body of water. Above the Zhong Manor, an extremely thick and powerful gush of energy was quickly gathering and converging in the sky above this estate. From afar, it would look like a storm was brewing. Boom! Suddenly, strikes of lightning began to rain down at the ground, covering the sky with the gloominess of a forming hurricane. As a result, all of those elders and powerful individuals had become alarmed and had started to investigate. That is someone breaking through into the higher level of the monarch rank. It looks like it's coming from the general direction of the Zhong Manor. Zhong Manor. Is it the Zhong brothers? But aren't those two seriously injured and could no longer progress in this lifetime? How can they suddenly make a breakthrough after so many years of nothing? I bet it's some other master passing through their home and decided to hunker down for a breakthrough. The Jean brothers can still break into the higher level of the monarch rank. Don't kid around. In any case, we should inform the chief and madam first. Exchanging a look with each, the group of elders decides to consult with the leading family first before taking action. We will go to the Jean manor first to investigate. By then we will know who is having a breakthrough. Chief Wu Wei makes his decision after listening in on the information he's given. The man originally wanted to summon Ho Chui Chui since he's heard from Huan Yin that they've rescued the girl, but he's the chief. When a high-level monarch rank master appears, then he must divert his attention that way since he must put the Misty Fairy House before his own family. Impersonate 10. After saying this, the chief then firmly walked towards the door where her wife soon followed from behind. Jun Tianyu, wife, may be quite anxious inside to meet the lass who managed to cure Huan Yin of her condition, but this mother knew she mustn't go out of line in times like these. Inside the Zhong manor, Bai Yan had only just opened her eyes after meditating when she overheard the hearty laughs of two familiar seniors. Next thing she knew, they had barged into her room with the biggest grin she's seen so far after getting to know them both. "Ah, lassie, you really are our blessing. Not only did the medicine you found cure us of our old injuries, it also helped us break into the higher level of the monarch rank." In truth, these two old fellas were well into their late stages of making a breakthrough back in the day, just that due to the injury they sustained they were unable to complete the task. With the superior strength, they now have the capital to confront Muzhin. "It has nothing to do with me, Shifu, it's entirely your own fortune." Standing up to greet them, Bai Yan puts on a genuine smile of her own. But before the three could rejoice in the moment, the door was once again slammed open. Coming in was Goldie in his frantic state. "Mistress, something major has happened." Frowning at this, "What's going on?" "I and Silvery are twins, so I can sense his injury." "Mistress, it must be those people who are searching the river, they've hurt him. If Lady Tsing Yi were to be found by them, I fear it will spell her ladyship's doom. If it was 100 years ago, then no one in the Misty Fairy House could be the Dragoness's opponent. However, Tsing Yi's been seriously injured since that event, so she's unable to fight, let alone defend herself. We're going to the Dragon River now." Bai Yan loudly proclaims this, her eyes sharp and dangerous. Zhongnan and Zhongbei were also frowning after seeing their student's sudden change in attitude. "Yenner, do you need our help?" "If you could please." For the offer, she didn't reject and kindly accepted it with a nod. And then, without so much as another word, her figure was gone from the spot, leaving behind only a blurring afterimage in her wake. How did Yenner move so fast? That's not a speed an Earth-rank cultivator should have. Despite his own doubts and astonishment, Zhongnan didn't want to delay and tossed the dilemma aside. The urgent task at hand was to help his precious disciple save someone important, the rest could wait until they are back. More and more onlookers are beginning to gather around the river bank after news of the dragon's capture. For Ho Chui Chui, who had always been a nosy person by nature, she of course couldn't bear to miss out on such a huge event. Taking advantage of the guard's lack of attention, the former chubby girl snuck out on her own again and came to the site where she soon noticed a certain female. Miss Huan Yin. Originally Huan Yin herself wanted to ignore the fraudster when she noticed the other side's arrival, but to be called out in the open, it's now impossible to pretend. Therefore, the only response was a faint nod to affirm the greeting. Ignorant to the point of not seeing the lack of reception, Ho Chui Chui actually had the face to get all friendly despite the other side's unwillingness to chat. "The evil dragon is finally caught, we can now get revenge for ourselves, Miss Huan Yin, aren't you happy? Slaying the dragon for doing evil deeds is fine, but I fear this creature will face a fate worse than death while in Elder Muzhin's hand." Sighing at the thought, Huan Yin felt pity for the serpent that's covered in a pool of blood right now. As painful as it was for her heart, the girl herself knew this was how the world works. The strong eats the strong, it's the ironclad rule of every living being. And regarding this Ho Chui Chui's claim about getting revenge for them both, Huan Yin wasn't so sure about that. She may not have evidence yet, but it's just a matter of time before her father discovers the truth, that much the girl was certain. With each tick of the clock, everyone grew increasingly more wary as they waited in silence around the river bank. But everything eventually comes to an end. Elder, we couldn't find another dragon inside the river. One of the members of the search group reports after surfacing. Impersonate, 11, none. Muzhin's face sank. Did you make sure to search everywhere? We didn't miss a single spot, Elder. There was nothing aside from the palace that we discovered along the way, and when we searched inside there weren't anyone inside either, the subordinate explains. No dragon. How can it be? Musing over the issue, Muzhin came down with another idea after some careful deduction. I am an elder of the Misty Fairy House and I know you are here somewhere. They say dragons never abandon their own, so why not step forward to show yourself? Her lips then evoked into a sinister snarl like that of a predator discovering their prey's hiding spot. Someone come, chop this dragon into mincemeat. I like to see how long the other one can continue to hide while his companion is being killed. Yes, Elder. Led by the closest subordinate next to the old beauty, the man held no hesitation when sheathing his blade. Slicing down, the move instantly sheds down a good chunk of meat from the already battered-up body. Silvery made an excruciating scream over the pain, of course, but more than that, his hatred for this woman stood above all else right now, causing even his whole body to tremble all over from anger. This was honestly a very bloody scene for everyone involved, Huan Yin especially, who hastened to turn herself aside before the gruesome scene. I'll count to 3, if you do not appear by that time then I'll bloody scrape off his flesh entirely. Muzhin's gaze turned sharp and cruel to emphasize her threat. 1. 2. Before the final count could be said though, a heavy set of splashes were set off within the river and out came a humongous green dragon ascending into the air. She radiated courage and majestic might, a splitting image of her once glorious image of the one known as Azure Dragon, the great dragon general of the demon realm. Lady Tsing-yi. Silvery urgently struggles to stand upright only to be ruthlessly stomped down again by Muzhin's foot. Before long, the figure of Tsing-yi's existence gradually changed and took on a human form of a woman wearing a light green dress. The complexion she gave may be pale and weak, but those eyes were strong. Silvery is my subordinate, so the fault lies with me in not disciplining him prior to the attack. I'm apologizing to the 2 frightened girls here. She then makes a sincere bow to show she meant it, but I remember that my subordinate never harmed you in any way, yet you injured him to such a severe state. How should I take that? Muzhin sneered. I am an elder of the Misty Fairy House, so it's within my duty to get even for those under my charge. Forget about hurting this dragon, even if I kill him right now it's still his fault to bear. A young girl meekly raises a hand just then. I accept her apology. The one speaking up was the first girl who got dragged into the water. At first she was still holding a heavy grudge for what happened to herself, however, the tragic image of Silvery being butchered left that sweet maiden heart aching and unbearable. I accept the apology too. Shooting a glance over to the old hag who's using justice as an excuse, Huan Yin decides to step forward as well to make her stance clear. Muzhin's complexion took a slight turn for the worse, but that quickly changed once her gaze fell upon Ho Chui Chui's presence. This girl over there is also a victim. I promised her before that I will get her justice. Taken aback by the accusation, Tsing-yi promptly looked over to the specified Ho Chui Chui before turning back to Silvery on the ground. Did you harm someone else again? No, I didn't. Lady Tsing-yi, I don't know who that 3rd girl is. Shaking his head profusely despite it being nothing more than a slight jiggle due to his own injuries, the poor dragon clearly didn't know who the impostor was based on his tone and reaction. Towards her own subordinate's words, the dragoness would never doubt them, for they are as close as it comes in terms of family. In an instant, a touch of frosted ice now enshrouds her gaze that's peering down at the human woman. By Yan's arrival, 1. My men didn't take her so based on what can you hurt him so badly. Fluttering against the wind with her existence, Tsingyi's aura became cold and menacing like that of a seasoned general from the battlefield. Ha! Muzhin's lip curved into a sarcastic snarl. You expect us to believe his words just because he claims so. We are not so foolish to believe a beast's word. Besides, so what if he didn't attack the third girl? The fact that you can contribute your bodies to humanity is your honor. The implication of those words was that she could butcher their dragon kind and still be honored and worshipped for the deed. A true narcosis. This world have always been like this, the strong eating the weak. As weaklings, you are not qualified to live. She slowly paced towards Tsingyi's location, her eyes showing a threatening coldness of someone readying to commit murder. It didn't help either that the sky had become dark as a result of the thunderclouds quickly gathering around the area, giving it an ominous feeling in the air. For those that only came to observe and watch, they immediately retreated to one side, fearing the ensuing battle would affect them. Lady Tsingyi. Spatting out blood in his cry, Silvery looks up with concern in his eyes over the welfare of his mistress. It looks like a battle is inevitable today. No, Muzhin shakes her head to refute that claim. This battle can be avoided, provided you become my apprentice's mount. This woman and the silver dragon are not the same, her potential will surely benefit my apprentice's future. Besides, having such a proud dragon as a slave would surely trample anyone who dares to challenge my prestige. I, Tsingyi, whether it be this life or the last, will only follow one person. Have me be this wench's mount. She's not worthy. Originally Muleng was still relishing in silent delight at the impending prize that's about to come her way, but now to hear the insult being directed at herself in open public, it's now lost and all that remains were the ugly expression on her face. Damn this bitch, how dare she humiliate me in front of everyone. Since you are giving up such a great opportunity, then don't blame me. Muzhin's aura began to swell outward as the old beauty takes to the sky, leveling the difference in elevation at least by taking to the air. But before we begin, I want you to understand one thing. My disciple's future is infinite, so the fact that you are unwilling to follow her is your loss. What a shame, you won't be able to see that glorious day and could only become her nourishment after today. Tsingyi sneered, you talk too much. The choice is made when you're unwilling to release my people. Moving at the signaling rumble of a lightning strike from the storm cloud, it was the dragoness who launched the first attack. Bang! Two palms collided from their exchange, causing the ground to shake and the water to gush upward until they are pillars writhing from the chaotic energy. Grower. Silvery howls out again in his urgency. Damn it, if her ladyship was still her old self, then none of these humans would be able to stand up to her. Despite his struggle, the injured guy did nothing more than making dust clouds from moving his humongous body. Tears shed from those eyes, showing how unbearable it must be inside over his inability. By Yan's arrival, too, while the battle continued to progress in the air, Tsingyi grew increasingly impatient as her consecutive attacks failed to land. Eventually a gush of blood began to make its way up her throat only to be pressed down again by sheer will. Thankfully the foe didn't fare any better though. Muzhin could see how violent and intense the dragoness was going at herself, so she didn't dare to dive in rashly. This was also the main driving force behind her determination to take down the green dragon. It's too tempting to allow one such as this to escape. What are you all doing? The old beauty hollers out at the crowd down below, hurry and join me to take down this dragon. This. Various awkward glances were passed along the crowd. They know very well the green dragon up there held strength far beyond their own, making it a likelihood of themselves sustaining damage or offering up their life in the process. Only a fool would want to do that when they're not going to reap any benefit. Moreover, didn't the ones affected by all this forgive the dragons? There's no reason or plausible cause to intervene. Understanding all these points, the other elders who were present for the fight did not move, only playing dumb like good little doggies that they were. Mujin didn't miss this and wanted to vomit blood at their cowardice. She's already knees deep into this mess, and if the situation continues to drag out, then reinforcements might arrive for this dragon. That's an outcome she couldn't afford. Grinding her teeth, the old beauty shoots a signaling glare over to Ho Chui Chui, who's now taking up the identity as the third victim. Unfortunately for her though, the former chubby girl not only didn't do as she wished, the person deliberately turned away to avoid eye contact and stepped backwards. Growing increasingly frustrated now, do the bunch of you know why the chief wants to find Miss Ho for? He's learned of the Miss's medical ability to cure Huan Yin's uncurable condition and intends to have her inspect the young lord's illness. If he learns of how you are all standing by and doing nothing after I'm through, then I can guarantee he won't be pleased. Prepare yourselves for severe punishment. To be clear, the old beauty emphasized on medical ability, and not her alchemy. That leaves a lot of wiggle room for when the time comes. And even if it's not possible to cure Yunfang's mental outbursts, which was very unlikely since it's all a lie, none are able to blame those involved. After all, no one claimed Ho Chui Chui was a miracle healer, only her medical abilities are top-notch. Contrary to the confident Mujin who's using her as a bargaining chip, the former chubby girl herself didn't feel so good right now. In fact, she's downright panicking after hearing what's in store for her future. Isn't the chief only seeking me out to give his gratitude? What cure his son's illness? How am I supposed to cure something I don't know? Seeing Mujin's warning glare again, Ho Chui Chui's body instantly froze on the spot. She's got enough awareness to understand that the Mu Manor and herself was now tied to a single rope. If they fall, she falls. Go capture that dragon for me. Gripping her hand into a tight ball, the fake lashes out to hide the sweat that's slowly forming on her forehead. If you kill that thing, then I will inform the chief of your merits. I'm sure he will give anyone involved preferential treatment. It worked. After exchanging a few nods between themselves, the elders leaped in unison and blocked off Tsingyi's back and escape route. It was hard enough to tackle a single Mujin in her already weakened state. Now that there's even more foes added to the fray, Tsingyi's side instantly went on a downward spiral. Pang! It's unsure whose blow it was, but after a few exchanges a heavy punch had landed on the dragoness's chest, causing her to come crashing down from the sky and into the crowd. With the onlookers further retreating and not wanting to get involved, the river bank now leaves only Silvery's big huge body and the seriously injured Tsingyi on the ground. By Yan's arrival, 3, cold in her eyes, Tsingyi refuses to show her weakness in front of the enemy that's quickly descending on her location. I'll give you one last chance, are you willing to surrender? Mujin makes a condescending stare from above like a hunter that's captured its prey. Death is nothing to be scared of. Even if I die, I will take you people with me to hell before I'm done. Huffing a laugh, Tsingyi refuses to be taken in contempt or be disgraced. Bai Yan had only just arrived on the scene after rushing over from the Zhong Manor when she overheard this proclamation. Her heart felt like a hammer smashed it to pieces knowing how close she came to losing someone important. If I don't walk into the flames, who will? However, before I go to hell, I will certainly drag you all to hell with me. On this blood-colored battlefield, thousands of enemies are facing off against a single young man. That's the same dreaded scene from her memories once again replaying itself before her eyes, showing it through like a lens in a camera and causing the beautiful contour which belongs to Bai Yan to flush red from pain and anger. Her whole person was wildly fluctuating with increased intent, turning and transforming this female into a razor-sharp sword that intends to strike down any foe that comes her way. Zhongnan and Zhongbei was right behind their student and became absolutely astounded by the sudden change in her momentum. But before the two seniors could dive further on this topic, Bai Yan's body had already turned into a beam of light shooting over to the middle of the fighting. Pompous in her attitude, Mujin was so full of herself that she's dismissing all possibility of enemy reinforcement. This is your choice, so don't blame me. Since you won't surrender, then I will take your demon core and use it to improve my cultivation and make a breakthrough. This dragon's strength is equal to my own powers. If I can use her, then I might even be able to reach a height never before seen in the Misty Fairy house. Think of this, the old beauty's lip unconsciously curled into an evil snarl as she sliced down with her blade. Boom! From out of the blue, a blast of light came lancing over in the nick of time and directly impacted Mujin's hand. Due to being unguarded from any form of sneak attack, her sword had bounced out of her fingers and made an audible clank upon hitting the ground. Who dares to attack me from behind? Swinging around, the old beauty readies herself to retaliate only to turn into a stiff statue after seeing that face. Her heart jumped repeatedly from the shock. No. No way. The slut is dead, there's no way she could be here. Shifu. Muling saw her teachers panic and hurried to call out, breaking the stupor and returning the situation back to before. Growing cold in her gaze now, Elder Mujin gnashes her teeth. This woman must be that bitch's child. To think her face would be so similar to that slut. Oh no, I must not let the chief see her. Or else. Outrageous. Coming back to her senses at what this danger implies, Mujin roars out to take back control of the situation. Do you know what it means to attack an elder? Bai Yan paid no heed to the screeching banshee in the background. Reaching out a helping hand, her eyes completely focused in on her pale-looking subordinate. I'm sorry I am late. Blinking at the hand given her way, Tsing-Yi didn't know how to react at first. She didn't want to expose their relationship up front due to fear of implicating her mistress into this whole mess, but to see the complete disregard for safety was beyond her comprehension. Feeling the warmth slowly creeping into her heart, the dragoness eventually broke out into a weepy smile and knew she's now safe. Giving the shimmering dressed man who followed from behind a glance, Goldie, why did you bring her here? I was afraid you would be in danger. Drooping his head, the gold dragon makes an apologetic bow of his head to show the guilt inside. You shouldn't have cared for me. In light of those words, her hand still met with the one given and allowed Bai Yan to pull herself up. Bai Yan's arrival, you stay by my side. I will handle the rest. Letting go of her hand, Bai Yan slowly turned to confront the old hag who dares to cross herself. A wisp of killing intent promptly spreads out of her body, allowing it to cover the entire riverbank. In my previous life Azure Dragon was willing to exhaust his everything for me. Now that he's reborn as Tsing-Yi, I must do everything to keep her safe. I owe her so much that I can never repay her in full. Eyes contracting against the defiance, Mujin snaps, you and this dragon, what are your relationship? She's my subordinate. Bai Yan's voice sounded neither haughty nor cold, yet it was able to easily provoke the ire of foe and her student. Showing jealousy in her eyes, Muling bites her lower lip. This girl was also dragged into the river by these two dragons. Why did they become her subordinate? If I had known it would come to this, then I would have gone to save Huan Yin instead. Ha! The old beauty's reaction wasn't as frosty, rather it swayed towards the hysterical side in that sarcastic cackle. No wonder this dragon would refuse to become my student's mount. So it's a blind dragon. Out of consideration for its poor eyesight, I will let it die a quick death later. As for you though, squinting her eyes until it's firing daggers, colluding with dragons, humph, I won't let you go either. Seeing there's no reaction to her threat, Mujin decides it's time she allowed the other side to understand what it means to go against her will. The pressuring aura of a high-level monarch rank came gushing forward at her release. Even so, Bai Yan remains unfazed and stood there like she's on a picnic trip. Now she's enraged. The old beauty did not expect the damn lassie to be able to stand up to herself in this state. Forming a fist, she smashes down with a hammering blow created by the energy she formed in the air. Yet however, before her attack could even make contact, a loud hollering roar had come rushing over from the front. Mujin, how dare you make a move against our disciple? An attack came lunging over as soon as that was said, catching the old beauty by surprise due to being who the assailant was. Zhongnan, older, held nothing back in his furious strike. Meeting the old woman's hammer blow from above with his own palm, the resulting shockwave completely crushes the rocks nearby and riled up a dust of cloud. No, impossible, how can you break into the higher level of the monarch rank? Muzhin's voice shook with incredulous. In the old beauty's view, reaching such a level may be difficult but not impossible for others. However, Zhongnan shouldn't be able to in lifetime at all. Yet reality and the long trail of footmark on the sandy ground said it all. She's been knocked backwards. There is nothing impossible in this world. Muzhin, it's time we settled our debt today. Taking several big strides forward, the old man's expression was cold and sharp. Huh, Muzhin scoffs a laugh, so what if you broke into the higher level? No matter what you do, you are still one step behind me. Furthermore, you're only you while we have everyone else here. What can a single you do before a whole crowd of us? It was Zhongnan's turn to scoff a laugh. They are members of the Elder Council as well, what makes you think they will help you? That may not be so, snarling sarcastically, Muzhin shifts her gaze over to Ho Chui Chui, this lady Miss Ho, she's Huan Yin's savior and benefactor. Right now the chief and madam is especially fond of her existence and even the second young lord is showing exceptional interest in the lady. As long as she gives the word then the elders will follow. Showing surprise in his face, Zhongnan immediately turns to the former chubby girl and frowned. So the one in the rumors are her. Bai Yan's arrival, 5, compared with Zhongnan's surprised face, Bai Yan's look to Ho Chui Chui only seemed strange. Slowly, her lips had curved into a smirk. Ha! It was then Zhongbei's, younger, hearty laugh came over from Muzhin's back. Under the watchful eye of everyone, the old senior proudly stepped forward to side with his brother. Muzhin, I'm afraid you won't get your wish. Even if you all work together, me and my older brother won't let you harm my disciple. The old beauty still wanted to chip in some more cynical words, but that's changed the second she noticed the other side's cultivation. You broke through to the higher level. These two bastards, they've both broke through. Mistress, coughing at his attempt to speak, Silvery sways his huge body unsteadily. I take this medicine first. Coming over, Bai Yan readily hands over a beady pill that's able to heal up the guy's injury at a visible speed. Back over in the crowd, Huan Yin was listening to the conversation with careful ear. And for some reason, she's got the aching feeling that it's very familiar. Why do I feel like I've heard it somewhere? Mistress, maybe I am too stupid but there is one thing I don't understand, says Silvery. The third person we dragged into the water from that day is clearly you, yet this woman over there says it's her instead. Goldie promptly shot a glare over to his twin brother. What crap are you spouting now? When did Mistress get dragged down by us? She clearly jumped into the water on her own to save the other two. The crowd suddenly went quiet to the point where only the bristling sound of the wind remains. Now Huan Yin's got what she's trying to catch at in the head. Flickering with light in the eyes, she stares intently over to the woman in red that's now the center of attention. Outrageous. Muzhin's expression drastically changed. Zhongnan, your disciple is very bold. How dare she pretend to be Huan Yin's savior? If she's her savior, then does that mean I can say she instructed these two dragons to deliberately pull the girls into the water in order to save them? Goldie flew into a rage after hearing Muzhin's twisted logic. My mistress really jumped into the water in order to save the others. If not for Lady Tsing-yi interfering and stopped us before we ate her, then she would have died along with the two females. Unlike Silvery, who's more on the naive side, Goldie understood the situation better and wanted to push Bai Yan into the highest level. But the truth? They were cowering as soon as Bai Yan jumped into the water. That would not only make the situation spiral downwards, it would also make them brothers look bad in public as well. My mistress's alchemic abilities are very good and she promised to heal Lady Tsing-yi's injury. Since Milady is willing to recognize her as the mistress, then us brothers will also recognize her. This speech caused Huan Yin to produce trickles of tears. What a good girl she is. Not only did she save me, she even gave the impersonator a chance. Compared to the ordinary Ho Chui Chui who didn't stand out in any way, she's more willing to believe Bai Yan to be the one. Disciple. Zhongnan's heart sank at the notion, is it true? Twitching in the corner of her mouth, Bai Yan initially wanted to give the truth when Zhongbei's scolding roar cut in, you brat, are you seeking death or something? What does others' life and death have to do with you? Now you almost got swallowed by a dragon. What if something happens to you for real? What will I and your first Shifu do if you are gone? Bai Yan's arrival, 6, just the thought of how obliviously close they were to losing their precious disciple again, the two elders would fall into a heart-clenching grief. Had it not been for her luck, then Yenna would have been in the dragon's belly. Of course, Bai Yan on the other hand was feeling immeasurably guilty right now. It's not like she's able to explain the truth to the two at this moment. For one, she's not so selfless to care for others' death and ignore her own safety. The main reason for the jump that day was out of consideration for Dragone's whereabout. Since she couldn't find the little missy anywhere, then the next best choice would to ask around with the same kin, maybe they might know something. Shifu, I would never regret saving others. Bai Yan then shifts her gaze over to her precious dragoness, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find her. Zhongnan was rather taken aback, does Yenna know this green dragon beforehand? At this moment Ho Chui Chui's face had turned ghastly white after hearing Silvery's word. Her body shakes and wanted to flee the scene before it's too late. Against the real deal, an imposter's momentum would of course be weaker. Ho ho. Mujin continues to snicker at the situation, you and them are of the same group, why should I believe anything you say? If anything, I say the one lying is you. The rest of the elders exchanged various glances with each other. It's true. Compared with believing some dragon, they would rather believe their own kind. Besides, they are involved in the rescue effort of pulling Ho Chui Chui out of the river. If it becomes true that the girl was a fake, then wouldn't it mean their efforts are invalid? Elder Mujin, biting her lip, Huan Yin decides to step forward. The one who saved me is this lady who just showed up. I'm certain of this because I recognize her voice. Turning frosty in the eyes, the old beauty increases her intimidating aura. What do you know, child? How could this impudent brat be your savior? Don't be fooled by their lies, Miss Ho is the real lady from that day, so don't it get wrong. I said it, she's my savior, what don't you understand? Huan Yin snaps, growing increasingly angrier by the moment. Go away, child. For someone that can't even recognize her own savior to come dictate what I do is ridiculous. Don't bother me while I complete official business. You, trembling all over from rage, the poor girl never seen such shamelessness before that it's leaving her speechless. Bai Yan had known about Mujin's shamelessness from hearsay, but not to this extent. It's obvious the old hag intends to make Ho Chui Chui be the imposter regardless of what everyone says. Zhongnan, older, couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. This is truly a first for me. How could the one that's been rescued mistake their savior? And you, for someone that's not even involved, you actually got the nerve to say you can determine who's who. That's of course, Mujin clicked her tongue, ignoring the strange looks coming her way. Huan Yin is just a child, being blinded by those with devious schemes is normal. I, as an elder, have the duty to put her on the right path and not allow those with ill intent to deceive her. I'm sure her father would also thank me once he gets wind of what I did. Big brother, Zhongbei, younger, grinds his teeth, it's a waste to continue this talk. New and old hatred, it's time we get revenge for our poor disciple that she murdered years ago. Okay. Zhongnan silently nods, agreeing with his younger brother's view. Today, even if we disregard the rules, we must kill this bitch to get even for our two disciples. Shifis. Before the pair could make a move, the faint voice of Bai Yan's voice had come out again. This is not even the opening act yet, please wait. I promise you will get a good show if you are patient. Afterwards you can dispose of her as you please. Counting the time, that guy should be here by now. Squinting her eyes until it's like an eagle's, Bai Yan shoots a bemused look over to Muzhin like she's able to see through to the woman's hidden secrets. A good play's opening. 1. Muzhin's heart panicked at first over that strange gaze. No, the chief would definitely take my side over some outsider. There's no way he would abandon me for some stranger. As for Zhongnan and Zhongbei, they only just broke through to the higher level, they could never beat me with their current skill. Not far away, a series of footsteps soon came into their ears, causing Bai Yan to swing around to meet the oncoming crowd. A flicker of surprise filled those eyes at who it was. Not that guy again. Right now the chief and his wife were leading the pack after not finding the two seniors at the Zhong Manor. Zhongnan, Zhongbei, you two made a breakthrough. Jun Tianyu, wife, sounded very happy at the revelation. She's the mistress of the Misty Fairy House, so any form of strength increase meant the enhancement of her own house. It's just that. Didn't they suffer a crippling injury? How are they able to suddenly make a breakthrough? What changed? Chief. Muzhin became overjoyed at the sight of who came. Taking the initiative, she steps in front of the chief and his family. Elder Muzhin, what are you doing? Chief Wu Wei asks, his face making a frown. The matter is like this. Muzhin's gaze flashed with a cold glint as she twists the truth. This Miss Ho is the one who saved Huan Yin that day, but due to the fright she suffered while inside the Dragon River, I decided to take it upon myself to help her with the revenge against these dragons. Yet when I'm here carrying out my duty, Zhongbei and Zhongnan's disciples suddenly interfered and even colluded with the dragons to side with them. I suspect they are all in on this and orchestrated the whole attack that day. Muzhin didn't have a lot of strong points to her personality, but her skill in pouring dirty water at others were one of a kind. Towards this, Bai Yan just had to hand it to this old hag. Jun Tianyu, wife, first shot an examining look over to Ho Chui Chui, her brows raised. This girl doesn't seem special at all. Is she really the one who saved Huan Yin? Growing doubtful, the madam then shifts her attention over to Bai Yan when she became highly startled by the air around the woman in red. Girl, what's your name? This lassie, why does she seem so familiar? Have I seen her somewhere before? It's not just the wife who's getting this sensation, the husband was also getting this feeling and wanted to grasp at that fleeting memory. Wife, have you noticed this girl's contour is very similar to Yunfang's first son? Hesitant in his tone, Chief Wu Wei whispers to his wife. It's not just the girl's contour, in fact, those eyes were so close that it's giving this couple déjà vu, confusing their eldest son for some reason. Ho Chui Chui was still waiting for the chief and his wife to speak with her, but despite the long wait, no conversation ensued. Rather, the entire focus fell onto Bai Yan, and this irritated the impostor exponentially. No. No way. I won't allow anyone to take away my glory. Just when the fake wanted to throw herself into the conversation, Huan Yin decides to speak up again and get things clear. Uncle, Aunt, this Miss Bai Yan is the one who really saved me. Jun Tianyu showed an astonished look, her brow growing increasingly wary. Elder Muzhin, what is the meaning of this? Sneering like always, that's what I was trying to explain. This woman over there is pretending to be Miss Ho and take her place. They've even managed to deceive Huan Yin into believing their lies despite not knowing what that woman on the boat looked like. A good play's opening, too. Muzhin had cut off the girl's word again. Besides, if she really was your savior, then why would she collude with the dragons? What's more, my disciple has already investigated the matter. The name written on the invite slip is Ho Chui Chui, and that's a fact. It's the key evidence. That's right, Lengner already finished off the one selling the invite slips. There won't be anyone able to prove it's this bitch who was there that day. No invite slip, no right to board the dragon boat. The plan is flawless and the chief will know who to trust. A humph. Making a dry cough, Chief Wu Wei turns to Bai Yan. Miss, do you have anything to say? Perhaps it's due to the similarity this girl shared with his son, but the father instinctively wanted to give the benefit of the doubt to an unknown stranger. It's pointless to say anything, better yet, why don't I let others be the judge instead? Raising the corner of her lip, she openly grins at the approaching figure that's coming their way in the distance. Walking behind the leading familiar individual was a fatty. Panting hard like he's about to have an anxiety attack, the main witness to this story clearly didn't want to be here despite being the key to everything. Mu Lang, student, did not think much of the new arrivals at first, but that came to a stumbling halt as soon as she recalled who the fatty was. Croaking like a damaged frog, panic instantly grips the girl's heart. This fatty is still alive. Damn it. She harshly clenched that fist in a vain attempt to quell that flame. As long as I don't admit anything, then these people can't do anything to me. Sun Huan, why are you here? The mother asks her son after noticing his arrival. The womanizer clicked that haughty tongue, disappointed in his parents' folly. If I didn't come, then are you and father going to be blinded by these people? Mu Lang, I never thought you to be such a person. I don't know what you're talking about. Sensing the danger looming overhead, the once high-standing girl falters once again. Ho ho, sarcastic in his voice, the womanizer doesn't relent. Did you tell my father and mother that the girl who saved Huan Yin is this Ho Chui Chui? But from what I know, she sold her invite slip to this merchant, so how could she have been on the dragon boat that day? Hearing the rock drop in her heart, Mu Lang fires her venomous gaze over to the fatty as a warning. If this man knows what's good for him, then he will deny everything. If he doesn't, then don't blame me for being ruthless. But unlike that day where he's nearly assassinated, the fat merchant was now a whole new person altogether. With backing, what did he need to fear? Immediately his resentful self began to spill everything. Second young master, the one who bought my invite slip that day is this woman. It's her, pointing to Bai Yan. The fatty then stares coldly at the other party. But Elder Muzhin's apprentice found me, forcing me to paint out the contour of the lady that day. Under duress, I could only do as they demanded. However, I never expected them to take a stab at my life as soon as I was finished with that portrait. Please get justice for me. Mu Ling's complexion had gone deathly white, her feet instinctively taking a step backwards. It's still excusable if it was a mistaken identity, but if it's discovered that I deliberately threw a fake in despite knowing the truth, then it's a huge crime. Thinking of the consequences, she knew she must twist the story before it's too late. Lies. When did I do that to you? Sun Huan, don't listen to their nonsense, I don't know who this man is. To tell you the truth, Mu Lang, even without this man here today, just the fact that this lady is Bai Yan is enough for me to determine it's her that day. What did he mean by that? The high-standing girl didn't understand what's going on and lapsed out for a moment. A good play's opening, 3, just because she's Bai Yan. While Mu Lang was still trying to make sense of that statement, the womanizer had already come before Bai Yan's presence. His eyes were showing traces of grievance. Why did you cover your face that day? Is because you were afraid of me recognizing you. I actually couldn't be certain if it was really you on the dragon boat that day, but now that I've seen you in person, I'm absolutely certain without a doubt. He knows this woman beforehand. She was only skeptical at first, but now it's downright ugly in the face. Mu Lang simply couldn't expect them both to know each other, let alone be able to make a reunion in a situation like this. Muzhin's expression wasn't looking good either. Seething with anger, the old beauty comments using the most sarcastic tone she could muster, so it's second young master's old lover, no wonder you would deceive your own parents. I know you are a philanderer, but what you are doing now will harm the Misty Fairy House. Shut up. Several loud shouts rang out at the same time. In addition to the Zhongnan and his younger brother Zhongbei, there's also the womanizer's own mother Jun Tianyu. The madam directly stepped in front of the old bitch's face and swung her hand to give a loud smacking slap. Out of respect for saving my eldest back then, I've endured your parade for all these years. Now you got the audacity to blemish my second son. You think I, as his mother, wouldn't know his personality the best? Even if he's more dastardly in his womanizing, he would never lie to me. Covering her own face, Muzhin's eyes were filled with waves of loathsome anger. The womanizer as well, he was fuming right up to his head. If he wasn't so much weaker than this old hag, then he would have ran over himself to send a few slaps of his own. Muzhin, are you trying to see me dead? If you say another word, then don't blame me. Don't joke around. That year this ill-tempered girl nearly castrated me just for teasing her. Now someone is brave enough to say she's my lover. I still want to live a nice long life. Now that all the players are here, it's time we began the show. Turning to gaze down at Muzhin with her frosty glare, Bai Yan's lip had arched into a devious smirk. It's actually quite easy to determine if that girl over there is Huan Yin's savior. Just have Sun Huan here ask her a few questions. Flabbergasted at the suggestion, the womanizer didn't get what's going on. Why have me ask her a few questions? What good would that do? But upon contact with Bai Yan's menacing gaze, the squeamish man hastened to carry out the task. If Yan is opening her mouth, then I can only begin. Making a few coughs to clear his throat, first off, what color of dress did you wear that day? Ho Chui didn't answer, only making a bewildered look. What does this have to do with being Huan Yin's savior? Bai Yan too was going dark in the face. This man, he's still as shameless as ever. It looks like you can't answer my first question. The womanizer grew serious. Getting sweaty in the forehead, Chui had wanted to defend herself when she was cut off. Second question, what time did you board the ship? The boarding time of each participant should have been recorded in the books. The fact that Muzhin and Muling didn't bother to bring those up was very suspicious in itself. And sure enough, the impostor was left wordless. Fine then, the fact that you can't answer either of my questions is enough to tell me the answer I need. But as a benefit of a doubt, I will ask the third question. Clearing his throat so his words couldn't be misheard, what method did you use to cure Huan Yin's condition? Now this time Ho Chui knew the answer. Inwardly, she was very much relieved at her own luck. A good play's opening, for, I had you infuse your energy into Huan Yin's body while I used my flames to clear her veins. With that, are you happy? That's right, that should be enough to prove my identity. Once I enter the Huan Manor and become their esteemed guest, I will have this bitch regret it for the rest of her life. Arching a cheeky smirk, Ho Chui narrows her eye into a squint against the one she's trying to impersonate. The womanizer cheerfully nods at that. Your answer is very good indeed. But now would you mind showing us your flame to prove it? Going stiff before her cheekiness could bear fruit, Ho Chui's proud demeanor instantly deflates. This time it's not only the impostor, even Muling was starting to fret because they apparently forgot one crucial point: the impostor couldn't control her Dan fire. The womanizer didn't push it, only standing there patiently waiting. However, it was Elder Muzhin who lashed out to make the situation worse. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and summon out your flame. All embarrassed in her face, Ho Chui began to mutter incoherent words like a lost child. In the end she could only turn to the one who set this whole thing up for help. Muling really wanted to smack the useless idiot. It's bad enough their whole plan was unraveling before the public, it's even worse when she's implicated, so why should she put her neck out for some pawn? Shifu. Gnashing her teeth, the once high-standing girl squeamishly whispered into her teacher's ear. She can't use her Dan fire. Not able to use her Dan fire. Muzhin's face changed greatly, finally understanding why their pawn would be so hesitant. How did you find someone like that? The old beauty hushes at her disciple, annoyed by the incompetence. Fortunately it's quite loud in this area due to the massive crowd, leaving them free to speak at low volume. Shamefully hanging her own head, Muling fumbles those fingers nervously. The only fact keeping her from screaming out in frantic madness was the fact that her teacher's an elder. Even if the chief wants to punish someone after the fact, it will not be her, or at least not a severe one. It seems you have no ability to control a flame, the womanizer chuckles at the sight. If you can't control your flames, then tell me, how are you supposed to cure Huan Yin's condition? Well, the last bit finally shattered the last bit of defense in Ho Chui Chui's sanity. Freaking out like a crazed madwoman, it's Mu Lang, it's her. She sought me out and had me impersonate as Huan Yin's savior. This is not my fault, please let me go. In this moment there were no sound to be heard, only utter silence. For the few elders who helped Muzhin earlier, these poor fools were left in complete shock. Not only did they help the wrong person, they also directly offended the genuine lady in the story. Jun Tianyu was, wife, trembling all over from the rage brewing up inside. Pointing her finger straight at Mu Lang in an accusing manner, you dare deceive me. In all the years I've been alive, I have never been played like so. Wu Wei, husband, you better punish these people severely, otherwise I will never return to the Misty Fairy House again. Paw! Flashing a flicker of panic, Muzhin did what she knew best and slapped her own student across the face. Immediately, that dainty beautiful cheek of the young maiden had swollen up with 5 big fingerprints. What have I been teaching you? Why are you trying to fool the chief and madam? Do you know your fault? Getting to her knee, Shifu, I know my wrong, please have mercy on me. I felt dreadful inside knowing how horrible Huan Yin and Sun Huan, womanizer, felt inside after the incident, that's why I had Ho Chui Chui impersonate the real one. I really didn't know Miss Bai Yen is still alive. In other words, her actions were an act of mercy rather than an act of deceit. It's also a good way to limit any accusation before anyone could make it.